nice to see everybody here today. Welcome back to some of you, and also a welcome to our new board members, which we'll introduce shortly. I am Mark Carlson Van Dort. I am Chair of the Alaska Board of Fisheries. Today is Tuesday, October 5th. The time is 8:32 a.m. And we have, I am happy to say, full 7-member board with us today. And so I will go ahead and just take some time right now to allow our board members to introduce themselves. We'll start down here at this end with Mr. Carpenter. If you just put your name and on the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom Carpenter from Cordova.
Good morning, everyone. Mackenzie Mitchell, Fairbanks.
Morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. John Jensen from Petersburg.
John Wood, Willow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mike Heimbuck from Homer.
David Wise, Wasilla.
I'm Mark Carlson Van Dort, currently residing in Anchorage. And just for the public, if anybody would like to learn more about our board and individual members, each one has a bio set forth online at the Board of Fisheries website that you can check out. At this time, I think we'll move right into agenda item number 2, which is election of officers. And so may I hear at this time a nomination for chair of the board?
Madam Chair, I nominate you.
Is there a second?
Second.
I accept the nomination. Are there any additional nominations? Hearing none, motion to close.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
And is the motion for unanimous consent? Is there any objection? Let me ask that. Hearing no objection. Thank you. I happily accept another term, another year as chair of this board. Appreciate it. Moving on to the election of vice chair. I will now open the nominations for vice chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Member Wood.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there additional nominations?
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I'd
Heimbuck.
like to nominate Mr. John Jensen.
Is there a second?
Second.
You both accept the nominations?
Affirmative.
Mr. Jensen, do you accept the nomination?
Yeah, second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. So we have 2 folks that are nominated for vice chair, and I think we'll go ahead and do a ballot. Okay. We'll do a short break while we distribute the ballots. Thank you. Mr. Nelson, will you please tally and report the results?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were 4 votes for John Jensen, 3 votes for John Wood.
Congratulations, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Likewise.
Thank you. Before we get into ethics disclosures, I'd like to take some time to pause and go back and introduce staff. Appreciate that. I was jumping the gun a little bit to get some of this business taken care of. And I'd like to start with you, Mr. Commissioner. Welcome.
Good morning. Welcome, board members, and especially the new ones. It's good to have new faces around the table because creativity is the way to manage our fisheries, and looking forward to adaptive management strategies that you guys may come up with over the next year. Oh, I'm sorry. So we have a lot of staff here in the room. I'll let the directors introduce themselves and their staff, but we're coming back into these meetings with staff attending rather than virtually to the extent we can, because we know in-person meetings are incredibly important. In-person contact is incredibly important to have really meaningful discussions. So we're trying to bring people back into these meetings. As you can see, there's quite a few of them out in the audience. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam Raybung, my Commercial Fisheries Director.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate you having staff here. And Director Raybon.
Well, I might also add that we're looking into the coffee situation.
Again, thank you.
You just made points.
Director Raybon, welcome this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Sam Raybung. I'm the Director of the Division of Commercial Fisheries. And with us today are Deputy Director Forrest Bowers, Carla Bush, who's our Extended Jurisdiction Program Coordinator, Mr. Nick Segalkin, who's a Regional Supervisor for Westward Region, Mr. Jeff Wadley, who's our Salmon and Herring Management Coordinator for Westward Region, Mr. Mark Stickert, who's our Shellfish and Groundfish Management Coordinator for Westward Region, Mr. Kevin Shaberg, who's our Salmon and Herring Research Coordinator for Westward Region. We've got Mr. John Linderman, who's our Regional Supervisor for the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim Region, or AYK. Mr. Chuck Brazil, our Management Coordinator for AYK Region. Mr. Zach Liller, who's our Research Coordinator for the AYK Region. Also, Mr. Troy Tinas, our Management Coordinator for the Southeast Region. Mr. Bert Lewis, our Regional Supervisor for Central Region. Mr. Aaron Potter, our Management Coordinator for Cook Inlet Salmon and Herring, Prince William Sound and Cook Inlet Groundfish and Shellfish. Mr. Jack Erickson, who's a Research Coordinator for Central Region. And Ms. Jan Rumble, who's our Area Management Biologist for Cook Inlet and Prince William Sound Groundfish and Shellfish. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Raybon. Mr. Rutz, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, board members. It was nice to get to meet the 3 new ones. I think you're going to enjoy yourself on this jaunt in your life. I have with me at this meeting, I've got about 9 staff members, 3 of which are brand new to their positions. So staff, please stand up to be acknowledged by the board when your name is called. So first we have Tom Tobby. He's our long-standing Division Deputy Director, Operations Manager, and Regulation Specialist. And secondly, Adam Reimer is not here. He's going to be attending a little bit later. He is our new Chief Fisheries Scientist who replaced Jim Hasbrook. And then we have Jason Dye, who replaced Tom Vanya as South Central Regional Supervisor. Matt Miller, Management Coordinator of Cook Inlet. Big J Bomber, who replaced Jason Dye as Management Coordinator for Prince William Sound, Anchorage, Bristol Bay, and Kodiak. And then Tim McKinley, South Central Research Coordinator. And then from the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region, or Region 3, we have Jeff Estison, Regional Supervisor, Klaus Woodig, Management Coordinator, James Severide, Research Coordinator. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here today. Director Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Lisa Olson. I'm the Deputy Director for State Subsistence. I'm in solo attendance today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pappas.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison, on the Board of Fish and Board of Game Advisor. Work in OSM, which is housed in Fish and Wildlife Service. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you for being present. It's nice to see you in person, George. Mr. Peterson.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Aaron Peterson with the Department of Law.
And Captain Frenzel.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Aaron Frenzel with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers.
And last but certainly not least, Mr. Nelson, if you please introduce yourself and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Chair. My name's Art Nelson. I'm the new executive director for the board. Have big shoes to fill, replacing Glenn Haight, who fortunately is here to watch me drive us in the ditch right off the bat. But I'd like to introduce our staff. Starting at the far end of the table, we have Faris Sylvester. She's our South Central Region Advisory Committee Coordinator. Next to her is Henry Lesia. He's our Publications Specialist for the Board of Fisheries and is the Southern Southeast Advisory Committee Coordinator. And then next to Henry is Annie Bartholomew. She is our Pub Specialist for the Board of Game and the AC Coordinator for Northern Southeast. And we also have, somewhere around here, Christy Tibbles, there we go, Executive Director for the Board of Game. Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate you being here. Glad to have you. We'll be learning together. And thanks also to your amazing staff that sets us all up and staffs these meetings. All right, a couple formalities before we move on to our next agenda item. I will kind of read through some of our protocols. So access to the board members. As board members, we're available to you for the purpose of receiving added information. Process obviously does not work without your help. This is an incredibly public, process-driven board, and we like to keep it that way. So we're here to serve you and benefit from your input. If there's a line up here, I think it's yellow, it's called the sanctuary line for those of you who have not been to one of these meetings before. And the public is not allowed to cross that line during our meetings or our breaks. However, if you want to talk to a board member, I encourage you to reach out to one of the staff members that was just introduced here at board support, or flag us, wave us down, find somebody to grab us, and we'll happily come meet you on the other side of that line. Keep in mind, however, it's during breaks and both before and after these daily meetings that we find time to read all the material, so be mindful just of that. If you have process questions, so in order to ensure that the public is fully informed on the board, the chair, the vice chair, and the executive director will answer all process questions that the public may have during the course of this meeting. It is hoped that the practices of the board outlined above will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes, again, that an informed and engaged public can only result in better conservation and development of our fisheries. The Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace. We're committed to ensure that our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is not acceptable, and it won't be tolerated. And certainly we appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this really important effort. This meeting was noticed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Board staff published a notice in the Alaska Online Public Notice System, which was posted on the main website and the meeting website, and in its designated posting place. It was also distributed to a list of email recipients. I won't take the time to read through it, but there's copies available on the back table, or you can request one from the executive director if you're interested in the full and complete text. The public notice and the agenda change requests were distributed to the local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and board members have received copies of all those on-time written public comments. The timely public comments and timely advisory committee comments are also available for the board's use and are available to the public, again, in the workbooks at the back table of the room. Sorry, at the table at the back of the room. Copies of ACR's agenda change requests can also be found on the board's website, along with all the other written materials for this meeting. Copies of the tentative agenda for the meeting can also be found on that back table. The agenda is subject to change throughout the meeting, but an attempt will be made by the board and the chair to generally stay as close to the agenda as is posted. There's also a roadmap for the ACRs under review by the board at this meeting, and at this meeting, the board intends to take the agenda change requests up in numerical order, beginning with ACR number 1. A word on record copies. The board encourages the public to submit comments on specific ACRs or issues, written public comments, limited to 10 single-sided or 5 double-sided pages in length when submitted before deliberation of agenda change requests begin from any one individual or group will be accepted as a record copy or an RC. Individuals not attending the meeting can submit written comments by fax to 907-465-6094. Once a review of ACRs begin at the meeting, the board will only accept written public comments that are not more than 5 single-sided pages or the equivalent double-sided, unless there's very specific information that has been requested by the board that requires more pages than allowed under this standard. Anyone attending this meeting who would like to submit written materials to the board for its consideration must give a printed version to our record keeper at the end of the table. That's free. She introduced herself or waved her hand earlier. Please do not give documents to board members directly. All those documents, if you do, will be handed back to you and you'll be requested to submit it for the record. All the documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a log number called an RC, and they will be recorded in the logbook, and they'll be uploaded online as well. The original of all written materials submitted will be retained for the permanent record of this board. The record keeper will distribute copies of the RCs in the morning, before the meeting begins, after the noon break, and if there's an evening session after the dinner break, and this will help ensure that we are getting those RCs before us in sort of a regular manner, and that there's proper retention for board records. And just a note, while you have the right to submit a set number of pages of information, please keep in mind that these meetings can get very busy, so brevity is appreciated. If you can do it in the most succinct manner, we appreciate it greatly. And a word on RCs and public testimony. I'll remind you again when we get into the RCs. The board does not take oral public testimony during its work session. However, the board accepts written comment throughout the meeting as I just described. With that, I think we'll move into ethics disclosures unless there's any questions. All right. So the work session is non-regulatory. However, at the 2013 work session, the board agreed that given the weight and importance of decisions made on the acceptance or non-acceptance of ACRs, it was a good public practice to provide these ethics disclosures. All board members shall provide their ethics disclosures at this time, and I will go ahead and I will start in the same order that we did introductions with Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning, everyone. As I stated earlier, my name is Tom Carpenter. I reside in Cordova. I'm currently retired. I've divested myself completely of all businesses, including limited entry permits and IFQs. My primary income comes from investment income and personal savings, both managed by Merrill Lynch. I work twice a year for Boswell Bay LLC, conducting oil spill recovery work and training in Prince William Sound. My wife is an educator in Cordova and employed by the Cordova School District. I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund, as do my wife and daughter, and receive a stipend for serving on this board. Neither I nor anyone in my immediate or extended family have any financial interest in any business which is related to fish and wildlife resources or belong to any organizations in which any financial gain can be attributed. Upon confirmation, I resign my positions from the Copper River Prince William Sound Advisory Committee, as well as the Prince William Sound Aquaculture Board. There are no proposals before the board that will benefit myself nor anyone in my immediate or extended family. No member of my family or extended family is involved in any lawsuits against the state or the Department of Fish and Game. And Madam Chairman, I believe this statement to be true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Are there any board questions? Seeing none, I rule that you can fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Mackenzie Mitchell, and I have resided in Alaska since 2010. My immediate family consists of my mother and 2 brothers, all of whom reside outside of Alaska. In addition, I do not have any relatives that are from Alaska, reside in Alaska, or are involved with Alaska's fisheries. I will receive a stipend for service on the Board of Fisheries, and I do receive the permanent fund dividend as a resident of Alaska. I annually purchase a resident sport fish, hunt, and trap license for personal hunting and fishing recreation in the state. I teach economics and recreation management courses at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I am currently taking an aviation maintenance technician course. In addition to my work with the university, I work seasonally for hunting and fishing outfitters across the state, serving roles as sport fishing guide and hunting guide under my registered guide outfitter license, sport fishing guide license, and merchant mariner credential. In 2020 and 2021, I guided fishing charters in Prince William Sound in the Gulf of Alaska while basing out of the Port of Valdez. In years prior to 2020, I guided fishing charters in the Gulf of Alaska basing out of the Kodiak Islands. I did not guide any sport fish charters in 2022. I hold a commercial pilot certificate and flight instructor certificate and occasionally work providing flight instruction. I hold 2 business licenses in the state of Alaska, one for an air taxi service and one for a hunting and fishing outfitter company. Only the hunting side of the outfitting company is operational at this time, but it is my intent to, at some point, operate a sport fishing company in the South Central Sport Fish area. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family are members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the Department of Fish and Game, or where the state, the board, or the department is party to the lawsuit. I do not believe that I have any conflicts with the matters before us, and I certify that to the best of my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I rule you may fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's John Jensen. I'm a small business owner and commercial fisherman residing in Petersburg, Alaska. I own and operate a recreational skiff rental business and a marine storage facility. As a commercial fisherman, I hold permits in the red king and tanner crab fisheries of southeast Alaska. Other business interests include a partnership in our real estate investment company, JHD Real Estate Investments, LLC. My wife Pam works part-time as an administrative clerk for the Petersburg Municipal Power and Light Department of the Petersburg Borough. I receive a stipend from the state of Alaska as a member of Board of Fish, and I am also a member of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and receive compensation. We receive the annual permanent fund dividends of Alaska. I'm a lifelong resident of Alaska, and traditionally my family and I have always enjoyed hunting and sport fishing. I participate in personal use fisheries when time allows. There are 3 members of my immediate family that are directly involved in the commercial fishing industry of Alaska. My oldest son, Jeremy, is a commercial fisherman. He owns and operates his own fishing vessel and holds permits in the following areas: Southeast Alaska golden king crab, and in Bristol Bay salmon gillnet. He occasionally participates in the Southeast tanner and red king crab fisheries. He is not a permit owner. My younger son, Sam, is a commercial fisherman. He participates as a crewman in Bristol Bay. And in Southeast Alaska, he owns permits for the southern Southeast Alaska herring, roe, and kelp, and dives for sea cucumbers in the winter. My brother, Mark, is a commercial fisherman. He holds permits in Southeast Alaska, a drift gillnet permit, and a hand troll permit. He also has a Dungeness crab permit and southern Southeast herring, roe, and kelp permit. And with that being said, I do believe I'm conflicted out on ACRs 2 and 3 because of my brother Mark's participation in both of those fisheries. I don't believe I have any other conflicts with the matters before us, and I certify that to the best of my knowledge, my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any questions? Mr. Wood.
John, your brother's involvement that gives rise to the conflict, he's actually operating within the fishery that is subject to those ACRs?
Presently, he's trying to sell his Dungeness crab permit, and he thought he had it sold this summer, but the money didn't come through. He didn't participate in the fishery, either the summer fishery or the fall fishery, and he's still waiting for payment for the permit. So he actually didn't participate in the fishery this summer, and I don't think he's hand-trolled for at least the last 10 years that I know, and he would never go up to the spot that they're referring to in ACR number 3. Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Jensen, I rule that you are conflicted on ACR 2 and ACR 3 and may fully participate in all the other matters before the board. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In compliance with AS 3952, I'm John Wood, residing in Willow, Alaska. I have 2 adult children from my first marriage that currently live in the Austin, Texas area. My wife, Mary Wood, and I have an adult child who lives in Willow, Alaska. None of the 3 children is involved in fishing-related work or business. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska after serving in the Alaska court system, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, and as staff to the Alaska State Legislature. I also receive Social Security benefits and the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as does my wife. I am also on contract with the state of Alaska on an hourly as-needed basis, totally unrelated to any fishing issues. I fish recreationally, and I will receive a stipend for service on this Board of Fisheries. My wife, Mary, is now retired. She is administrator of a trust composed of assets, none of which are related to any fish business. Neither I nor my wife or children have any interest in any business or organization related to fish resources or in any ACRs that may be considered by this board. There are no interests of a personal or financial nature that I nor any members of my immediate family has that may be affected by any of the ACRs to be considered by this board. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family are members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the Department of Fish and Game, or where the state, the board, or the department is a party to the lawsuit. Certified to the best of my knowledge, the statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Are there any board questions? Seeing none, I rule you may fully participate on all of our agenda items at this meeting. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am a lifelong Alaskan and have resided in Homer since 1975. I'm no longer a commercial fisherman, nor am I elsewhere employed. I do receive an annual PFD and will receive an honorarium for service here on the board. My wife is still an occasional school teacher, and my daughter Hannah works as an advocate for some mariners and marine issues as an employee of the company Ocean Strategies. No other member of my family is employed in a manner that is affected by actions of the Board of Fisheries. I do have 2 conflicts of interest in parts of the board's ACR agenda and the cod proposals that will be heard in this October meeting. Because my 2 children and my brother Paul do own Cook Inlet salmon drift gillnet permits, any outcome of deliberation on the ACRs that deal with Eastside Cook Inlet salmon set gillnet issues has the potential to have a financial impact on the drift gillnet fishery and the value of those drift gillnet permits. No other ACRs in front of the board would rise to a conflict level for me. As a lobbyist for some under 60-foot pot boats, my daughter Hannah intends to represent her clients on proposals 5 and 6 dealing with Pacific cod. The rest of the cod proposals are of little concern to her or her clients. As a result, the remaining cod proposals do not generate any ethics conflicts for me. Neither myself nor any member of my extended family is involved with any lawsuit with the state of Alaska, the Department of Fish and Game, or the Board of Fisheries. And I do hereby swear that the above statement is true and correct.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Mike, on the ACRs dealing with the set net subject matter, you stated that it would possibly impact the value of the permit itself. Are you basing that upon the board action or based upon what you project to be what the market may or may not do?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I believe it's a downstream issue of what would happen in a regulatory change that changed the escapement model for the rivers, Kasilof and Kenai. Those would have a direct impact on the fisheries time meted out to the drift fishery that's part of that. That could directly affect both the revenue stream and the value of those permits, although it is down the road and it is a theoretical impact that might arise out of deliberations on that.
And I'm all for full disclosure, and I appreciate you going to the extent that you have. My question is more towards whether that proposed action or perceived action would be the result of the board taking action, or would it be the result of something other than the board taking action?
Mr. Wood, I do believe that the purview of that decision might very well fall under the commissioner's discretion as opposed to the board action in and of itself, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes total sense. I don't have any more questions. I have comments if when it gets to that point.
Any other questions? And just, I have a question for you, Mike, and for clarification, you, in terms of the ACRs that you believe you may have a conflict on, are you specifically talking about the entire suite of Upper Cook Island salmon ACRs, ACR 11 through 20?
Madam Chair, to the best of my recollection, almost all of those ACRs have to deal with the set net fishery that occurs between the Kiski and the Nilchik. And so, yes, I think I would be conflicted out of those on the basis of which I initially stated, not on the basis of which Mr. Wood asked me, though.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Appreciate the disclosures. Mr. Peterson, do you have any comment or?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Mitchell?
I was a little unclear there. Member Heimbach, are you conflicting out of proposals 5 and 6 as well?
That's a very direct, bright line problem for me, yes, on those two. Yes, I'd be conflicted out, yes.
We'll go through that when we are in the Pacific Codfish meeting. Mr. Wood?
Just comments, not questions. The action of the board is what the decision is based upon, or whether conflict exists or doesn't exist. I think it's clear that the east side set netters, were it not for the OEG not being met, would be fishing to the full extent allowed by the regulations. It's only when the OEG wasn't met that indeed the trigger, so speaking, was set, and they were prohibited from doing so. Some of the ACRs address this in different ways. What I have an issue with, and I'm not going to ask Mike if he feels he has a conflict, I'm not going to argue with him. He's the one that makes that internal decision. But as far as a board member, I don't see that there is a conflict on the board action being taken. Now, if the commissioner subsequently changes something by emergency order, that's on the department. It's not on the board. And I'm basing my feelings on board action as opposed to any other party's action. So I don't feel that he would be conflicted out. I'm only putting that on the record for the chair's edification when she makes her decision.
Any other additional discussion? Given the discussion, I think the board action before us is whether or not, to accept an ACR, that is a board action. If Mr. Heimbach has conflicted himself out on that front, then I'm going to rule that he recuse himself for ACRs 11 through 20. And he may participate fully in all the other matters before us on this agenda, and I appreciate your mention of the Pacific Cod proposals, and I'll ask that you put those on the record when we enter into that meeting as well. Any other discussion? All right. Mr. Jensen.
May I ask our legal advisor a question, Mr. Peterson?
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peterson, I had a question along the lines of Mr. Wood. When we work on the ACRs, all we're doing is we're either going to take it up or not take it up. We're not going to be doing any regulatory work on the proposals one way or the other. All we're going to do is either turn it down or take it up and then schedule it for another meeting to work on it and make a regulation on it. So when we're dealing with ACRs, you're not doing any regulatory work. So shouldn't everybody be able to participate?
Well, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Jensen, through the chair. No, taking action on an ACR is an official action. And if you would be conflicted from the underlying proposal for which that ACR is presented, then, and this has been consistent throughout many, many years of board meetings, then the member is also conflicted from participating in taking official action on an ACR related to that subject matter.
Okay, I just wanted to see how they're connected. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for those clarifications. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Wise. I currently reside in the Meadow Lakes area of Wasilla, Alaska. I am currently employed as President and CEO of Three Bears Alaska. My wife is also employed by Three Bears Alaska as the Director of Pharmacies. I receive a monthly commission from Amsoil Inc. as a rep. Both my wife and I have family trusts from which we withdraw funds from time to time. Both she and I receive the State of Alaska Permanent Dividend Fund, and I will receive a stipend for my service on this board. Neither I, my wife, my employer, or anyone related to me have any financial interest in fisheries. Similarly, neither my wife, employer, or anyone related to me are involved in any lawsuits with the State of Alaska, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the Board of Fisheries. This information is true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in the agenda items before us at this meeting. Thank you. And with that, I will turn the mic or the gavel over to the Vice Chairman, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. May we have your ethics statement, please?
Sure can. My name is Marit Carlson Van Dort. I was born and raised in Alaska. I currently reside in Anchorage. I am currently employed as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Far West Incorporated, which is the village corporation for Chignik Bay, formed under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. I am also a shareholder in Bristol Bay Native Corporation and in Kodiak, which is the Angska Regional Corporation for Kodiak. My significant other is a heavy equipment operator and member of the International Brotherhood of Operating Engineers, number 302. Both he and I receive State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividends. I will receive a stipend for my service on this board. Neither he nor I nor my employer have any financial interest in fisheries. Similarly, neither he nor I nor my employer are involved with any lawsuits of the State of Alaska, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, or the Board of Fisheries, and this information is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Questions or comments, board members? Seeing none, I rule you can participate fully in the matters before us and return the gavel back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you much. All right. I think next item on our agenda is committees, but before we get to that, I believe Mr. Nelson has a comment on some COVID precautions. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief one. While the last few years of the pandemic are behind us, we can still take reasonable precautions to protect ourselves and others. Masks aren't required at these meetings, but I encourage anyone who wants to wear a mask to do so, especially people who might have greater health risks from a COVID infection. A respectful workplace includes respecting everyone's individual choice in how to safeguard their own health. Near the entrance, we have masks and sanitizing wipes, and there are bottles of hand sanitizer throughout the meeting room. I encourage everyone to use those if you'd like. If someone from the public is experiencing cold or flu-like symptoms, we strongly encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to view or listen to the meeting online and help minimize the spread of any illness. Lastly, there is the risk of this meeting being brought to a standstill if board members or key staff become ill. This process is important to all of us. Let's get back to business, but do what we can to take reasonable precautions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate that. And so we will go ahead and talk about our board committees and our task forces. On the agenda, there's a list of the standing committees and the special committees that are active with the Board of Fisheries, and we'll just do a brief update on those committees. With respect to the Committee on Committees, I am the chair of that. There was no meeting and nothing significant to report on the Committee on Committees. On the committee for the Board of Fisheries, Board of Game, Chair Mitchell, are there anything to report?
The Board of Fish and the Joint Board of Fish and Board of Game will be meeting at some point this year to discuss scheduling a meeting for 2024. But other than that, they have not met.
Ms. Tibbles, do you want to speak to the memo on the joint board? That'd be great. Thank you.
Just for board members' reference, under the miscellaneous tab in your RC1 binders, for the agenda items 4 and 5, there is a copy of this memo that Ms. Tibbles is going to speak to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just a quick highlight of some expected work for the Board of Game and Board of Fisheries Committee. We are in the planning phases of a joint board meeting. The last time the joint board met was in March 2019. At that time, they said they had expressed an intent to schedule joint board meetings every 5 years, so that would be coming up in 2024. The planning process for that would be that Mr. Nelson and I work with the committee members from the Board of Fisheries. Members from the Board of Game are Chairman Burnett, Mr. Albaret, and Mr. Lynn Keough. We would schedule 1 to 2 planning meetings this winter, maybe November, December, or early January, to discuss the topics for the call for proposals for the joint board and the timeline, location, things like that, address any questions or concerns the committee members have. And then each committee would report back to the full board a recommendation for a joint board meeting. And the process for actually calling a joint board meeting is set in statute. That is, one board may call a joint board committee, or the commissioner can call a joint board committee. And then there is one other responsibility of the boards with regards to the committee. With a change of administration or a change in commissioner, it's the board's responsibility to provide names to the governor. If there were any changes coming up with the election, that we would work with the joint board to work through that process as well. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Quick question for you. Is there a set schedule that the joint boards typically meet, or is it just, when
Prior,
as
thank you.
needed?
Through the chair. Prior to 2019, there was not a set schedule. They met approximately every 7, 8, 9 years. The memo does have a list of past meetings. That list of meetings is primarily regulatory meetings, but it also includes some of the commissioner selection meetings. That's why at 2019, we brought that to the joint board's attention that there's not a regular schedule. It's a benefit of the public perhaps to know like when they could submit a proposal concerning regulations under the authority of the joint board. And just quickly, those regulations concern the advisory committee system and the subsistence procedures, including non-subsistence areas. And on that note, the subsistence procedures were last discussed in front of the joint board in 2013. At the 2019 joint board meeting, the joint board addressed only the advisory committee regulations. So under miscellaneous business in 2019, the joint board agreed that it would be good to hold joint board meetings roughly every 5 years, but to alternate, but only, every 5 years for advisory committee regulations. But with regards to the subsistence regulations, which requires a significant amount of work for the department, the subsistence section, they agreed that that would be more appropriate to do every 10 years. And part of their discussion at that time was aligning it with the timing of the U.S. Census as well, so.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Tibbles? Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions on the joint board? Moving on to the State Federal Subsistence Board, that chair was Mr. Godfrey, who is no longer on this board and is currently vacant. And as far as I know, that committee did not meet, and there's no report to give at this time. With respect to the State and Federal Subsistence Committee, oh, that was Mr. Godfrey, I believe. Did I just do that one? Yes. Okay, sorry. Habitat Committee. That chair was formerly Mr. Walton, and that chair has been chair has been vacated since his resignation. The Habitat Committee did not meet, and there is nothing to report. That goes next to the Joint Protocol Committee. That chair is Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We had a meeting October 13th of this year, and the committee makeup is on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council side is Angel Drobnika, Kenny Down, and Andy Mesro, and on Alaska Board of Fisheries side, it's myself, Ms. Carlson Van Dort and Mike Heimbach. I had the pleasure of being the chair. Every time we have a meeting, we go back and forth between the two groups, and this time I happened to get the short straw for that. We had staff reports from Mark Stickert of ADF&G, a presentation on Bering Creek sea crab stock status, and it's all bad news. The snow crab fishery and all king crab fisheries are closed for the 22-23 season. For snow crab, mature biomass is the lowest in the time series, and the stock is considered overfished, which is not a good thing. A rebuilding plan is under development, and that'll come before the council in December. We'll review a draft rebuilding plan, and we'll take final action in February 2023. There's Tanner crab remained at a relatively low populations with some good sign of recruitment in the future years. Bristol Bay red king crab has a very low level of mature males and females below threshold with a poor outlook. There is no sign of incoming recruitment in the data for this. We also had a section on Pacific cod, federal Pacific cod side and the state Pacific cod side, and I think we'll hear more about that from the Fish and Game staff when we get our presentations when we start the PCOD section. Mr. Stickert provided a great overview on that, and I'm sure he's going to do another one. So with that, that's pretty much the basics of what we talked about. We had oral public testimony. We had 3 people that testified. We had committee discussion. It was most talked about the council action to conserve Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab, and including identification of these stocks as a priority conservation species. The work plan will be, like I said, worked on in December and then the final in February for snow crab. So that's the basics. It was a good meeting. We were done by about noon, and that's the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Are there any questions for Chair Jensen on the Joint Protocol Committee meeting? Nope. Next up is the Board Committee on Legislation. Chairman Wood, is there anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There were no meetings, but I did round robin. There is a bill that had been put in by Speaker Stutes that dealt directly with this board. And I, for one, think it is something the board should take a position on, but talking to individual members last year, they did not feel that the board should get involved in giving positions on legislation. So if that's going to be the thrust going forward, then there's no sense in having a board, or for that matter, having a committee if you're not going to move something. That particular piece of legislation would address what occurs when a conflict of interest is found on a particular member. And it broadens the ability of that member to participate up to the point where they'll still be prohibited from voting on the issue, but nonetheless can be involved in the deliberations, the discussions, and raising points. I personally, just as one member, am supportive of that action. That bill died. It did not get past the Senate. And since it was proposed by the Speaker, I presume they were not pushing that as a top priority. I don't know if it'll be reintroduced next year or not. But if it is reintroduced, I would suggest whoever chairs this legislation committee, if there is such a committee in existence, take a look at that, because I think it's something that is really beneficial to how this board operates. Because right now, as it operates, we are obliged, and I understand the ethics, but we are obliged to conflict off some of the people who have the most direct and most thorough knowledge of the subject matter that was being discussed. And I would like to get the benefit of their experience, et cetera, so that we make a more informed decision. I understand them not being able to vote. I don't have any issue with that at all. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any other comments or questions with respect to the Legislation Committee? Seeing and hearing none, that brings us to the Hatchery Committee. I am chairing the Hatchery Committee. It's a full board committee. The full board is a member of the Hatchery Committee. The Hatchery Committee did meet on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022, here in Anchorage. It was immediately following, I believe it was the statewide meeting. And the full board at the time participated. There was several staff reports that were delivered on the Alaska Fishery Enhancement Program, production trends and planning efforts, sport fishery enhancement, salmon ecology program, and an overview of scientific understanding of salmon competition at sea. There was also a presentation on statewide fish and shellfish health program in Alaska, particularly with respect to mitigating disease risks to wild and cultured stocks. And then we were also briefed on the Alaska Hatchery Research Program. The Department of Law at that meeting also gave us a reminder to the extent of which the Board of Fisheries has authority over hatcheries. I think that's always a helpful reminder. The summary of this meeting is RC4. It's not in your packets, but it is available. And then there was an open forum discussion that was held, and there was a handful of questions that were considered, and just kind of opened it up to the public to comment on, and the board, we kind of had a nice roundtable back and forth discussion. A couple of the questions were, is hatchery research in Alaska adequately independent? Is hatchery research needed to specifically address the impact of hatchery fish has on other salmon and species in the marine waters? 5AAC 40.340 offers the responsibility of regional planning teams. Chiefly, that is to rehabilitate natural stocks and supplement natural production. The question surrounding that topic is, at what point do we conclude that these goals have been met or exceeded? And then lastly, I think one of the discussions that I really benefited from was, is the Hatchery Committee an effective and useful forum? And overwhelmingly, the board members and members of the public agreed that the Hatchery Committee had value. It was a good opportunity to learn more and to continue the work of monitoring the effectiveness of hatcheries and having discussions about concerns that arise therein. We have not scheduled another Hatchery Committee meeting. I intend to do that under miscellaneous business at this meeting. So we'll be scheduling a Hatchery Committee meeting for this coming cycle. Are there any questions related to the Hatchery Committee? All right, moving on to the special committees. Special Committee on Naknek River Sport Commercial Services and Guide Fisheries. This was formerly chaired by former board member Payton. I do not believe there was any meeting of this special committee and nothing significant to report. There's a special committee on board process. I chair that one. That meeting we did not have a special committee meeting with respect to that. By and large, I feel that a lot of the board process questions that have arisen have been discussed around this table, typically under miscellaneous business. We have had some discussion about policy for, how to handle conflicts of interest when members may or may not participate, and sort of formalize that so that there's consistency in how conflicts of interest are handled. We have had some discussion around abstention votes. All these have occurred on the record at various meetings. So if there is an interest or need or a process issue that would arise to the need of being heard at a special committee, I'm happy to entertain that. But other than that, there's no specific information to report with regard to a committee meeting on board process. Questions? Lastly, the Special Committee on Fisheries Management and Research Needs, Chair Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Special Committee on Fisheries Management and Research Needs has not met, and there's nothing to report at this time.
Thank you very much. So I think, perhaps one of the things that we might also consider, and I'd be interested in board input on this, under miscellaneous business or for scheduling at a subsequent meeting this year, is kind of a discussion on some of these special committees and whether or not there is still board interest in maintaining them or if they should be dissolved. If the issues have been addressed, I think it's probably a timely conversation that we can start at some point, perhaps initially under miscellaneous business, but I would certainly want to give the public time to weigh in on any of those decisions. Certainly, I know I would benefit from that input. Any other questions, comments with respect to board committee reports? All right. Hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to agenda number 5, which is standing committee assignments. We'll go ahead and take a short break, and I would just ask that if there's any members that have burning interest in any of the standing or special committees at this time, to let me know. Thank you. We'll take about a 15-minute break. It is 9:45. And I've got some new 2022, 2023 standing committee assignments. I'll read through them right now. All right, committees. The Committee on Committee will be chaired by myself and will also include membership of Mr. Jensen and Mr. Wood. The Joint Board of Fisheries Board of Game Committee will be chaired by Ms. Mitchell and will include Mr. Weitz and Mr. Carpenter. The Committee on Federal and State Subsistence will be chaired by Mr. Weitz and will include Ms. Mitchell and myself. The Committee on Habitat will be chaired by Mr. Carpenter and will include Mr. Wood and Mr. Weitz. The Joint Board National Pacific Fisheries Marine Council Protocol Committee will be chaired by Mr. Jensen and will include Mr. Heimbuch and myself. The Legislation Committee will be chaired by Mr. Heimbuch and will include Mr. Wood and Mr. Carpenter. The Hatchery Committee will be chaired by myself and will include all members. With respect to the special committees, the Naknek River Sport Committee Services and Guide Fisheries Special Committee will be chaired by Mr. Weitz and will include Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Heimbuch. The Special Committee on Board Process will be chaired by Mr. Wood and will include myself and Mr. Jensen. The Special Committee on Fisheries Management and Research Needs will be chaired by Ms. Mitchell and will include Mr. Wood and Mr. Carpenter. Are there any questions, discussions, consternation, heartburn? All right. Seeing and hearing none, those are the committee assignments for 2022 and 2023. The next item on the agenda was a placeholder for an executive session if it was needed. I do not believe an executive session is necessary at this time, at this work session, so we'll go ahead and we'll move on to staff reports. And we'll give you guys a second to get set up, and we'll start with the ADF&G memos on escapement goals and stocks of concern for Bristol Bay, Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, and Chignik, and the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a brief statement prior to going into these presentations. The next agenda item includes presentations from our staff related to escapement goals and stocks of concern for the upcoming Alaska Board of Fisheries cycles. The purpose of these presentations is to highlight the department's escapement goal review for salmon stocks in each management area and convey the department's recommendations for any stocks of concerns in advance of the upcoming board meetings. Since December of 2018, interdivisional salmon escapement goal review committees, including staff from the divisions of both commercial fisheries and sport fisheries, reviewed existing salmon escapement goals for each in-cycle management area. The reviews are based on the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries and the policy for statewide salmon escapement goals. The escapement goal memos represent a summary of the department's findings and include a description of sustainable and biological escapement goals the department intends to modify or maintain prior to the 2023 fishing season. The stock of concern memos are a summary of the department's evaluation of recent salmon escapement levels compared to the Sustainable Salmon Fishery Policy stock of concern criteria. At this meeting, the department is seeking concurrence with the department's stock of concern recommendations and input on contents of draft action plans for stock of concerns. These action plans will be presented during the upcoming regulatory meetings. So, Madam Chair and members of the board, unless you have any questions at this time, I will ask our research coordinators to provide you the escapement goal and stocks of concern updates for each of the management areas in this regulatory cycle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Director Abung. I just will direct members' attentions to RC3. These reports are located in that binder, and I will go ahead and turn it over to staff. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jack Erickson, and I'm a Fisheries Research Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries in South Central Alaska. With me today is Tim McKinley. Tim is my counterpart with the Division of Sport Fish in South Central and Westward Alaska. Today, we will be summarizing the recent review of escapement goals and stocks of concern in the Bristol Bay management area. Between November of 2020 and February of 2021, the Salmon Escapement Goal Review Committee, including staff from the divisions of commercial fisheries and sport fish, reviewed existing salmon escapement goals for Bristol Bay. The review was based on the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries, as well as the policy for statewide salmon escapement goals. During the escapement goal review, the committee determined the appropriate goal type for each salmon stock with an existing goal and considered other monitored exploited stocks without existing goals. Based on the quality and quantity of the available data, the committee then determined the most appropriate methods to evaluate and set escapement goals. For the most part, the review reanalyzed only those goals with recent data that could potentially result in substantially different escapement goals from the previous review, or those that could be goals that might be eliminated or established. I ask that you now refer to RC3 Tab 1. The Bristol Bay Management Area Escapement Goal Memo. This describes the current status of the escapement goals for Bristol Bay. And on page 4 of this memo, there is a table with our 13 current escapement goals and the year they were adopted. Give you a second here. That's RC3 Tab 1, page 4. We'll start off with king salmon. For this review, a run reconstruction was developed for Nushagak River king salmon for brood years 1966 through 2012. As part of this run reconstruction and stock recruit analysis, the department corrected some errors in harvest data that was used to develop the current goal, and then attempted to address the uncertainty in the proportion of king salmon indexed by our sonar. 4 different time series of spawner recruit data were analyzed, and several recommendations were made to potentially improve the reconstruction model. Due to the extensive data collection required to further improve our confidence in this run reconstruction, the committee recommends that the current escapement goal not be changed at this time. The department will continue the development of a run reconstruction model and a stock recruit analysis and present the results and our escapement goal recommendation prior to the next board cycle. Both written and oral reports describing our current run reconstruction will be provided to the board at the Bristol Bay regulatory meeting in November. Moving on to sockeye. For this review, we updated the sockeye salmon genetic harvest allocations and extended the time series of data through 2020 to assess if 8 recent years of returns would provide additional information to modify the existing escapement goals. We updated the stock recruit analyses from this effort, and they were similar to the stock recruit analysis presented to the board back in 2012, when the majority of the current goals were adopted. Since 2012, Bristol Bay sockeye salmon runs have been very productive, and several stocks, most notably Egan, Naknek, and Wood Rivers, have experienced record or near record runs as well as escapements. While some goals could be revised, the committee recommends no changes to the current goals at this time, and the department will assess the returns from these large escapements over the next 3 to 6 years. This pending return information may warrant revising escapement goals during the next or subsequent board cycles. Moving on to pink, coho, and chum salmon. The committee concluded that updating the analysis for these stocks would not likely result in substantially different escapement goals. Therefore, the committee recommends no changes to these goals at this time either. And at this time, I'll move on to our stock of concern recommendations for Bristol Bay. During the 2020 escapement goal review process, all salmon stocks in Bristol Bay were examined by the Escapement Goal Review Committee for potential stocks of concern. The committee identified Nushagak River king salmon and Nushagak River chum salmon as candidates for stock of concern designation. I ask that you now refer to Table 1 on page 5 of RC3, Tab 2. This shows the recent escapements of all Bristol Bay salmon stocks with escapement goals that the committee reviewed as candidates for stock of concern designation. The shaded cells identify years in which escapements were below the escapement goals that were in place at the time of the assessment. Specifically now, Nushagak king salmon. The current sustainable escapement goal for Nushagak River king salmon is 55,000 to 120,000 fish. This goal range was established back in 2013. A recent assessment of Nushagak River king salmon using a sonar indicate that this stock has failed to achieve the in-river goal of 95,000 fish in 5 of the last 6 years. Because of the uncertainty in the sonar-based assessment, failure to achieve the in-river goal was the primary criterion that staff used to assess whether the chronic inability to achieve a specified management objective as the in-river goal was not achieved by a substantially higher degree than 95,000 fish. Additionally, the escapement goal, the SEG of 55,000 to 120,000 was likely not met in 3 or more years in the past 6. Similarly, harvests for this stock have been lower than the historical average since 2008. Given the uncertainty of the assessment, using the SEG as the metric for stock of concern, that's less clear to us. However, when combined with the chronic inability to meet the in-river goal, even with specific management measures, staff consensus was that this warrants stock of management concern status at this time. Between now and the regulatory meeting, staff will be preparing a draft action plan that will identify potential management actions that could be implemented to rebuild this stock, as well as objective criteria for determining when Nushagak River king salmon could be delisted as a stock of management concern. This time then I'd like to move on to Nushagak chum. The department considered but does not recommend Nushagak River chum salmon be designated a stock of management concern. If you refer to RC3 tab 2 for the recent chum escapements, you can see the recent data. In many recent years, this stock exhibited high escapements that were well above the current lower bound SEG of 200,000 fish. However, from 2020 through 2022, escapement estimates for this stock were below the lower bound SEG. Assessing whether there exists a chronic inability to achieve an escapement goal is the key in the decision of whether to recommend a salmon stock for stock of concern status meets it or not. The policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries defines chronic inability as the continuing or anticipated inability to meet escapement thresholds for 4 to 5 year period, which is approximately the generation time of most salmon species. The department acknowledges the decrease in Nushagak River chum salmon harvest and escapement estimates for these last 3 years. The stock has consistently met its SEG every year prior to 2019, and chum salmon stocks have shown a similar pattern throughout western Alaska. But because this stock met its SEG twice within the last 5 years, and chum salmon stocks in western Alaska have historically shown rapid recovery over periods of low productivity, staff consensus was that Nushagak River chum salmon does not warrant stock of concern status at this time. In summary, for Bristol Bay, this comprehensive review of 13 existing escapement goals resulted in the recommendation to maintain all current escapement goals and to recommend that Nushagak River king salmon be designated a stock of management concern. Oral and written reports concerning Bristol Bay management area escapement goals, the Nushagak River king salmon run reconstruction, and stock status will all be presented to the board in November. The department will also present that draft action plan to the board at the regulatory meeting. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Chairman, members of the board, that concludes our escapement goal and stock of concern update for the Bristol Bay Management area. And at this time, Tim and I would be willing to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board questions? Mr. Heimbach.
Just one question. Median size of king salmon in the Nushagak River over the last 5 or 6 years, has there been any departure or measurements over the last 10 years to give us any kind of picture of size of maturity here now?
I don't have that, through the chair, I don't have that information at my fingertips at this time. We can look that up, but I strongly suspect we've seen a decrease in sizes. We've certainly seen some decreases in sizes of the sockeye. I suspect a similar pattern is probably seen for our kings as well. Thank you.
Follow-up.
Also, for outmigration for smolt out of both the Wood and the Nushagak, any changes in outmigration sizes of smolt?
Through the chair, we don't monitor smolt outmigration. We don't have that tool at our hands to monitor and assess smolt outmigration or size. So at this time, no information to share you on the changes in those sizes. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Raised an interesting point on the smolt out migration. Does the department conduct such a study on any of the area rivers out that way?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, no, at this time we do not do any outmigration studies. We've done them in the past through the Bristol Bay Research Institute. There's been some studies on the Ugashik and I believe the Quechak in the last 15 years, but it's not a long-term assessment that we have ongoing within the department.
What would it take to have the department aggressively look at conducting such studies?
It would take additional staff and money, as like everything else. You would have to set up a crew, get them out there and established before the salmon season, because that happens before we start monitoring. In the past, those crews, it would basically extend the field seasons probably on I would say a month plus on the front end side with a different crew, different equipment, a much longer field season.
So if I hear you correctly, it is just a matter of money and people. You know how to do it, you just need the resources.
Certainly, we have the expertise, and it's been done before in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Erickson, just a quick question about the Nushagak king salmon escapement numbers. I had the opportunity to go out to Bristol Bay this year and actually go up to the Nushagak sonar site. And it was quite interesting. I had been around other sonar sites before, but one of the things that I was looking at when I was up there, and I had the opportunity to speak, I believe, with Mr. Sands in Bristol Bay while I was there, was the way the sonar site is set up. There's a specific way they actually enumerate kings past the sonar. One of the things that I observed was it's probably not the best way to figure out what the actual escapement is past that sonar. And he mentioned that there was a possibility that there was some post-season aerial surveys that would be done to actually validate what the sonar escapements actually showed. Do you know that if that happened, and does that happen on an annual basis?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, you're exactly right as you're explaining doing aerial surveys. For the last several years, we've been doing aerial surveys to look at another tool to assess Chinook king salmon within the drainage. So we're using that as part of our run reconstruction. And at the November meeting, one of our staff will be presenting a report that incorporates both the sonar, the aerial surveys, and pass to try to build a better idea of what we think that passage is. So we'll have that for you at the next meeting, part of our presentation.
All right, thank you.
I had one question related to Nushagak River Coho. And I was just noting in Table 1 on page 3 that You did not meet the SEG or the in-river goals in 2019, followed by 3 subsequent years of no surveys. Why weren't those surveys done?
That's Madam Chair, that was a financial decision that the department had to make. We no longer, coho come back later in the season, and with our funding and staff availability, we have looked at that as being a lower priority in terms of where we can assess, so we have discontinued enumerating coho salmon. It would require us to add probably another month onto the end of our surveys for the Nushagak.
So given the trends that you see in the king salmon and the chum salmon with the not meeting escapement goals in the last, 3-4 years, is there any concern about the coho salmon not meeting escapement goals either, and then not having any data to support any decisions for the board or the Department for Management?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, we have no data or indication that reports that there's been a decrease in coho that I'm aware of in that system. That's unfortunate, we don't have that ability to assess it, but that's the reality, is that we don't have any tools right now to enumerate it or base a decision on in terms of coho production on that system.
When you say you don't have tools to enumerate it, you enumerated it in 2019.
When I mean tools, I mean the
funds.
labor and the funds, yes.
Okay. Mr. Avon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to clarify that funding decisions are made at the governor's office and the legislature, and we don't get to choose what we get funded for. We just do what we have funding for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Understood. I guess I would just note on the record that if we have depressed stocks across multiple species in this system and an indicator in 2019 that they were below, that might be a priority in terms of what the department may continue or consider advocating for in terms of funding. Mr. Wood?
I'm not so sure. I'm about to say something different than what you just did. Based upon at least my past experience with Senate Finance and with the governor's office, they do give a great deal of credibility of what the department requests in their budgetary process. So I understand the mechanics you just described, but the reality of the situation is if the department presents a budget with certain items in it, it has a leg up on passing the legislative process. And I just wanted to put that on the record. It's not just sitting out there isolated that the governor somehow magically comes up with a figure, and that's what you got to live with.
Mr. Avon?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on that, in the last 3 years, our instructions have been to come up with a list of reductions totaling X amount of dollars every year. And our metric has been in-season management decisions. So then the governor's office chooses from that list what to include as a reduction, and then the legislature does what it does. We have not been asked what our priorities for research have been or for assessment have been, at least in the last 3 years. We have not been given an opportunity to say what we need in addition to what we're doing already. So I just want to get that clarified on the record. These have been austere times financially. Thank you.
Fair enough, Mr. Abung. I appreciate that. And certainly from the board perspective, I'm sure you guys have a running priority or wish list of research needs and priorities, and I think that would be a good opportunity for our committee to explore and perhaps provide some recommendation and or communication with the governor or the legislature. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are the catches down for cohos in the Bristol Bay area overall?
The chair, Mr. Jensen, I don't have that information. We can look that up for you, what the coho catches have been in the commercial catch here, but I don't have that information available for you right now.
I didn't see it in the information presented. I was just curious if you might have that. I could probably dig it up myself, but just wondering what the catch levels were in the last 3 years where you didn't have surveys. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for your report, appreciate it. That will bring us to Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, and Chignik. And I'm assuming RC3, tab 3?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Schaberg. I'm the Region 4 Finfish Research Supervisor for Commercial Fisheries. With me is Tim McKinley, Sportfish Regional Research Coordinator for Region 2. Today, we will present the Escapement Goal Memo for the Chignik and Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands management areas. The previous Escapement Goal reviews for Area L and Area M occurred in 2018. For the 2020 review, 3 additional years of data, 2018 to 2020, were available. And due to delay in the board meeting, an additional year was available to evaluate Chignik River sockeye salmon. Based on these new data, the team determined if there was enough new information to review existing goals or create new goals for systems that do not have goals. We will start with Area L, the Chignik management area. During this review, there is no compelling evidence to add systems that currently do not have goals. There is only one goal for king salmon in Area L, one king salmon goal in Area L. The team determined the Chignik River king salmon goal did not warrant further review as it was investigated during the last cycle, and the new data were in the range of previous years. It would not add more information. For Chignik area sockeye salmon, the team discussed and advised discontinuing separate escapement goals for the early and late runs in favor of a single Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goal. Analysis of new information indicated notable changes to the rearing habitat and life history strategies of Chignik River sockeye salmon. The team found revising the 2 separate Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals to a single BEG of 450,000 to 800,000 fish was appropriate. Results from 2 time series of data were used for this escapement goal analysis. The revised lower bound of 450,000 fish is based on the estimate of SMSY using the 1998 to 2013 time series. These years were of lower production and may be more indicative of conditions that will be encountered in the near future. Using the 1998 to 2013 time series, the lower bound of 450,000 fish was also supported by a zooplankton biomass model for Chignik Lake, where juvenile early and late run fish rear together and compete for resources. The revised upper bound of 800,000 fish aligns with this estimate of SMSY using the data set from 1983 to 2013. These breed years provide better insight into the overall variability in stock production and potential yield in the future. I would like to note that this analysis is a culmination of 5 or more years of data revision and model development and is reflective of changing conditions and understanding of stock dynamics, not due to recent depressed abundances. There are currently no escapement goals for coho salmon in the Chignik management area. Pink and chum salmon goals reviewed and revised in 2015. The team determined that because the additional years of data were within the range of past observations, analyses were not warranted at this time. That concludes the review of Chignik management area salmon stocks, and I will now move to Area M, the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands management area. During this review, there was no compelling evidence to add systems that currently do not have goals. Within Area M, there is only one king salmon escapement goal for Nelson River, and 2 coho salmon escapement goals for Nelson and Ilnik rivers. There was no compelling information to indicate that these goals needed further review. 6 of the 13 escapement goals for sockeye salmon in Area M were formally analyzed in 2020 using standard percentile analyses. They are Ilnik and Sandy rivers, Christensen and Mortenson's lagoon, and Orzinski and Thin Point lakes. For Ilnik River sockeye salmon, the team found increasing the current upper bound was warranted, resulting in a revised SEG range of 40,000 to 75,000 fish. For Sandy River sockeye salmon, the team found a small increase to the lower bound and a small decrease to the upper bound was warranted, resulting in a revised SEG of 37,000 to 69,000 fish. For Christensen Lagoon sockeye salmon, results of the analysis indicated reducing the current lower bound would be appropriate, resulting in revising the SEG to 23,000 to 50,000 fish. For Mortenson's Lagoon sockeye salmon, the team found reducing the SEG to 1,400 to 5,700 fish was warranted based on results. For Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon, the team found reducing the lower bound and increasing the upper bound to an SEG of 14,000 to 28,000 fish was warranted. For Thin Point Lake sockeye salmon, the team found lowering the SEG to 9,000 to 19,000 fish was warranted. The pink salmon escapement goal in Area M was revised in 2016. Recent escapement data were evaluated for indications that this goal should be further analyzed. It was observed that recent escapement estimates are within the historic range, and the review team agreed that no further analysis was necessary in 2020. Chum salmon escapement in Area M is observed with aerial surveys. There are 5 fishing districts in Area M, and escapement is aggregated for each of 2 districts on the north side and 3 districts on the south side of the Alaska Peninsula. The 3 chum salmon escapement goals on the south side of the peninsula were revised in 2018 and therefore were not reviewed. Recent escapement goals of northern and northwestern district chum salmon, however, warranted further analysis. Due to the inconsistent nature of aerial surveys throughout these districts, 2 changes were made to the analysis. The first change was to shift from using the total estimated index escapement to using peak aerial survey counts. The second was to review the historical survey data and apply criteria to reduce the number of systems included in the peak aerial survey indices. These reductions will increase the ability of the escapement goals to reveal escapement trends and make them less sensitive to unsuccessful surveys. Peak chum salmon counts in each new index system were aggregated to create a peak aerial survey index for each district. The analysis used Tier 3 percentile ranges for the northern and northwestern districts. The team found it was warranted to change the chum salmon aggregate escapement goals to an SEG of 49,000 to 132,000 fish for the northern district and an SEG of 49,000 to 133,000 fish for the northwestern district. The changes to the Chignik River sockeye salmon goals have management implications for the commercial fisheries in Area K, Area L, and Area M. That's Kodiak, Chignik, and the Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands. Current regulations direct the department to achieve the escapement goals for the early runs and late runs for Chignik, not a single sockeye salmon goal, and further define specific management actions that may be taken during the period of transition from predominantly early run sockeye salmon to late run sockeye salmon. In addition, regulations also provide guidance for the department to allow harvest of surplus early run sockeye salmon during the transition period while preserving late run escapement, to meet subsistence needs with late run fish, to prosecute Eastern District fisheries based on early run escapement, and to restrict fishing in the Western and Perryville districts based on late run strength. Regulatory language exists in the Southeast District Mainland Salmon Management Plan of Area M, which provide guidance to the department to manage fisheries based upon harvestable surplus in excess of early and late run Chignik sockeye salmon. Regulatory language also exists in the Cape Igvac Management Plan of Area K in Kodiak for the department to manage fisheries based upon harvestable surpluses in excess of early and late run Chignik sockeye salmon. The Cape Igvac Management Plan is not part of this cycle, and with the new escapement goal, there would be a disconnect between this plan and the new BG until the issue is addressed at next year's in-cycle meeting. There is only one allocative or management plan implication for Area M with the escapement goal changes, and that is for Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon. Currently in regulation, there is an escapement threshold of 25,000 sockeye salmon. Achievement of that allows for further liberalization of the gillnet fleet in the northwest setback section. When that threshold was developed, it was 5,000 fish, or 25%, above the upper bound of the current SEG. With the changes to the Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon escapement goal, the current threshold would now fall within the SEG range. That concludes our summary of the escapement goal review for the Chignik and Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands areas. In addition to more detailed oral presentation is planned for the February 23 Board of Fish meeting. Staff will also publish 2 separate reports that describe further details regarding the reviews I briefly described.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions from the board? Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. I have several, Madam Chairman, if you bear with me. The stock of concern that was voted upon by the board last year for Chignik area, did that cover both early and late run sockeye?
To the chair, no, Mr. Wood, that was just for early run sockeye. And I have not read the stock of concern memo to the record here. So, but the answer is no, it was just for early run sockeye salmon.
Okay. What impact, if any, would have by discontinuing the separate escapement goals upon that decision and formulating a management plan then for the early run?
So we have discussed how that would be handled. The department is working on language that would need to be altered in regulations due to the change in escapement goals from 2 goals to 1 goal. Part of that would be delineating a time frame that would be indicative of the early run that was designated as a stock of concern. So it would be by, I don't quote me on this, by a date, August 1st, we would need to meet an escapement objective that's consistent with the current single run goal.
When is it all these ideas will come to, here's what we're presenting?
That will be at the regulatory meeting.
Pardon me?
At the regulatory meeting, we'll be discussing the action plans for the stock of concerns. We'll be discussing the regulation that need to be adjusted due to the change. And you'll also receive a thorough presentation on the analysis that was conducted to develop this concept.
At the last board meeting, the folks from Chignik and the folks from Area M got together, which was highly unusual, and it was very much appreciated, and came to a consensus as to how to proceed forward. And part of that consensus was a stock of concern. Why is it that it'd be advisable for us now to change basically the underlying basis of that agreement?
There's no indication that anyone's changing the underlying agreement. That's.
Well, are you, or are you not going to have an escapement goal for early run if this were adopted?
Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Wood. So the escapement goal review is based on biological assessments of the stocks, not on stocks of concerns or anything else. Staff looked at the escapement goal, the Chignik Lake system, which includes Chignik Lake and Black Lake. My understanding is, from a biological point of view, Black Lake is not producing what it did in terms of rearing capacity in the past, and Chignik Lake now seems to be driving the productivity coming out of those two systems for both the early and late run. So from a biological point of view, staff came to the conclusion that a single escapement goal may be better. Now, realize that when we have a single escapement goal, that doesn't mean that we're not going to manage to put fish into that system across the entirety of the escapement that comes in. That is, we're not going to back-end load the escapement or front-end load the escapement. We still have an obligation to put escapement in relative to the run strength. But from a biological perspective, they came to the determination that a single escapement goal is the best way to manage that system.
Here's where I'm coming from, Commissioner, if it helps you. It was like pulling teeth. I don't know why, but it was like pulling teeth to get the stock of concern for Chignik accomplished. And if indeed we're going to change the underlying format and go to a single, then there's no way, well, I shouldn't say there's no way, make it much more difficult to justify a stock of concern. We could have the early run on its deathbed, way below what they should be, and the late run picking up the slack plus, so that you never reach that 400 and whatever it is, 50,000, and you'd never be forced into making a management plan. And that's my real concern, is that I felt we had to really prompt the department to create a management plan. By the way, where are we in that with the management plan?
Director Abong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just add that this will be presented in detail at the in-cycle meeting, and I guess it's in February. When we have when we do something like this, our management plan will include interim escapement goals. So we don't discount the need for early portions of the run versus late portions of the run. And like the Commissioner said, we're not going to back-end load. That's not how we manage, and we're required to get the escapement in at the appropriate levels at all segments of the run. That said, I don't see this change in an escapement goal having any change on how we would manage in season to achieve those goals. I think that's something we discussed at length in-house to make sure that we could answer that question. We're not going to change anything about how we manage in season to achieve those goals, because we still will have an interim management goal, steps along the way, which is consistent with how we manage many other systems around the state.
Mr. Raybung, I'm just curious, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm curious, if you're going to be managing for two sort of escapement goals, why the consolidation? Why the aggregation unless it's you know, the effects on the other management plans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to manage across the run, and like was alluded to by the Commissioner, there's rearing limitations because the Black Lake, the early run stock, drops into Chignik Lake to rear. So if there's implications on what the total capacity of the system is, and which is why our scientists determine that it's probably better to manage them as one run, but with individual components that contribute to that run. I think I have staff poised and ready to fill in the gaps here if you would indulge us.
Go ahead.
Member Wood, through the chair, we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit in creating a problem where we might answer your concern. In the subsequent report that Mr. Shaberg is going to present, staff is going to recommend continuing the SACA concern, and we're going to have to adjust the language slightly, but we're going to come forward with the same recommendation that we already have on the table.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. So correct me if I'm mistaken. What I heard you say is you're not going to implement this discontinuance until such time it comes in front of this board in the regulatory meeting in February. Is that what I'm hearing?
Member Wood, could you clarify the question?
That the discontinuance of the two separate escapement goals, you're not going to implement that until you come in front of the board in February at the regulatory meeting.
The salmon season is in the summertime, so it would be, the intent is to implement that this upcoming summer, the single run escapement goal.
What would this board have to do, or does it have authority to say we don't want to see it discontinue? We want to maintain two separate escapement goals.
That would be a question that the commissioner would need to answer.
Yeah, so this is our decision on the SEG, so we're bringing this forward. We are still open to answering questions, and we look forward to a good discussion of this at the Chicknick board meeting when it's coming up. But this is our laying it on the table from our biological assessment where we think this is. I did read the public comments. I know there's a lot of concern about genetic differentiation between the early run and late run, but you know, we have a single king salmon escapement goal in the Nushiak River, and I'm sure there's many genetic distinctions between each one of those tributaries. So genetics amongst itself is not a driving factor as to how you make a escapement goal. It's really based on the biological productivity of the system. And in this case, we are concerned that Chicknick Lake productivity is really driving the rearing capacity, which is driving the productivity of that system. So our biological assessment is that a single escapement goal that's achieved over the duration of the run, that puts in proportionally the run across the entirety of its run is the best way to go.
And I'm assuming that there'll be a robust and detailed presentation of the biological assessment that was the underlying foundation of this decision presented.
Yes, that's true.
Mr. Heimbach, you've been incredibly patient. You're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually understand why we're moving to a single escapement goal. When you think about the reality is that the scientific assessment is we've had a diminished capacity for the rearing in the joint systems. We can't afford to just keep separating them out. If they're all going to rear in one lake, we really have to be cognizant of that. My question is about, can I make the assumption that the spawning habitat and the rearing habitat is different enough and segregatable enough that we can ensure the continuation of that early run, regardless if we're evaluating it as one stock? Do we have that differentiation between spawning habitat and rearing habitat that will ensure the continuation of the genetic diversity, if you will?
Yeah, so I guess the answer to that question is that's why we will continue to put fish into the system in proportion to the run. So we're going to continue to put fish into the system in the early portion of the run using that spawning capacity in the upper lake. And I'll look to staff whether they have a different answer.
That's correct. We don't necessarily separate them in our assessment process, but the rationale for this change is the rearing capacity. We do feel like Black Lake is still a successful spawning area, and it does still provide rearing opportunity through portions of the season. It's just become more and more frequent that it is not a rearing area and that those fish are moving down into Chicknick Lake, and that is reducing the resources in Chicknick Lake for both stocks.
Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, one follow-up. So I guess for the layman, we can make the assumption that we can't afford to let the strength of the second run unduly impact the carrying capacity of that entire system. It has to be balanced out now with the knowledge that they're going to be rearing in one lake. So regardless of what our desires are to keep two separate distinct stocks in their own bedrooms at night, they're not behaving like that, and we have to adjust to that somehow.
That's correct. We need to acknowledge that at times, not every year, but at times and more recently, the capacity of the single lake is what's driving the amount of production that leaves the system.
Are there other examples of management in the state where you have aggregated such large escapement goals?
So I think the answer to that is probably. We have many systems throughout the state that have distinct genetic components and they're aggregated into a single goal. There are systems that have two separate goals for an early run and a late run component, and those are generally defined by a temporal component. There's a different timing between the early run, there's a lag, and then there's a late run. I'm not sure what you mean by maybe Director.
What I mean by is you've got, escapement goals in the 350, 450, large amounts of fish in your escapement goals. I'm just wondering if other systems have been aggregated like this, that we're talking about this volume of escapement. Mr. Abung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest that many of our Bristol Bay major stocks are like that. But I would offer a real recent example of where we've done this before, and Mr. McKinley could speak to it, is in the Susitna King goals. Just recently, we did this very same thing because it made sense.
What were the escapement goals for the Susitna Kings?
They were smaller, of course, they're king salmon, but they were individual goals on individual systems. Some of those were stocks of concern. They were aggregated into index, and we're still managed for stock of concern. I think Mr. McKinley could probably give you a better explanation of that.
I understand that, and I know that there's precedent for it on much smaller systems and much smaller escapement goals. My question is specific to these large escapement goals, these large populations, hopefully large populations. And it doesn't have to be answered now. This could be something that we discuss more, but that's something that I'd be interested in having the department answer at some point.
I alluded to the Bristol Bay stocks. I mean, those are escapement goals in the millions, and they're single river goals, but we know that there's many components that make up those goals. So we do manage that way in Bristol Bay, for example.
And then my last question with respect to this is, you mentioned that the time series that you analyzed was 1998 to 2013, and I would like you to elaborate on specifically why you chose such, I guess, a relatively small time series of 15 years over a system that you have some of the longest data sets, I would imagine, in the state. It's an old fishery. And I'm also curious, in part two of that question, as to why you didn't include any of the subsequent years beyond 13 where you had some interesting things happening.
Madam Chair, without getting into a lot of detail about the analysis, because you're delving into the meat of what's going on here, we do have a lot of information. The information goes back to the 1920s. There's a lot of disparity in how much and what the quality of that information is as well. So the 2013, the end of that is because that is the last parent year that we have returning brood from. So we know how many fish that returned as adults from the 2013 brood year. So that's why the 2013 is the last year of the analysis. The two separate data sets, 1983 as the starting point for one and 1998 as the starting point for another, that was identified through an analysis where we looked at production that varies over time, called time-varying alpha production model, and it indicated that there were shifts in production along those two significant dates for both early and late runs. When we looked at those independent of one of another and combined, they both showed that in 1998, 1999, there was a shift in production. And then again in 2013, there was a shift in production. So that's why we use two separate analyses to look at the lower bound of the goal for more recent lower production information that we have, the 1998 to 2013 time period. Those are the returns that that are fresh in our mind. Those are the reduced production. Prior to that, production was higher, so we wanted to acknowledge that as far as the upper bound of the goal. We do hope and we do anticipate that we'll be back to larger production down the road, but we also need to be, not reacting all of the time to a a lack of production. So we needed to, that's why we thought about that from the lower bound perspective, using depressed production as part of the assessment.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, so we recognize this is a significant change. We recognize that there's a lot of questions with it. So again, I remind everybody that we're going to come to the Chicknick board meeting, and these questions are good because we'll embed them into our presentation as we bring it to the board. But I want everybody to understand, we're sensitive to the fact that this is a change. But again, from a biological perspective, we would be irresponsible if we didn't at least bring this and highlight it forward to the board's attention so that we can have this discussion as we move forward.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, but maybe a request, and I think it'd be helpful for me and maybe other board members during the regulatory meeting when this comes up later on this winter. But in regards to the productivity question with Black Lake, it would be interesting to see any kind of liminology that you had prior to 1999 versus what you have in a more current time frame, so that we could maybe see what the productivity changes is. It might be a little bit more helpful during the discussion, so just maybe a request, and I assume that you'll probably have that. Thank you.
Yeah, we will be touching on the limnology. There's a lot to go over for this. There's a lot that went into this. Like I mentioned, this isn't, we did this yesterday. We've been working on this for 5 or 6 years to update our data, evaluate all the biological criteria that we have out there to look at, so.
Right, and I think what I'm hearing around this table today is that there's a request for a robust presentation on all of the biological justification for the aggregation of the escapement goals.
Bring the coffee.
Or the Red Bull, whatever, yes, thank you. It goes without saying that there's, this has the potential to affect a lot of management plans, highly contentious management plans where they're balanced on a pinhead. So, the more information and the more transparent the department can be with the board in terms of how we approach this is appreciated. Any other discussion? Okay.
I have my stock of concern to read in still.
Yes, please.
Okay, now we'll present the stock of concern memo for the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, and Chignik management areas. Escapement is monitored using WEIRS or aerial surveys in both these areas. And in general, escapement goals have been achieved during the recent cycle. Only Chignik River king salmon, Chignik management area even year pink salmon, and Chignik Early Run, Mortenson Lagoon, Thin Point Lake, and Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon have recently had escapements consistently below the goals and warranted review for stock of concern designation during this cycle. The aerial survey-based goals for Chignik management area, even year pink salmon, and Mortenson Lagoon and Thin Point Lake sockeye salmon are not recommended to be designated as stocks of concern, due mostly to poor survey conditions, the inability to fully conduct surveys during the peak of escapement, and the generally increasing trend in escapement that they have exhibited. The Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon, SEG, was not met in 3 out of the past 5 years. However, in 2021 and 2022, the SEG was achieved and commercial fishing was allowed in the associated sections. The increase in abundance of sockeye salmon runs in 2021 and 2022 seen at Orzinski Lake was also experienced in other systems on the South Alaska Peninsula, and there are no indications that Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon will return in depressed numbers. The department does not recommend Orzinski Lake sockeye salmon to be designated as stock of concern. The Chignik River king salmon run has not met the biological escapement goal in 5 of the last 6 years and has seen fishery restrictions and closures aimed at conserving king salmon in 2017 and from 2019 to 2022. The department recommends that Chignik River king salmon be designated as stock of management concern. The Chignik River early run sockeye salmon have not met the BEG, 350,000 to 450,000 fish, in 4 of the past 5 years, with the BEG having been achieved in 2022. 7 months ago at the March 22 Board of Fisheries statewide shellfish meeting, as an out-of-cycle action, the board reviewed recent escapements of Chignik River early run sockeye salmon and designated as a stock of management concern. The department agrees with this designation and would have recommended it during this cycle. In summary, the department recommends listing Chignik River king salmon as a stock of management concern, and we also acknowledge the recent out-of-cycle stock of management concern designation of the Chignik River early run sockeye salmon stock by the board during the previous March statewide meeting. We are looking for input from the board to develop action plans for each of these stocks for review and approval at the regulatory meeting. This would be the time frame that we're talking about, the question that Member Wood had. There are differences in the regulations that are in place, what the action plans discussion was at the meeting in March, and where we'll be moving forward with that going forward. So we look forward to input from you guys. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions? You're getting off easy right now. Thank you. All right, moving on to AYK Salmon Escapement Goal Memo. This is tab 5, RC3.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Zachary Liller. I'm a Fisheries Research Coordinator for the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim Region, Division of Commercial Fisheries. And I'm joined here by James Saverade, who is the Research Coordinator for the Division of Sportfish, and Charles Brazil, who is the Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'll be providing a summary of RC3 Tab 5, which presents the Department's recommendations for escapement goals pertaining to the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim Region, or AYK for short. There are currently 53 escapement goals established for salmon stocks within the AYK region. Of those, there are 16 goals established for the Norton Sound Port Clarence Management Area, 2 goals established for the Kotzebue Management Area, 13 goals established for the Yukon Management Area, and 22 goals established for the Kuskokwim Management Area. All salmon escapement goals for the AYK region were evaluated during the 2023 review cycle by an interdivisional team comprised of regional staff and fishery scientists from the divisions of commercial and sport fish. Reviews were conducted with the assistance of area research and management biologists, and the focus of our review effort was to revise a subset of escapement goals for which new information was available and discontinue a subset of goals that no longer provide utility for salmon management. The review team did not consider establishing any new goals for the AYK region this cycle. I'll now summarize the recommended changes by management area, starting with the Norton Sound, Port Clarence, and Kotzebue management areas. For your reference, escapement goal recommendations for the Norton Sound, Port Clarence, and Kotzebue management areas can be found in Table 1 of RC3 Tab 5. Substantial revisions to escapement goals were implemented during the 2019 review cycle, and there have been no substantive changes to fisheries or assessment information since that time. As such, the review team is not recommending any changes to existing goals in either of these management areas. I'll now move on to the Yukon management area. For your reference, escapement goal recommendations for the Yukon management area can be found in Table 2 of RC3 Tab 5. The review team is recommending that the Chena and Salter River Chinook salmon biological escapement goals, or BEG, be revised. Both goals were established in 2001 based on a simple spawner recruitment analysis. Improved understanding of stock production is now available based on more advanced spawner recruitment and optimum yield analyses, which consider all relevant data through 2019. As such, the review team recommends the existing Chena River Chinook salmon BEG of 2,800 to 5,700 be revised to a BEG range of 3,300 to 5,700, and the existing Salter River Chinook salmon BEG of 3,300 to 6,500 be revised to a BEG range of 3,300 to 5,900. The review team is also recommending that the Delta Clearwater Coho Salmon Sustainable Escapement Goal, or SEG, be discontinued. Discontinuation of this goal is warranted because the survey counts provide an unreliable index of coho salmon escapement to the entire Yukon River, and the goal is not used to make fishery management decisions. The department will continue to monitor coho salmon escapement to the Delta Clearwater River and has undertaken efforts to improve coho salmon assessment throughout the Yukon River drainage. The recommended changes proposed by the review team for the entire Yukon management area do not have implications for existing management plans. The review team recommends that all other existing escapement goals for salmon stocks in the Yukon management area continue without revision. I'll now move on to the Kuskokwim management area. For your reference, escapement goal recommendations for the Kuskokwim management area can be found in Table 3 of RC3, Tab 5. The review team's focus during the 2023 cycle was to continue a multi-year effort to align Kuskokwim River king salmon goals with the current assessment program and fishery management needs. The review team undertook a comprehensive review of all 10 goals pertaining to king salmon within the Kuskokwim River, which included a drainage-wide SEG, 3 weir-based SEGs, and 6 aerial survey-based SEGs. The review team recommended no changes to the drainage-wide or weir-based goals, but recommended that 5 of the 6 aerial survey goals be discontinued. The aerial survey goals recommended for discontinuation are associated with the Kizaralik River, the Aniak River main stem, the Salmon River, which is a tributary of the Aniak River drainage, and the Chinitnuk and Gagaraya rivers, which are both tributaries of the Swift River. Discontinuation of these aerial survey goals is warranted because they are not used to inform fishery management decisions, and there are few, if any, management decisions that could be taken to regulate escapement to these specific tributaries. Furthermore, these aerial survey goals are highly correlated with the drainage-wide and weir-based goals that are being retained. The department will continue to prioritize conducting aerial survey flights annually. The resulting aerial survey data are important inputs to a statistical run reconstruction model used by the department to evaluate the drainage-wide escapement goal. The recommended changes proposed by the review team for the Kuskokwim management area do not have implications for existing management plans. The review team recommends that all other existing escapement goals for salmon stocks in the Kuskokwim management area continue without revision. That concludes my summary of escapement goal recommendations for the AYK region. At the upcoming AYK meeting in January, the department will present a detailed presentation and report summarizing our escapement goal review activities, recommendations, and biological justifications. At this time, James and I will address any questions that you have, and then following questions, I'll hand it over to Charles Brazil to introduce the Stock of Concern memo for the AYK region.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I read in the paper the last couple of days that AFN apparently has passed some kind of resolution dealing with the fisheries out in that area. Were you in communication with them while they were putting this thing together, the resolution together, and addressing any of the issues with chum particularly?
Through the chair, I personally was not involved with it and had any communications with the folks that attended the AFN meeting in that particular resolution. However, our staff does work very closely with stakeholder groups and advisory groups throughout the region where chum salmon topics have been raised.
Okay, the question wasn't addressed to you so much personally, but the department. Did the department work with AFN on this? I don't even know what the resolution says. I've not seen it.
The department is working with lots of people on issues related to Chinook and chum salmon run failures across western Alaska. I think this is the escapement goal piece of it here, so I think we should finish this discussion when we get into the stock of concern memo. Let's have a talk about steps forward in terms of actions where we may or may not be taking with respect to those.
Yeah,
stocks.
and I appreciate that, and I agree with proceeding in that manner.
Yeah.
But I'd like, in the interim, that you folks take a look at that resolution, see if something within that resolution could be addressed.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And perhaps this is, I mean, I'm sure I know the answer to this question, but I just kind of wanted to ask it, and I'm sure it's probably, I don't know if it's captured in any of the stock of concern discussion, but I'm assuming that those changes to the king salmon escapement goals for the Chena and the Salcha River don't have any treaty implications?
Through the chair, no, they do not have treaty implications.
Thank you.
And if I might just follow up on that, they don't have a direct treaty implication, but to the extent that we have to meet passage obligations, both at Pilot and Eagle for treaty obligations, we'll factor that in as we meet those passage obligations.
Mr. Heimbach?
Yes, just one question. Since the age of maturity is occurring across the state, is there, in your mind, a single biggest contributor? And if so, is it inshore rearing, offshore rearing? It's a pretty striking statistic that age of maturity is decreasing across the board.
Through the chair, maybe you could clarify real quickly, are you speaking specifically to Chinook salmon or salmon in general?
Excuse me, just a Chinook.
Yeah, thanks for that question. There is quite a bit of ongoing research looking specifically at both combinations of biological and environmental drivers that contribute to changes in Chinook salmon production. The department in particular works very closely with some of our partners, with NOAA and others on marine studies in particular, trying to understand those drivers. And collecting information specifically to what would be impacting changes in age and maturity. There is a fair amount of evidence that suggests for Chinook salmon in particular that whatever the contributing factor is, it seems to be playing out during either the spawning life stage, the in-river rearing life stage, or the immediate nearshore marine life stage. So it's in there that we're beginning to really focus some efforts specifically to try to understand just those types of questions.
Are you examining drivers that are not biological or environmental?
Such as?
Non-directed fisheries.
I'm sorry, say that again, I didn't hear you.
Non-targeted, non-directed fisheries.
All aspects of the data that's available to us is under consideration, but most of what I'm familiar with is focused on biological and environmental drivers.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, so what's happening in Chinook salmon across the state is something that we're looking at closely now. We're putting together a research plan to try to answer some of these questions because we're seeing, in general, reduced size at age coming back, which is having fecundity impacts on our systems. We're also seeing reduced survival and in general, lower returns. I think in general, you look across the state, it's about, like in the Copper River, we're down about 30%. So we're trying to figure out what the explanation of that is. We have pretty good escapement counts going into all of our systems. We do a very good job on that, largely, across the state. We don't really know what happens after those eggs are deposited in the gravel. We really do a fairly poor job in estimating juvenile outmigration from those systems, but there's some new technologies that are out there right now in the Columbia River that may help us understand what's happening to juvenile salmon, and we're looking at employing some of those techniques. We have instituted new research to look at the drivers that are affecting the nearshore marine survival of these fish, at least in the upper Bering Sea, northern Bering Sea portion of it, and we're extending that work into the southern Bering Sea and the Alaska Peninsula, as we have all indications that that first month and a half out to sea really drives the survival rates, not necessarily the growth rates that's happening out in the ocean. Then we participated this last year in what's happening out in the deep blue ocean, but we really don't have a very good understanding of that yet because that's a big ocean. Fish are distributed across a large range. But we are taking steps in that area. We participated in the International Year of the Salmon. We got some good information from that. We're also looking at ways to reduce high seas drift net fisheries through the council process and through the Department of State. So we're trying to piece all these puzzle pieces together to get a more complete picture. But, you know, we are in right now a reduced rate of productivity for king salmon across our state. Now, we may be meeting escapement goals in some of our systems across the lake, across our state, but we're not getting a lot of use out of those or yield out of it in terms of fisheries across the state. So we're going to take a little more comprehensive look, and we're putting together a research plan to look at it.
Thank you. And the reason I asked some of that is just, you know, because of the yield concern and whether or not if these escapement goals are set up for yield, then, you know, I just want to make sure that we're tracking that closely. Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things we're looking at, and we're having discussions with Canada right now in the Yukon River, is all of our escapement goals are based on MSY, which is, again, producing a lot of yield. But how do we provide for at least some continuation of subsistence and culture at lower rates of productivity in these systems? And especially in the Yukon River, that has a lot of treaty implications. So we're beginning those discussions with Canada as to, is there some level of subsistence that we can continue to provide even when we're not meeting escapement goals that are built around MSY?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Those are really important questions and discussion topics, and I know they're really important to Alaskans as well. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Just an interesting thought that I had. So I understand these are two different management areas, but I noticed that on the Pilgrim River, there's a pretty high SEG. And the thing that was interesting to me is there's no commercial fishery on that particular stock. And when you go down to the Yukon management area, you recommended discontinuing the Delta Clearwater Coho SG. I understand they're different species, but there is a commercial fishery that takes place on that. And I was just curious why the different management approach in regards to those two areas.
Yeah, thanks for that question through the chair, and I can tackle part of that and then would invite our management coordinator, Charles Brazil, to chime in if there's anything additional that he'd like to add. As you say, they are two different species, two very different fisheries. While there is no, so for the board's background, the Pilgrim River goal that was spoken to is established for sockeye salmon. There is currently no commercial fishery targeting that particular stock of sockeye salmon, but there is a robust local subsistence fishery. That particular goal was established in 2019 based on weir counts, percentages of historical weir counts. And that's what actually creates that relatively. We've seen very wide-ranging escapements of that particular system, relatively small escapements and extremely large escapements. So that percentile approach produced a escapement goal decision that includes a relatively high upper bound, which I believe is what you were speaking to. With respect to the Delta Clearwater Coho salmon goal, that goal was established in 2001, I believe, at 2005, and that's based on the same methodology, a percentile approach, but it uses boat surveys, so in-river boat surveys. So two very different data sets. With that said, that Delta Clearwater Coho salmon goal is relatively headwater tributary of the Tanana River, which is quite a distance upriver from where the majority of coho salmon commercial fishing occurs. Of course, there is commercial fishing that occurs in the main stem Yukon, the main stem Tanana. There's also a robust subsistence fishery for coho salmon, and then a relatively small recreational fishery that occurs within the Delta Clearwater itself. The reason that we're recommending that goal be discontinued is because the goal has virtually no relationship. So the number of fish escaping to that system really is unrelated to the number of coho salmon moving through the main stem Yukon River. And for that reason, using the historical performance of that goal to make management decisions in the main stem Yukon River has just not been useful. With that said, we are refocusing our energy to identifying and building up more robust ways to assess coho salmon for the Yukon. So there's nothing about that goal being discontinued that reduces the assessment effort on behalf of the department. We've actually, in recent years, been stepping that effort up just to try and bridge that gap.
Follow up. I guess that was the part that I was curious about, because I believe it says in here that that's the only SEG that you do have, and it was just, considering everything that's going on, in this particular region, I was wondering if the focus was going to dissipate, when my personal opinion was that the focus would be, exaggerated to some degree, and so I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, moving on to stocks of concern.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name's Charles Brazil. I'm the AYK Regional Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fish. And seated next to me again is Zach Lohr, the AYK Regional Research Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fish, and James Saveride, who's the AYK Regional Research Coordinator for the Division of Sport Fish. I will be summarizing the Stock of Concern memo found in RC3, tab 6. Stock of Concern status has been evaluated by the department since 2000, and designations were determined by the board as warranted based on recommendations by the department. Since 2000 and 2004 board cycles, 2 king salmon stocks, Norton Sound subdistricts 5 and 6, and Yukon River continue to be designated as stocks of yield concern. After completing the evaluation, the department is not recommending any additional stocks of concern. Further information on the status of AYK region salmon stocks, regulatory history, and management plans will be addressed in detailed written and oral reports for the AYK board meeting in January 2023. The following summarizes information on the 2 existing AYK region stocks of concern. King salmon stocks in Norton Sound subdistricts 5 and 6, Shaktoolik and Unalakleet, and in the Yukon River have been designated as stocks of yield concern since January 2004. These designations were based on low harvest compared to historical harvest. These stocks of concern were addressed through action plans at prior board meetings. Therefore, a management plan already exists. For the current analysis, data considered were the most recent 5 years of escapement and harvest from 2018 to 2022. This was evaluated against the most recent historical escapement and harvest from 2008 to 2017. The department recommends no change to the status of Norton Sound Subdistrict 5, Shaktoolik, and Subdistrict 6, Unalakleet, and Yukon River king salmon as stocks of yield concern based on recent evaluation and concern for future yields. All other AYK region stocks did not meet the criteria for stock of concern designation during this evaluation cycle. Some AYK region stocks experienced significant declines in the last 2 to 3 years. However, stock of concern is evaluated on a recent 5 years basis, and they did not meet the stock of concern criteria established in regulation. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes the AYK region stock and concern evaluation summary. If you have questions at this time, we'll be happy to address them.
Mr. Commissioner.
So I read this report with a lot of interest because we are deeply concerned about the state of chum salmon across western Alaska particularly. There's a reason we have a stock of concern criteria, and it has to be run on a running average because otherwise on every short-term decline, we would be identifying stocks of concern. In this case, neither the chum salmon in many of the systems in western Alaska have qualified as stock of concern officially under our designation process. That said, I want to tell you all that we are taking this very seriously, the declines in chum salmon production in western Alaska. And we're taking steps to address that and look at ways that we can continue to provide cultural security and food security in the area, but try to rebuild these stocks back up, even though we can't designate them per se as a stock of concern. So again, I just want to let everybody know around this table that we are taking this seriously. We've heard the agony and pain that this is causing through our management actions, but we will be looking at ways that we can assure that we're trying to meet these escapement goals and build this back up. But in the short term, we're looking at ways to at least provide some cultural security in the short term over the long, or for these runs while they are reduced. So.
And I'm assuming that in cycle meeting, at the regulatory meeting, you're going to provide some detail in terms of the ways and the steps that you're evaluating.
Yeah, and I suspect you'll have a lot of proposals on your table through the various different regulatory meetings you have this year that you're going to be able to piece together different ways of addressing the chum salmon crisis in western Alaska.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you very much for your comments, Commissioner. I'm really happy to hear what you had to say. But could not the department, even though it cannot technically meet the existing format, still create a management plan and incorporate what normally would go into a management plan should it been the stock of concern?
Mr. Raybung.
Madam Chair, Board Member Woods, I just want to point out that we already take management action on depressed stocks. We have these escapement goals, and we do what we can within our existing management plans before we ever have to get to a designated stock of concern and an action plan. And typically what goes into the action plans are things that we are already doing, restrictions and what have you. So I just want to make it clear to whoever's listening and on the record that we don't wait to have a stock of concern designation before we take action. We do in-season escapement-based management, and as soon as we see reductions in escapement or indications we're not going to meet escapement, we start taking action then.
Yeah, because this seems to be not a typical situation. This isn't a decline. This is just a total drop-off. And I think it necessitates some kind of action being taken rather than us talking about it. So I'm glad to hear what you had to say. Thank you.
And we're taking steps based on the information we have in terms of chum salmon. We're starting to piece those puzzles together. Like, is it bycatch that's causing the impacts? Is it intercept fisheries? Is it mixed stock fisheries that are causing it? And when it gets to mixed stock fisheries, of course, there's a lot of allocative implications on those, which you'll have an opportunity to weigh in at your upcoming board meeting. So we're taking steps. We're trying to address it, but a lot of those steps have allocative implications that we need your guidance on.
I appreciate those comments, Commissioner, because that was going to be kind of the question that I was, given the action at AFN this weekend and a lot of the discussion that's been being driven lately with respect to consequences or impacts on these stocks. I want to make sure that the department is presenting or thinking about talking to the board, again, comprehensively, transparently about actions outside of just the management plan that we're discussing. But to back up a second, with respect to the stocks of existing concern, the ones that have designations, and you presented it and I missed it, but when were these stocks designated as stocks of yield concern?
Yeah, Madam Chair, they've been designated since the 2004 board cycle in January.
And I'm assuming that these action plans are getting reviewed in cycle with respect to this designation. Is that correct?
Yes, we review our action/management plans every cycle, and in this board cycle, the department actually submitted several proposals that will give us additional gear types to provide opportunity under specific run sizes, depending on the size of surplus beyond escapement for harvest.
Okay, good. Just because, anecdotally, just observing that whatever is happening with these action plans is not working. So hopefully we need to be taking a look at other alternatives or adjustments to those action plans, and I know you do that. I just kind of want to bring that out on the record. Any additional questions? Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question's for the Commissioner. Based on saying that you are already taking action and to deal with this issue, would a stock of concern designation prompt you to take additional action from what you're already saying you're taking?
Okay, so this year we worked with the fleet in the trawl industry to try to reduce chum salmon bycatch in a way that didn't necessarily have a collateral impact of increasing Chinook salmon bycatch in that 8P season. And we're able to have a significant reduction in the number of chum salmon that are bycaught out in that trawl fishery. Second thing we did is we recognized that last year we had a very high, from historic numbers, harvest of chum salmon in the South Alaska Peninsula fisheries. And so we took steps to work with the fleet and reduce that harvest down to from about 1.2 million a year ago to almost less than 500,000 this year. So we're taking the steps that we can within our regulatory authority to address those. Now, when we take those steps in the South Alaska Peninsula fishery, that's a mixed stock fishery that has a lot of allocative impacts that you'll be addressing at your upcoming board meeting. But those are the kinds of steps we're taking right now to try to get more fish back into those river systems.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much for your presentations. Lots to discuss in the next few months. All right, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and then we'll carry on with our agenda. Thanks. All right, we're back on the record. It is 11:38. We are at agenda item number 8 on our work session agenda, which is an update from the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and we've got Carla here to give that to us. Welcome, Carla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Carla Bush. I'm an Extended Jurisdiction Program Manager at headquarters in Juneau. The primary role of the Extended Jurisdiction section is to support the Commissioner's seat on the Council. My report today reflects actions taken by the Council since the 2021 Board of Fish work session and is organized in 4 sections. I'll first discuss crab actions, followed by groundfish, halibut, and salmon. So starting with crab, the Council has a fishery management plan for Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands king and tanner crab that establishes a cooperative state and federal management regime for the major crab fisheries, and it defers most of the management actions to the state of Alaska with federal oversight. These crab fisheries are part of the federal crab rationalization program with exclusive harvesting and processing quota issued to participants annually by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And those quota amounts are based on the total allowable catch that's set by the department. These fisheries, if they're opened by the state, have varying season lengths during the crab fishing year. The crab fishing year spans 2 calendar years. It begins July 1st and goes through June 30th. And so each season is referred to as a crab year. Harvest strategies for the Bering Sea crab fisheries have evolved over time, but have maintained 2 major management objectives. The first is to maintain a healthy stock that ensures reproductive viability, and the second is to provide for sustained levels of harvest over the long term. Only male crab may be harvested, and no directed fishing is allowed during the molting and mating periods. In October this year, the Council established annual harvest specifications for Bristol Bay red king crab, Bering Sea tanner crab, and Bering Sea snow crab. These federal harvest specifications include setting an annual overfishing limit, or OFL, and an acceptable biological catch, or ABC, level. Under the state-federal structure of the FMP, the state determines whether or not to open the fishery, and if it's open, we set the annual TAC limit so that all crab removals in both the directed and the non-directed fisheries remain below the ABC. Some results from the Bering Sea trawl survey that occurs in both the eastern Bering Sea and the northern Bering Sea. For the Bristol Bay red king crab stock, the fishery was closed last year, and the survey showed that mature male biomass increased by 38% from the previous year's survey, and mature female biomass stayed relatively the same, although the abundance of females, the number of mature females increased from 6.3 million crab, as estimated in 2021, to, I think my report says 7.5, but it was closer to 7.8 million crab in this year's survey. The estimated Bering Sea tanner crab mature male biomass decreased slightly from the previous year's estimates in the area west of 166 degrees west longitude and increased by 74% in the east area. Mature female tanner crab biomass decreased in both the east and the west. For snow crab, male snow crab biomass estimates continued to decline in this year's survey from last year's survey estimates. Mature males declined by 16% and are estimated to be at a historic low. Immature males declined by 23% and legal males declined by 44%. The table on the top of page 2 there shows what the overfishing limit, the annual biological catch level, and whether or not a TAC was set for those 3 directed fisheries. The Council's also been examining Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch and closure areas over the last few years. As you've heard, recruitment to the Bristol Bay stock has been extremely low for the last 10 years, and the projected mature biomass is expected to continue to decline over the next few years. The directed fishery was closed last year and this year based on the state harvest strategy because the estimated abundance of mature female crab is below our regulatory threshold of 8.4 million crab. When the directed fishery is closed, there are some actions that happen in the federal groundfish fisheries. The first is that the Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch limits that apply to the groundfish trawl fisheries are reduced to their lowest level, which is about a 67% drop from the next level up. and the red king crab saving subarea, which if you look at the map on the bottom of page 2, it's that little sliver in the green box on the south end. That subarea is closed year-round to non-pelagic trawling. In October last year, the council also recommended a new rationalization program for the Bering Sea trawl catcher vessel Pacific cod fleet. This program includes an additional 35% reduction in Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch and snow crab bycatch limits. This rationalization program for the Bering Sea trawl catcher vessel fleet is expected to be implemented for the 2024 fishing season. Again, that figure on page 2 shows the existing closure areas in the groundfish fisheries that are aimed at protecting Bristol Bay red king crab and their habitat. 2 areas are closed year-round. The first is the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area, and that's closed to all trawl gear, both pelagic and non-pelagic, year-round. And then the red king crab savings area in the green box there, that's closed for non-pelagic trawl gear. The upper portion is closed year-round. That 10-degree strip along the bottom is open in years when the directed fishery for red king crab is open. Then in addition, Area 516, which is the area outlined in a darker line on the map there, that's closed seasonally to all trawl gear from March 15th to June 15th. So none of these fishery closures on the map apply to groundfish fishing with longline, pot, or jig gear. There are abundance-based Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch limits that apply to all groundfish trawl fishing. These limits apply in Zone 1, which is the hatched area that covers most of the map there. Zone 1 is a triggered closure area, and so when a trawl fishery sector hits their bycatch cap or their portion of the bycatch cap, they are excluded from fishing anywhere in Zone 1. At the April meeting earlier this year, the council reviewed a discussion paper that provided information on several topics related to Bristol Bay red king crab, including life history, management, and stock assessment boundaries, bottom contact by pelagic gear, and information related to developing seasonal or area closures. In response to the information in the paper and public testimony, the council made a 2-part motion. The first was to request that industry participants bring forward voluntary measures that could be implemented next year and beyond to reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries and reduce discard mortality in the directed fisheries. These voluntary measures are the most efficient and timely short-term tool for mitigating fishing impacts on crab while the council considers potential management actions for the groundfish fisheries. The second part of the April motion asked for an expanded discussion paper that was reviewed at this last October meeting. The paper included tables that showed all sources of Bristol Bay red king crab mortality across all the federal groundfish sectors and the directed crab fisheries, provided information on impacts of annual or seasonal closures to all groundfish gears in the red king crab savings area, impacts of groundfish predation on Bristol Bay red king crab, impacts of closing the federal pot cod fishery in Area 512, which is the area just east of the red king crab savings area, and establishing a bycatch limit for the Pacific cod pot fishery. In addition, there was information on what information would be needed to create dynamic closed areas that would be aimed at protecting mature female Bristol Bay red king crab. So after reviewing that at the October meeting, the council identified Bristol Bay red king crab and Bering Sea snow crab as a priority conservation concern and provided direction to address this level of concern through several means. The first is that the council will consider an emergency rulemaking petition that was submitted by the Alaskan Bering Sea crabbers, which would close the red king crab savings area and subarea to all fishing gears from January 1st to June 30th next year. This analysis for the emergency rule will come before the council at the December meeting. This analysis could also be used as a basis to initiate a regulatory amendment through the normal rulemaking process, so the non-emergency process, if the council wants to consider a permanent closure to some or all gear types. The council motion expressed appreciation for crab and groundfish industry responses to the voluntary measures that they're going to implement next year, and encourage them to implement those and provide a status report in December 2023 on the efficacy of those voluntary measures. The council also encouraged continued research and testing on pot gear modifications, soak times, and handling practices to reduce the unintended mortality of crab bycatch in pot fishing, evaluations of the interactions of pelagic trawl gear with the seafloor and crab to inform possible gear modifications of pelagic gear, methods to gather data on interannual and seasonal distributions of crab, such as additional surveys or tagging studies. In addition, the department had begun working with council and NIMS staff to develop a work plan that's targeted at addressing Bristol Bay, red king crab, and Bering Sea snow crab conservation concerns and the need for a comprehensive ecosystem-based approach to crab research and management. This work plan will prioritize reducing fishing impacts on molting and mating crab, providing protections to improve recruitment, protect habitat, and build in some resilience to the changing environmental conditions, predation, and fishing pressure. The work plan will be provided to the council in December. Moving now to snow crab rebuilding. In October 2021, the council was notified that the Bering Sea snow crab stock was overfished because the estimated mature male biomass was lower than the minimum stock size threshold. The Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that rebuilding plans have to be implemented within 2 years of that notification, so that would be by October 2023. The Magnuson-Stevens Act also mandates that overfished stocks have to be rebuilt to levels that support maximum sustained yield in as short a time frame as possible, while accounting for the status and biology of the stocks, the needs of fishing communities, and the interactions with the marine ecosystem. The mechanisms that caused the snow crab collapse are still being investigated, but are likely related to climate change and marine heat waves in the Bering Sea that occurred during 2019 and 2020 rather than fishing. This decline was unexpected because the survey had been tracking one of the largest recruitment pulses on record from the 2015 to the 2019 survey. And then in 2020, we did not have a survey due to the pandemic, which created a critical gap in our ability to track snow crab abundance. Increased metabolic demands during those warmer years in conjunction with that large pulse of crab suggests that starvation may have contributed to the stock's collapse. To comply with the rebuilding plan deadline of 2 years, the council selected draft alternatives for the plan in June of this year, and the analysis of the rebuilding plan will be reviewed in December. The Council Scientific and Statistical Committee did review several recommended snow crab model scenarios for establishing the minimum and maximum time limits to rebuild the snow crab stock using different assumptions. The SSC recommended use of a model that projected the minimum time of 6 years to rebuild and a maximum time of 10 years, which is an upper threshold that's established in Magnuson-Stevens. And the council is considering a rebuilding plan that would allow bycatch removals in groundfish and non-directed crab fisheries and no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt. But the projected rebuilding timeline recommended by the Scientific and Statistical Committee does suggest that allowing bycatch removals and a directed snow crab fishery under the state harvest strategy would allow the stock to rebuild within that 10-year time frame. So no changes to the state harvest strategy are being recommended through this rebuilding plan. Moving now to groundfish, the council took action in October to address some ongoing challenges faced by smaller hook and line and pot catcher vessels within the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pacific Cod under 60 sector. This includes some intra-sector competition from a subgroup of vessels that are typically 58 foot in length with increased capacity and efficiencies. The state put forward a motion to redefine the current Pacific Cod jig sector during the A season, which goes from January through April. And what the action would do would allow hook and line or pot vessels less than 55 feet to fish on that jig sector allocation during the A season. Once the A season is over, all under 60 hook and line and pot vessels would again be in the same sector. And the B and C jig seasons would remain available for jig vessels only. Unharvested Pacific cod from the jig sector will continue to be prioritized for reallocations to that under 60 hook and line pot sector. The council passed the motion 10-1, noting the opportunity that this action afforded to help entry-level participants, the mitigation of effects on the 56 to 59 foot fleet, presented by revising the motion to not include the sea season, and the original intent of the jig allocation to support a small vessel fleet in Unalaska, and the support for the action from the City of Unalaska and the Council's advisory panel. So this action, again, redefines the Pacific Cod sector definitions from January through April, and therefore the board will need to take action in the future to redefine a trigger opening for the State Waters Dutch Harbor Subdistrict pot fishery. Currently, that pot fishery opens 7 days after the federal under 66 sector is closed. And what that does is it allows pot vessels to participate first in the federal season, and then a week later to go into the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict fishery, which maximizes their opportunity to fish Pacific cod early in the year. Options for a new trigger for opening the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict fishery could be either the redefined jig in 55 and under when that season closes, or when the 56 to 59 sector closes, or another trigger such as a set date. The federal regulations for this action are anticipated for either 2024 or 2025, so the board will need to take action during a future meeting cycle, but not this one. Moving on for halibut. In December last year, the council received a draft environmental impact statement and took final action to link Pacific halibut bycatch limits for the non-pollock trawl catcher vessel sector. This sector is also referred to as the Amendment 80 or A80 sector, linking their halibut bycatch limit to the abundance of halibut. Currently, their bycatch limits, or all bycatch limits, are set at a fixed amount, 3.8 million pounds for Amendment 80, and when halibut in the Bering Sea, when halibut abundance in the Bering Sea declines, the halibut bycatch then becomes a larger proportion of the total halibut removals. Although the Amendment 80 sector does not take its full bycatch limit, they average about 67% of their limit over the past 3 years. The fixed bycatch allocation, again, can result in lower catch limits for the directed halibut fisheries in the Bering Sea when halibut abundance declines. The council spent 6 years working on this issue and received extensive analysis and public testimony. While other ground fish sectors are also subject to bycatch limits, this action was limited to the Amendment 80 sector because they're responsible for a majority of the halibut mortality in the Bering Sea. The council's action includes 8 different steps or tiers for setting the Amendment 80 bycatch limit that's based on halibut abundance levels as determined by both the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey, which does a good job of estimating the number of small halibut, and the International Pacific Halibut Commission Setline Survey, which is then targeted at halibut bigger than 32 inches. So for example, the new abundance-based bycatch limits will range from the current limit of 3.8 million pounds when halibut abundance is high in both of those indices, to 35% below the current limit at 2.5 million pounds when halibut abundance is very low in both of those indices. The final regulations are expected to be implemented in 2024, and based on the current and predicted status of halibut bycatch, of the halibut stock in the Bering Sea, is projected to remain in a low condition. The Amendment 80 halibut bycatch limit will likely be reduced by 25% from the current limit when those final regulations are implemented. Council recognized that this action is likely to increase operational costs for the Amendment 80 sector when avoiding halibut, but also recognize the continued participation of those who are dependent on the halibut-directed fisheries is an important priority. Finally, I'll wrap up with some information on salmon bycatch. Salmon reports and bycatch in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. Both Chinook salmon and chum salmon in the federal groundfish fisheries are considered prohibited species catch. You'll hear that term, or PSC. It's the same thing as bycatch, but prohibited species are species that cannot be retained. Bycatch of these salmon species are limited by both hard caps for Chinook salmon and avoidance plans, which apply to both Chinook and chum salmon. The avoidance plans provide incentives to avoid salmon at all times to keep salmon bycatch below the caps. These measures are designed to minimize bycatch in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries, To assess the impacts of bycatch on individual salmon stock groups, genetic samples are taken from Chinook salmon in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska pollock trawl fisheries. And in the Gulf of Alaska, Chinook samples are taken in the rockfish and non-pollock trawl fisheries, while chum salmon samples are primarily taken only in the Bering Sea because chum bycatch is very low in the Gulf of Alaska. In response to public comment recommending the council take additional action to mitigate the impacts of salmon bycatch in the pollock fisheries on western Alaska salmon, in June of this year, the council received genetic reports from Chinook salmon samples taken in 2020 and chum samples taken in both 2020 and 2021. The council also receives annual reports from the pollock fishery cooperatives on performance under their salmon avoidance plans, which are required under the council's salmon bycatch management program. Additionally, in June, the council received updates on salmon bycatch research, which was a request that the council made in October. Starting with Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, in 2011, the council passed Amendment 91 to the groundfish fishery management plan to implement Chinook salmon bycatch caps in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, along with avoidance plans and performance standards. In 2017, Amendment 110 implemented some additional Chinook salmon caps in years following low western Alaska Chinook salmon abundance. In 2021, an estimated total of 13,784 Chinook salmon were taken in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. So far this year, 6,336 Chinook salmon have been taken as bycatch. Based on stock composition estimates from genetic samples taken from 1 out of every 10 Chinook salmon during the most recent 5 years that have been analyzed, 40% of the bycatch is composed of U.S. West Coast and British Columbia stocks, 39% originates from coastal western Alaska and Yukon River stocks, 18% is from North Alaska Peninsula and Northwest Gulf of Alaska stocks, and the remaining 3% originates from Copper River, the Northeast Gulf, and Southeast Alaska. And you can see that graph and pie chart on the bottom of page 6 there. Coastal western Alaska stocks have historically made up the largest proportion of Chinook salmon bycatch taken in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. This is the orange bar in the graph there on page 7. The relative contribution of coastal western Alaska stocks steadily declined from 2011 to 2018, but has been increasing since 2018. The relatively large catch of Chinook salmon in 2020 of 32,294 fish, combined with the increased contribution of coastal western Alaska stocks, resulted in a coastal western Alaska catch estimate for Chinook salmon of just under 17,000 fish in 2020. Stock composition estimates from the 2021 bycatch are expected next spring. Moving now to chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Nearly all chum salmon bycatch occurs during the pollock bee season, which starts in June and runs through November. In both 2020 and 2021, an estimated 546,000, and in 2021, 242,000 Chinook salmon were caught in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Based on stock composition estimates shown on the top of page 8 there, these come from genetic samples taken from 1 out of every 30 chum salmon. During the most recent 5 years, 59% of the bycatch is composed of Asian stocks, 26% is from Southwest Alaska, Eastern Gulf of Alaska, and Pacific Northwest stocks, and about 15% of the bycatch is salmon that originate from Western Alaska and the Yukon River. Although the proportion of Western Alaska and Yukon stocks declined in 2021, the increase in the number of chum salmon caught from these stocks that year resulted in the highest Western Alaska and Yukon salmon bycatch estimates since 2017. In 2020, the estimated combined Western Alaska and Yukon chum salmon bycatch was about 30,000 fish, and in 2021, it was about 50,000 fish. The 2011 through 2020 average estimated number of chum salmon bycatch from these two stock groups is about 48,000 fish. As with all salmon genetic stock composition estimates in the Bering Sea trawl fisheries, it's unknown to what extent these differences in stock composition can be attributed to differences in salmon abundance, the fishing patterns of the pollock fleet, or the salmon migration patterns. Chinook salmon bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. Compared to the Bering Sea, Chinook salmon bycatch in the Gulf is usually smaller, with an average of about 15,000 Chinook salmon taken taken annually from 2012 to 2021. In 2021, total Chinook salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery was estimated at 10,595 fish. And again, based on stock composition estimates from genetic samples during the most recent 5 years analyzed, 79% of the bycatch is composed of West Coast and British Columbia stocks, 14% is composed of coastal Southeast Alaska stocks, and 7% are Chinook that originate from the Northwest and Northeast Gulf of Alaska areas. The contribution of Chinook salmon originating from Gulf stocks decreased from a high of 17%. This is the green bar shown there at the bottom of page 9 in 2019 to less than 1.5% in 2020, which equates to about 152 Chinook salmon. Relative to the recent years, the number of Chinook salmon taken as bycatch in the groundfish trawl fisheries has declined for all stocks. Finally, Chinook salmon and chum salmon stock status and AEQ updates. In June this year, the Council received updates on the status of Chinook and chum salmon stocks in Western Alaska. As you know, in 2020, Western Alaska chum salmon runs declined dramatically, with run sizes similar to those seen in the previous record low in 2000. All Western Alaska areas have chum salmon run sizes below recent year averages, and some were the lowest in the historic data set. The decline in Western Alaska chum salmon abundance was even more extreme last year compared to 2020 across all areas. Western Alaska Chinook salmon runs have been chronically poor for over a decade, and while this pattern has been observed elsewhere in Alaska, the magnitude of the decline has been particularly prominent in Western Alaska. The Western Alaska Chinook salmon run sizes in 2020 and 2021 were the poorest observed over the past 40 years. In June, the Council received an updated analysis on the estimated adult equivalency. This is AEQ, or the number of salmon caught as bycatch that would have returned as adults. So this analysis used the current genetic stock identification information and updated age length composition for Chinook salmon, and again estimates how many Chinook salmon grouped by combined Western Alaska and Upper Yukon salmon stock groupings that were taken as bycatch would have returned as adults. The previous update that the Council had of the AEQ analysis was back in 2018. So the 2022 report presented new data indicating some evidence of a decrease in size and age of returning Chinook salmon. The stock composition in the estimated AEQ has not changed significantly since the 2018 report. Since 2011, the estimated impact rates have averaged 1.9% for Western Alaska stocks and 0.6% for the Upper Yukon River stock. This means that bycatch removed an estimated 1.9% from the estimated total number of adult salmon that returned to the combined Western Alaska stock grouping, and 0.6% from the estimated total number of adult salmon that returned to the Upper Yukon. The analysis also showed that the estimated numbers of Chinook salmon taken as bycatch from Western Alaska and Upper Yukon increased in 2020 and 2021, resulting in higher impact rates compared to the previous years. So it was as high as 3.4% of the returning adults in 2020 to Western Alaska, and in 2021, 2.64%. At the June meeting, the Council received staff recommendations on the feasibility of doing a chum salmon AEQ, and although creating a chum AEQ may be possible, such an analysis would include significant uncertainties and likely would be of limited use for management purposes. So the Council did not recommend any further work on estimating the AEQ impact of chum salmon bycatch on returns to Western Alaska. In response to those reports and public testimony, the Council passed a motion acknowledging the Western Alaska salmon crisis and the impact it's having on culture and food security throughout Western Alaska. The Council committed to continued improvements in bycatch management with a goal of minimizing bycatch at all levels of salmon and pollock abundance. The Council's motion requested the pollock industry implement additional chum salmon bycatch avoidance measures immediately, so those are implemented already for this year, and requested a discussion paper to update the 2012 analysis of chum salmon bycatch. And this updated analysis will include the updated chum salmon bycatch and genetic stock composition data, a description of the council's rationale for establishing the current Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch management program, a discussion of trade-offs in the pollock fishery that are associated with avoiding different kinds of bycatch. So if you're avoiding chum, are you going to catch more Chinook or herring, and vice versa? And a summary of conditions that have changed since the 2012 analysis. For example, increased Asian hatchery releases and the status of the Western Alaska chum salmon stocks. This paper is scheduled to come before the council in December. Council also intends to consider the findings and recommendation of the State of Alaska's Bycatch Review Task Force as it considers how to improve salmon bycatch management. The council intends to collaborate with Western Alaska salmon users and has formed a salmon bycatch committee that will include tribal members, scientists, and industry representatives, as well as other experts to review and provide recommendations on the discussion paper that is supposed to be released in early November. Recommendations of the Bycatch Task Force and the Western Alaska Salmon Subcommittee, and current information including local traditional and subsistence knowledge and research that's needed to determine what is driving Western Alaska salmon declines. Finally, the council prioritized research on Bering Sea salmon by recommending that the National Marine Fisheries Service and the department prioritize development of models to help predict when and where specific salmon stocks will be located in the Bering Sea so that they can be avoided. The council also supported work to improve the timeliness of genetic data, increased nearshore Bristol Bay survey work as proposed by the department, and continued gear innovation by industry that may reduce bycatch. Hopefully this work will help inform development of management measures that are focused on avoiding Western Alaska salmon bycatch in the pollock trawl fishery. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I've got lots, but I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Heimbach.
This is about Bering Sea cod and the ABC. I know that there's a scientific uncertainty is built into the ABC model and the calculations. But we also know that we have kind of uncertainty about the biomass stability, and we have unexpected declines. I guess my question is there any discussion at the council level that we ought to be giving more of the tie to Mother Nature? Should we be taking into account greater uncertainty at setting ABCs and TACs? I mean, that can kind of go across to all species, but in particular, cod's in front of us very shortly. Some of those issues are part of what we're going to talk about. So is there any discussion at the council that we should take a more critical look at setting the ABC for Pacific cod?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach. The council does receive ecosystem status reports in November, or excuse me, at their December meeting every year. These ecosystem status reports look at, just all sorts of different ecosystem indicators. When they're setting the buffer, so the ABC is set as a buffer to the OFL. The OFL is the higher level, and then they'll add some buffer to that to account both for uncertainty in the stock assessment model, management uncertainty, and at times environmental uncertainty as well. The council then sets the total allowable catch, or the TAC. They can set that TAC either equal to the ABC, but they can't set it greater than the ABC. So they can set TACs that are less than the ABC, so an additional buffer from that. And there are, and have been times in the past when environmental conditions are taken into account, both in setting the ABC buffer and at times sablefish come to mind in recent years to set the TAC lower than the ABC. So those factors are considered, and the council is working towards more ecosystem-based management to more fully incorporate they're working on the process for how to more fully incorporate those environmental conditions into the ABC and TAC setting process, but we're still, it's still under development, if you will.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought it was interesting, something you said a little while ago regarding the amendment 80 vessels and the halibut bycatch. It's allowable, but it's a kind of a rolling average or a trigger that's based on the halibut abundance in the Bering Sea. And reflecting on that, can you tell me the trawl tax that are set for the Bristol Bay red king crab, the snow crab, and the barred eye in the Bering Sea? Are those reflective of in a similar nature based on abundance, or are they specifically set?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, for the crab bycatch limits, those are abundance-based. So I think for Bristol Bay red king crab, there are 4 different bycatch limits. They match exactly the same thresholds that we use in our state harvest strategy to open the directed fishery. So they're based both on the abundance of mature female crab and on the total mature or the estimated spawning biomass. So it's a ratio of mature males to females. And when the directed fishery is closed because you're below one or both of those thresholds, the bycatch limit is set at its lowest level. So there is a floor. It doesn't fall below that. But when the directed fishery is open because you're above those thresholds, you would be at the next tier up for Bristol Bay red king crab, and then there's 2 more levels above that. For snow crab, it is abundance-based as well, and it's more of a sliding scale. So there is a floor and a ceiling, but then there's a slope between those 2 points that determines what the bycatch limit will be that applies to the trawl fisheries.
Follow up, please. Thank you for that clarification. That's good to know. Can you tell me, I mean, I'm looking at these tacs that are set for the trawl fishery, specifically on red king crab, snow crab, and barred eye. And are there any other directed fisheries that are closed that a non-directed fishery has a tax set that's that high? And if there is, maybe an example of that. But considering what these tax are set at and understanding that they're adjusted based on abundance, is the council considering at their December or workshops this winter revising the way these tax are set going forward during this rebuilding process?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. So the table on the top of page 2 are the tax for the directed fishery only. Those are not the bycatch limits for the groundfish trawl fisheries. So the council is responsible for setting the overfishing level and the ABC, and then the state determines whether or not to open a directed crab fishery. And if we do open it, then we establish the TAC. So those TAC levels apply just to the directed crab fisheries. For the non-directed, or for crab bycatch that's taken in the groundfish trawl fisheries, there are bycatch limits that are established by the council, as I answered in my previous response. And those the bycatch limits only apply to the trawl fisheries. They don't apply to, say, pot gear or other things. The department also, when we set our tax, take into account bycatch that occurs in our directed fishery. So, for example, when Bristol Bay red king crab is open, we know that some snow crab and some tanner crab are likely to be caught as well, and there will be some mortality associated with that. So we do account for that in our tax setting because we have to set our tax so that all removals stay below that ABC. And I know there was another part to your question, so I'm not sure if I answered that.
Well, excuse me. I understand that the state sets the TAC for the directed fishery, and the council sets the TAC for the bycatch allowed in the trawl fishery. Am I correct on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yeah, it's referred to as a bycatch limit, not a TAC. A TAC only applies to a directed fishery.
And I guess my question is, these numbers are very high compared to what's going to be allowed in the directed fishery under state regulation this year. And my question is the council prepared to make some sort of correction to the way it calculates the bycatch TAC in the trawl fishery to be reflective of the state season being closed.
I think Doug would like to
Yeah,
respond.
Mr. Carpenter. So the council has a responsibility to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. So there's a lot of people that would like us to simply close all bycatch, zero, given that there's other fisheries that are closed, but that's not the council's purview. The council's purview is to the extent practicable, try to minimize those bycatch. Of course, we're looking at it. We're looking at a variety of different things to address these crab crashes that have occurred. We're looking at whether or not we're going to extend crab closure areas to the trawl industry, whether we're going to reduce caps. A whole wide range of issues are on the table. We're going into that knowing that any decisions we make on crab could end up having collateral impacts on other species. For instance, if we close crab fishing in an area of the Bering Sea, we could force that industry to catch their quota on cod and pollock into areas of salmon abundance, king salmon or chum salmon abundance. So we're looking at it. We're looking at it carefully, but we're trying to balance those competing interests to make sure that we don't take an action here that just simply pushes the bubble out in another area and increases bycatch of Chinook salmon. So the short answer is yes. Is complete closures looking an option? I guess they are, but under Magnuson-Stevens, we have to try to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, recognizing that other fisheries are going to occur.
With respect to the king crab issue and the rebuilding plan that the council is discussing or has put to the SSC, is one of the options, and you may have said it, but bear with me, is one of the options making sure that there is directed opportunity on snow crab specifically at this point in the 6-year timeframe? Or is it just the non-directed bycatch and some directed opportunity in the 10-year timeframe?
Madam Chair, so the rebuilding alternatives that are going to be looked at in December include both allowing only for bycatch in the directed crab and groundfish fisheries, and the second would look at allowing some level of bycatch and directed fishery harvest under the state harvest strategy. Based on the assumptions in the model that's being recommended to do those projections of how soon the stock can rebuild, allowing some directed fishing under the state harvest strategy adds about a year to the rebuilding plan. So if the minimum time to rebuild is 6 years, and by allowing some directed fishing, it pushes it to 7 years, as long as you stay, the Magnuson-Stevens Act says if you can rebuild in 10 years, you have to do everything you can to rebuild in 10 years. So as long as we stay under a projection of 10 years, which we do, it adds about a year to the projection if you allow some fishing under the state harvest strategy. It looks like that will be permissible in the timeframes allowed. So we aren't going to, at this time, the council is not recommending the state make any changes to the harvest strategy. And it looks like if they choose an alternative that includes directed fishing, it won't push us over that 10-year timeframe.
Thank you, and I guess just from my perspective, at the risk of repeating myself, I think that's a really important option to consider to provide opportunity for those smaller directed fleets. My concern is that they're not going to be able to withstand a 6 or a 10-year hiatus, and the effect will be a greater consolidation of that fleet and a disproportionate loss and impact negatively for coastal Alaska and those fishing fleets. And I mentioned the same thing at the council, but I think it's worth repeating here. My other question was related to the Chinook counts and impacts, and Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, so regarding the first point, yeah, we are looking at that very carefully, but I want to make sure that you guys understand that our first responsibility is long-term sustainability and viability of that crab stock. We have crashed crab stocks in the past, and we haven't been able to rebuild them within 10-year time frame. So to the extent that we can see some recruitment coming in, we see possibilities of having fisheries at these lower levels that keep the fleet viable. The other thing that we see as a possibility of trying to keep that fleet viable in the short term is involving them in the research aspects of a rebuilding plan and try to get them involved in the research activities associated with information collection that will help us improve our understanding of what's happening to the failure for what appears to be recruitment coming into the age classes, but not ending up in exploitable biomass. So we're taking steps down that road, but at the same time, we do not want to crash these stocks that we can't rebuild them within 10 years, because under Magnus and Stevens, that's not a good place to end up.
Understood, which is why I asked the question around the 6 to 10 years, and Carly answered with the 7 in terms of opportunity for directed potentially. And in terms of hopefully getting participation of the fleet in terms of providing information that could help support the models or whatnot, I mean, is that going to be hopefully done through surveys, catch reports? Like how are you considering doing that?
We're having those discussions right now. With red king crab, one of the things we could do is we know the NOAA surveys are fixed in spatial times, and we suspect that crab may be moving outside the survey area, so we may be able to employ the fleet to get better understanding of where those, if the crab are moving outside our survey area, and to what extent they may be doing it through some type of a joint research project with them. Now, they wouldn't be able to gain any value from that, but they would be involved in the research associated with. And the same issues we have with snow crab, there's a question as to whether or not those snow crab are moving from their settlement grounds back south to their adult grounds, and what's happening out there. And our surveys are during a period of time, only one temporal period of time. If we can have some understanding of that over a longer period of time by using the fleet to get some information on it, would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope the fleet considers that, because, you know, if they are involved in collecting the information, my hope is that that will go a long way to ensuring some trust in the data that is collected moving forward, and that will be evaluated by the council. Switching gears briefly to Chinook salmon specifically, but also salmon in general in terms of bycatch. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again also, like, color is really, really helpful, because these graphs don't mean much to me if I don't have color associated with them. But with respect to Chinook and the impacts, or the bycatch impacts of specifically some of the lower 48, western stocks, do those have treaty impacts? Are those considered in those negotiations?
The treaty applies to fisheries east of Cape Suckling.
And then I would just like draw attention, you know, again, I'm going to take the liberty of the chair here a little bit, but drawing attention to the table that you presented, I think it was on page 8 of your report, Carla, where the combined Western Alaska, Upper Yukon, and the PSC mortality rates associated with various years. They look, the numbers look small, but from my perspective, this is not a real representation of the actual value of the fish caught. We just heard stocks of concern reports, 18 years. Some of these stocks have been listed as a stock of yield concern, not even a stock of management concern. So in my mind, the actual value of a Chinook salmon is much, much higher. I mean, especially when you're considering that every single fish counts in terms of rebuilding these stocks. And I just hope that the council takes that into consideration. I hope that the department takes that into consideration. I'm sure you will, but I just wanted to state on the record that these numbers look small, but they're incredibly meaningful. Mr. Heimbach.
As kind of a question for the commissioner. You mentioned that the expansion of a crab sanctuary, you know, moving the trawl fleet off of that might have some unintended effects on chum and Chinook. Is there a reason to think that that would actually happen? And if it did happen, would you have the same tools available to you to increase the closure because of that?
Well, I'm just talking hypothetically now. Let's say you move the trawl fishery completely out of the crab saving area for a temporal period of time. We know we're well underneath our Chinook bycatch cap limits, and that's because of the industry understands how important it is to save Chinook salmon. But now they could theoretically go to other areas of the Bering Sea that have Chinook salmon in them, stay underneath their caps, but inadvertently increase their Chinook salmon harvest. So those are the kinds of unintended consequences that we want to avoid. So maybe there's a way of the other concern that we have is we know that predation is having some impact on chum salmon, I mean crab stocks. So we take the cod fishery completely and pollock fishery completely out of the area, we may end up with having more predation on crab in that area. So we're looking at ways to potentially try to find out whether we can move the trawl industry and keep them off the bottom in those areas with no bottom contact as an alternative. So that's one of the reasons we're kind of looking, we're not just instituting it, we're kind of looking at it and making sure that we don't have a law of unintended consequences bite us after we take an action.
And one follow-up, is the expansion of the crab sanctuary a state or a Fed function or joint?
It's a Fed function.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, these are all management measures implemented in the fisheries through that FMP.
Last question, and then we need to wrap up this discussion, but certainly I appreciate in your last paragraph, Carla, of your report, where the council, wants to take into, do collaborative work with Western Alaska salmon users, taking into account local traditional subsistence knowledge and whatnot. Very important. I would encourage you and the council to move forward with that. And then also, you mentioned that the council has supported work to improve the timelines of genetic data, increasing nearshore Bering Sea survey work as proposed by David G. And I think that the commissioner just alluded to that. And gear innovation by industry that may reduce bycatch. And I'm just wondering if there's any associated timelines with those priorities or those statements.
Madam Chair, there aren't any set timelines. We have just instituted our salmon bycatch work group. I don't know if that's been announced. If not, it will be announced shortly. But that committee will do some work in November and then report to the council in December. As far as the survey work, we're hoping to do that this next year. And the pollock trawl fleet is continually looking at salmon excluders and other ways to avoid capturing salmon in their nets.
Mr. Commissioner.
So genetically, we have a pretty good idea of the Chinook salmon origins. We know it after the end of the season because for every 10,000 pollock caught, there's one Chinook salmon caught. So finding them out on deck and having that information in season is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So typically it's done either when the fish are processed, offloaded onto a processing plant, which is probably a week back. But genetically, at the end of the season, we have a pretty good idea as to what the genetic composition of Chinook salmon is in the trawl industry. We know for chum salmon what the genetic composition is for the Western Alaska chum salmon stocks and Asiatic stocks. We don't have the ability to determine for chum salmon whether they're Yukon origin, whether they're Kuskokwim origin or Norton Sound origin. We are doing our best to look at those questions, and it's a very complex question, but genetically we have our labs tasked with that, both NOAA and Fish and Game, and there's some hopeful signs, but it's not immediate right now. And then with the South Alaska Peninsula Fisheries this year, we dedicated money to inform you, hopefully at your meeting coming up, as to what the genetic composition of the chum salmon catches are. So again, we're not going to know whether they're Yukon or Cusco, but we're going to know what the Asiatic portion of the chum catches are by time and area in the management actions we took, which should inform a lot of your discussions there.
Thank you, Commissioner, and certainly I'll add some of that stuff to my research wish list. And for whatever it's worth, I just would hope the council does whatever it can to keep its foot on the gas in terms of getting the information that it needs to help with some of these stocks. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick report on the ABRT committee. It's a task force put together by the governor, and our task is to look directly at different ways to avoid or take care of bycatch. And it will be probably less than a month before the final document goes to the governor, and there will be several management recommendations as well as scientific research recommendations coming out of that committee, going to the governor, and then once he gets it, he can go through his staff and try to implement some, or there'll probably be some that can't be done with because they're mixed with federal regulations and stuff. And then one more point on the midwater trawlers, we call them non-pelagic trawlers, their nets are defined by regulation, so they can't just go put rollers on them and keep them off the bottom. They have to be, it has to go through regulatory process. So just a couple items. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just take a second to thank you for your work on that, council, and also for your work in leading the ABRT and the commissioner and staff that have been, and also members of the public that have been serving on that as well. I look forward to reading that report. All right, let's take a lunch break. It's 12:33. Let's come back at 2 and continue on with our agenda. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're back on the record. And we'll pick up where we left off on our agenda. We're at agenda item number 9, which is an update from the Federal Subsistence Board. Mr. Pappas, welcome to the table. Good to see you in person. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's great to be here. I'll give you a brief overview, and I'm going to depart from the traditional going over the closures we've had statewide, and I'll keep that to each meeting, so it'd be subject in areas. So for OSM's had a challenging time for staffing. Let's say 4 or 5 years ago, we had a substantial attrition, and with the hiring freeze, it's difficult to rebuild, but we're there. We're just about rebuilt the capacity of the program over time, and the interesting note is probably a quarter of our staff has actually never worked in our office. So that's something we're going to have to figure out. That's new. Everybody's been teleworking. I think that's common for many different agencies, government. See here, for closures and restrictions, I'll bring those up at meetings, like the Civic meetings, as subject matter instead of going over the entire state. The Federal Subsistence Board is currently in a fish cycle. The Federal Subsistence Board will meet January 31st through February 2nd to make decisions on federal subsistence fisheries regulations and fisheries closure reviews. A total of 15 proposals will be deliberated, as well as 19 fishery closure reviews. Fishery closure reviews are scheduled reviews of fisheries restrictions that exist in federal subsistence regulation to ensure they are still warranted. All closures are to be reviewed every 4 years, thus half are reviewed every 2 years during the fish cycle. Now, this is something new that came into place in recent, where OSM is, we've been doing it on the wildlife side for years, but now for fish, we haven't gotten quite through all of them. And we're new to reviewing this for the standing fisheries closures. And many of the closures are existing, and they were adopted wholesale, verbatim from the state regulations when the federal program in the early 1990s began on the fish side. The Department of Fish and Game's Federal Subsistence Liaison Team has been incredibly gracious in contributing to this process, as much of the regulations were adopted directly from the state, and we didn't have record of why or how those regulations were put in place in the first place. And especially gracious during times when the state has pointed out to some of the closures or waters that are not under federal subsistence jurisdiction. Closures have been on the books forever, and no one's really paid attention to them, and those are being removed one at a time. This process has confused many of the public and has been challenging due to the fact that many of the original records and information justifying this we can't locate, and a lot of corporate knowledge has been lost in the last few decades. During the upcoming Federal Subsistence Board meeting in late January, the Federal Board will discuss the issues importance to the Fisheries Research and Monitoring Program. The FRMP program is a funding mechanism for funding fisheries research and other issues that benefit the federal subsistence and federal subsistence users. For example, I believe there's there's a proposal for a subsistence the Subsistence Division project in the Chinook watershed coming up, and also I think this year was the first year that the Chinook Weir late season was funded by the Federal Subsistence Board, and so the late season Weir was funded by the Federal Subsistence funding there, and most of that's probably likely related to the due that I think 40% of the fresh protein in the wintertime comes from redfish up through January, and the fish they go through later in the season likely end up with redfish in Hetry Beach, and you can talk to local folks there for more information about that. I have one other topic. I'm trying to make this short, and that would be the Chinook sockeye escapement goal. I traveled to Chinooks with a small team to meet with federally qualified users in early June to interview households. Went to all 3 villages there and interviewed a lot of folks to see what they wanted to see for their federal subsistence management actions in federal public waters, which is basically Coal Point and upriver for the entire watershed of the Chinook watershed. what do you want to see if we have another run that does not make goals? And we've got various feedback of ideas and recommendations and suggestions, but this year, there was not a federal subsistence restriction placed because they were on track to meet their goals. But one common theme we heard about the goal, the new goal, and the folks ask us how they be impacted, how the fully qualified subsistence users and resources be impacted by this new goal. In response, while attending the June 12th Chinook Bay informational meeting held by Fish and Game, OSM and Fish and Wildlife Service have requested more information from the department on hand, and also later submitted a written request to Fish and Game. OSM and other agency staff have requested a meeting with Fish and Game and supporting materials to further understand the department's conclusions for the primary purpose of understanding the potential impacts of this new goal may have on conservation of stocks or continuance of subsistence uses. I believe we have PC4, and it's just a letter of no comment. We don't have anything here to make comments on what's on the agenda, but if any of the proposed ACRs here are adopted, then we may provide comments later on at the appropriate meeting. But we were hoping to have discussions and materials in advance of the public comment deadline for the February meeting. And that's what I have. I'd like to thank you for your time. It's great to see the board. It's great to see the staff. More importantly, it's great to see the public. I'll be available for any questions you have for the rest of this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas, and it's PC5, I think that you were referencing, which is just a letter from the Assistant Regional Director saying there wasn't anything in the ACRs to comment on. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. George, your trip over to Chignik, the three villages, what conclusion did you reach? I also took a similar trip, I think it was 2 years ago, wasn't it, Mara? Yeah, 2 years ago out there to see for myself as well. And what is really a concern to me was that the local folks, even though not compelled to do so, had voluntarily foregone their subsistence harvesting to preserve the stock because they were so concerned that the levels were as low as they were. Did you experience the same thing when you were out there?
Through Chair, Member Wood, yes. A very simple yes.
And what role would that play in what you do at your job?
I collect information for the delegated officials that have a management authority from the Federal Subsistence Board, and the individual who's the in-season manager, his name is John Gherkin. I would provide him with information that I get feedback from individuals, and he would make the contacts. He's the manager, he'd make the decision, but I provide supporting information to any of the federal managers in the state. And if folks are not meeting their subsistence needs, and there is a challenge to the continuing subsistence uses, then the federal manager can close the fishery to non-federally qualified, which means folks that aren't rural, don't live there. That's one option. The second option is they can close to both federally qualified and non-federally qualified, just totally shut it down. And the third option is between those two, close it down, restrict it to federally qualified, but prioritize amongst those users. Who uses it the most? Who's closest? There's a process for that. So, and that's directly tied to the goals. You know, the escapement goals are what the federal manager uses. We do not establish escapement goals, period. We don't. We're not in that business. So we manage alongside the department, and it's usually hand in hand. You know, most places it's hand in hand. It's like the Chinook salmon, the last several years have had to been shut down. It's on the same day. The state and federal managers are very close and tight with that.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question, sir?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Pappas? Thank you for your report today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving on to an update from the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission. Welcome, Mr. Haight. It's weird to see you on that side of the table, but it's a good thing.
He sure looks much more relaxed, doesn't he?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, for the record, my name is Glenn Haight, and I am Commissioner and Chair of the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and talk with you all and provide an update. It's great to see all these new board members and all of the previous board members and tons of former colleagues here. It's really great to be here. And I will tell you, that's the longest board discussion through those first work session topics that I've heard in the entire time I was here. So you guys are digging in. I mean, clearly this stuff's pretty weighty and important, so it's great to have that dialogue with the department. So, if I may, congratulations to Mr. Nelson. He's going to do great. He served as a board member years ago, so he's going to be able to advise you in that capacity when you just want to go screaming out the room and never come back. I think he'll be a great asset in that regard. And as an information officer with the department, he was always very accommodating and helpful. So congratulations, Art. You'll do great. Madam Chair, I just had 3 or 4 things to cover with the board, and I would just talk about it as we go. And then if you have anything else you want to talk to me about, I will. I see there's no coffee, but you have candies here. That's nice. That's great. You'll recall, for those who were here, Member Payton, when he provided his parting remarks, he was rather pointed at the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission, and he basically said they need to get their act together. And I didn't know what he was talking about necessarily. I found that quite interesting. But with that, I thought it was important after 5 months on the job that I come here and tell you what we're up to and see what else you guys think we need to be doing. So just another couple things about the Limited Entry Act, which is what CFEC operates under. It's very simple. It's to improve fisheries management and the economics for participants by limiting participation. It's essentially what we do. And so from there, then it gets really complicated. And I thought I'd offer a fun fact. Buried deep in the bowels of CFEC statutes, there is one provision that says hearings in proximity to Board of Fisheries meetings. It says a commission hearing that deals with the subject of limited entry to a fishery shall be held on the same date on which, and in the same building, or in a building adjacent to the building in which a Board of Fisheries meeting is being held. That was written in 1985. Of course, we're not doing a lot of limited entry fisheries anymore, so we're not holding those kinds of hearings, at least not right now. But I just wanted to speak to this because there is, at least a long time ago, the legislature wanted the Board of Fish to have a relationship with CFEC. So we'll try to improve that. So Member Payton, he was talking about the Cook Inlet Set Gillnet Optimum Number Study, which CFEC was undertaking. And so I'll speak to that first if I could. So an optimum number study in CFEC world is really it's in statute that we're supposed to do these. We've only done 3. But when you limit a fishery, of which there's 60 plus, at some point in time, you go back to see if you've got the right number of permits out there, whether you've got too many or too few, and then there's buyback provisions that you can implement to try to deal with that. In my past jobs, I've never felt optimum number studies to be terribly useful, because if you have too many permits, then the market or the resource availability tends to dictate how many permits go out there. Eventually, it's a little slower, perhaps. But if there's not a market to sell those fish, the permits won't get fished. And so in terms of lowering the number of permits, the optimum number study is kind of odd. It's a good, important legal and political construct to increase the number of permits, and the Supreme Court has said so in the past. So it's important to have that there. But as an example of how academic an optimum number study can be, you'll recall in the early 2000s, the price of salmon was in the toilet, and the Bristol Bay Drift Fleet asked for an optimum number study to be done, and they did it, and that was in 2001, 2002. And by the time they had finished it 3 or 4 years later, in 2005, the price of sockeye was up, and no one cared. Right? So the commission spent years and probably $100,000 or more on consultants putting together this study, and the range they came up with was the optimum number is anywhere from 900 to 1,400 permits. So it's a completely useless number. Doesn't do any good. So I don't want to just do optimum number studies to do them. I think they need to have some purpose. So I'll approach this subject with that. So in 2019, I think CFEC decided to do this optimum number study, and they launched it at your Board of Fish meeting in 2020. And in talking to staff and in talking with some of the folks that they were going to be working with, the Cook Inlet Set net operators, there was a great deal of skepticism. And so the survey response was pretty poor, about 12%. And these optimum number studies need to dive into someone's operation, get their cost structure. So it's very invasive. And so it's no shock that this group didn't want to turn over their information to government. So the information wasn't great. Another thing about the study is it's intended to be the entire fishery. Right? It's not the east side. And so you look at half of your ACRs today, they're dealing with the east side. That's the problem. And so CFEC was engaging in an optimum number study dealing with the entire inlet. It wasn't addressing the issue. Meanwhile, Senator Machicki had a buyback bill going on the last several years in the legislature, and met with limited success. This last April, he had a hearing in Senate Finance, and at that hearing, it didn't move out, obviously, but at that hearing, the subject of CVC study came up, and the sort of the end remark was, well, let's see what they come up with for an optimum number study, and then we'll go forward with this buyback or look at it again. And so I started in May, and staff was quick to tell me how it had gone so far. And the problem with it was that Machiki's bill dealt with the east side. He was looking for a buyback for the east side. And so we would be coming up with a number for the entire inlet. It wasn't going to make sense. And so he also informed me that the nature of the survey response were poor. And talking about the types of operations we have in Cook Inlet, they're not like a permit. One permit isn't necessarily equal. Folks there fish in groups, right? So you can have people register to fish in groups of 2 to 15 permits. And so you can see in any one particular operation, one permit is going to catch a lot more than others, but they're working their sites and their areas and maximizing their catch based on what they know their location does. So it was going to be very difficult to say this is the number of permits that we think is the optimum number. So I just said, look, let's reboot this thing. Let's go talk with people and see if they still want us to do this. So we went up to Kenai Soldotna in July and met with 7 or 8 different operators. And it was great. Went up and down the coast. People were really nice, helpful. Told us about their operations, the logistics, the geography, and we got a good handle on that. And we asked do they want us to continue? And it wasn't universal, but most said yes. We're not doing well here. We need some help. And so sure enough, the next week they were shut down and didn't fish again. So we revamped the survey. We're just doing it, the study. We're just doing it on the east side. And that's easy enough to do because everyone registers there. We know who they are. And the survey we went out with in August is more like a cleaver as opposed to a scalpel. It was very basic financial questions, so we could try to get a handle on their operations. And I think the response was pretty good. We got 60 responses back, but 40 of them were from group leaders. And if you match up those leaders with the number of permits that they work with, we got about a 64% response rate. So we felt that was pretty good. So we're looking at the data, and we'll put together as well as we can what we think the appropriate number of permits are at certain ranges of fish. Maybe at 500,000 pounds, this is the number of permits we think can make it work, 1 million pounds, and so on and so forth. And we hope to have that out to the legislature by the time they start. I don't know if anyone's going to pick up a bill or pick up Machiki's bill from where it left off, but that's sort of what we're doing with that study. I just wanted to start with that. See if any questions.
Thank you, Glenn. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. My understanding is that it is going to be reintroduced, and that helps you out in whatever it is that you're doing. Did I understand it correctly? You're doing just strictly east side at this juncture?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, Mr. Wood. We're just doing east side. So this is not going to be an op number study that goes into the books, that goes into regulation.
And you anticipate it being ready for the legislative session?
Yeah, yes.
Is there any way you could provide a copy of it when it becomes public and to Art, and Art can distribute it to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Betcha.
Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, hi, Glenn. I just had a quick question of whether or not your survey captured any of the, changes that are brought forward in these ACRs or proposals that we've seen recently. As if one of those were adopted, would that change the interest in having a buyback?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, I don't know. I quickly glanced at the ACRs and didn't study them very much. So I'm uncertain.
But there was no question within the survey to try and capture changes to that management plan that we've seen in, okay.
No.
Glenn, is there a review process associated with the draft of your report, or are those reviewed by participants or the public or any other entities?
Thank you. We've had the question, Madam Chair. I think it might not be the best thing to have the fleet review it, just so that it maintains some level of neutrality. However, I think if we get into a point where we're not really confident or we need more expertise, we can expand that review. We've talked about it. We haven't set that up quite yet, but we may incorporate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Good to see you here today. Thanks for your report.
I have a couple more.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I should just do it all. I will be brief. You have a busy schedule. One of the item I wanted to bring up is our favorite Sitka Sound herring open pound proposal, which has been sort of ping pong between the Board of Fish and CFEC over the years. For those who haven't been a part of it, there's a group in Sitka that want to take their Sacro seine permit and convert the gear into an open pound and fish it through there. The board and the CFEC have dueling authorities, and so I've sat through 3 board meetings where it's just sort of ended with a thud, and the board took no action because they didn't have authority. And CFEC has acted in the past on this in various capacities, and so I think maybe leaving the last meeting, it was back to CFEC. What I would prefer to do is that we work together a little bit on this. I'm not suggesting a special committee, but maybe one board member with some interest could work with me. We could gather maybe some legal advice, scope out what we might want to do in advance of that Southeast meeting and get good information to you. The authorities that CFEC have, and I don't have the greatest understanding of all of this, but we have a technical one. We would have to not allow the existing northern herring pound operators in Sitka Sound, which is kind of technical if you guys create a fishery for it. But the bigger one is, if we create more pound fisheries, would that have an impact on the existing pound fishermen and therefore hurt their economics, which would violate the Limited Entry Act? So there's questions there that we would need to answer, and I would prefer to do that before we got to a board meeting. We wouldn't take any action on this, but you would know what we have in front of us to look at should it come back to us. That's my preference on how to approach it, but I'd like to explore it with the board and see if there's a better path. But I just didn't want to get to that next Southeast board meeting and not have anything come of it.
Questions? Can you help just remind me a little bit about I think you did a little bit, but if you could go into a little bit more detail about the push and pull between the CFEC and the board with respect to those proposals. I recall that from last spring. It's a little bit blurry. It was a long month. But I do recall that issue came up.
Right.
And it seemed like it had some merit, but it was sort of bogged down in this bureaucratic ping pong, as you said.
Ping pong, yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this proposal first came around in the late 90s, and they did experimental fisheries on it, and I think it's come up before the board well before I got there, and my first time was Southeast, I want to say 2015. And at the time, the board took no action because it had no authority. It does have authority to convert those seines, I believe, into pound gear, but CFEC has to do something too, and so they asked CFEC to run through a proposed reg process, which CFEC did, and it received much the same input that the board received. It was hell no from a vast majority of the operators, and so it wasn't going to take this action, and so it fell back to the board, and it's been like that back and forth, and it would be nice, I think, for everyone involved, the pounders and the folks that are interested in this proposal, to have them get some answers to them, or to have some better information to you the next time it comes before you. So.
Thanks. And so the process that you're envisioning, or in terms of trying to work through this, is working with individual board members, special committee, or what? I mean, from the CFEC perspective, what is your request in terms of collaboration?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it doesn't need to be a committee necessarily. It could just be a board member that has some interest or insight in it. I could work with that individual and work with the Department of Law to scope out, the various aspects of the authorities to make sure we've got things covered. And then, it could be from our side of things, we do an optimum number study on the herring pound fishery. That would tell us that if you added more pounders, whether it would be a disadvantage to the existing folks. So it's that kind of work, and I'm not sure that's really what we should do, but I'd like a chance to really think about it with some people who have thought about it.
Thanks. Any other questions for Glenn on this topic? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Haight. If I recall right, this has been before the board ever since I got on the Board of Fisheries 20 years ago. I think my first meeting was in Sitka, and I remember being approached by some of the seiners with this idea. So it's almost being as long as a North Council process here. It's taken 20-some years. So, yeah, I think your idea is very good. I think that's a good way to go. Thank you, Mr. Haight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, just two other things. One may please Mr. Wood, actually, from past conversations. But, you know, we do, CFEC does some reports for the Board of Fish for several of the meetings. And in talking with our research staff, those are actually program-driven. You push a button, and it extracts the data and produces a report. They change the verbiage based on the numbers in front of them. They'd like to do more if you'd like it. If that's not helpful to you, they don't want to necessarily keep doing that. But if there are some things that you think we could do for you in advance of a meeting, maybe 3 to 5 discrete study items, subject items, they'd be happy to try to approach that. We probably would need at least a month warning to do that. But we want to avail those resources to you because I think the reports are nice, but as our research folks have said, they'd like to be more helpful if possible. And we'd like to have them here more often at the meetings, and they can help out with various questions that come up. And last thing I just mentioned, I just want to flag this for you. I have no agenda item on it at all, but you know, there's a shared authority between the 3 agencies of Fish and Game and CFEC and the board, and that involves moratoriums on open access fisheries. So when someone petitions to limit a fishery, what can happen if that's really public is that other people will jump into that fishery and you'll get a lot of participation so they can get some history. And so CFEC, if it went to limit a fishery, would be limiting it with a lot more participants than normally were there. So there's a moratorium process that if Department of Fish and Game is concerned about a fishery, it can petition CFEC to create a moratorium on that fishery while CFEC studies it. It does get blessed by the Board of Fish. And so I'm not suggesting there's any fishery that needs to happen, but I just want to offer that there's a shared authority if something comes up. So, Madam Chair, that's remarks I have. Thank you.
Thanks, I learned something new today. Any other questions for Glenn? Thank you very much, appreciate your being here. That brings us to agenda item number 11, which is the 2023-2024 call for proposals. I believe this is under the miscellaneous tab in your RC1 book. And I will turn it over to Director Nelson to talk us through it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's fairly straightforward. This is the second stapled item behind the miscellaneous tab. The cover page says Agenda 11. First item in there is a simple memo talking about that this is phase 1 of the board's process for developing fish and game regulations, and it's to put out the call for proposals for next winter's, the 24-25 cycle, 23-24 cycle meetings, which would be all fin fish in Cook Inlet and all fin fish in the Kodiak region. And then behind that is just about a page and a half draft version of the call for proposals that, if the board approves, we will get out to the public in late November, early December, and with a traditional proposal close date of April 10th, 2023.
All right, thanks, and I think you just said it, but I think this is April 10th is sort of the normal day that you shoot for, give or take a weekend or so, or a holiday.
That's the normal day unless it falls on a weekend, but yeah.
Very good. Any discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Nelson's summation on the call for proposals. I think April 10th is a normal date, and it falls on a Monday, so I think that says it all right there, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll move that we do a call for proposals for 23-24 and the deadline on April 10th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you. I have a second. Any additional discussion or opposition? Hearing none, so moved. Thank you. Which brings us to number 12, which is the approval of the meeting dates and locations for the 2024-2025 cycle. This is also under the miscellaneous tab in RC1. And I, again, will turn it over to Mr. Nelson to talk us through it.
Who seconded that last one? Did you get that?
Mackenzie.
Thank you. Yeah, the next stapled item in the miscellaneous section deals with the dates for the 24-25 winter cycle, two years from now. The second page, pardon me, summarizes proposed, a singular proposed meeting date for each of the meetings. And then there are some backup dates as well. Following that, you'll see there are some other meeting dates for other events we try to avoid, like the North Pacific Council or the Pacific Salmon Commission. And then there's holiday dates. I have a memo that shows you some meeting metrics as far as the volume of proposals and locations for previous meetings in this cycle. For instance, if you look at page 4 of 8 in my memo, you'll see that, for instance, for the past Prince William Sound meeting cycles, it has been alternating between Cordova and Valdez, 5 to 7 meeting days, and you can see there's various levels of proposals with it. So, and then the same thing for the Southeast Shellfish and Finfish meetings, which are a little more difficult to compare more recently, since those have been combined into either back-to-back meetings or merged into a single meeting most recently. And then, of course, the statewide shellfish meeting is on page 5. So gives you a little bit to consider and shows you where the meetings have been in the past. So my recommendation would be to approve tentative dates for each location and then select where you guys would like to go for each meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And I think what I'd like to do is to go through it meeting by meeting and make a decision. So we'll talk about like where the work session is and when, and then we'll make a motion on that and then go to the next one. I think that might be the easiest, cleanest way to do that, unless you have any other suggestions. Mr. Vice Chair Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the first one, on the work session, I would, this year, our council meeting started on the 2nd, ended on the 11th. So if that were to happen next October, when we have our October meeting, either date would work fine for me. So I'm not picky about either date. The council dates move around a little bit, so October the 29th and 30th one would give me a better chance of not having a conflict there. And as far as location, we've had one work session in the past where we went to a different location other than Anchorage, but Anchorage is usually the regular spot for this meeting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'll also note that I did scan through the PCs and I didn't see any PCs that specifically addressed or made any requests of any of the meeting dates for this cycle that we're checking in on. So nobody raised any red flags, at least through the public comments that I was aware of or saw. One question for Mr. Nelson with respect to the work session, October 29, 30. If there was something that needed to be regulatorily noticed for Prince William Sound meeting, does that provide enough time to do so?
Madam Chair, it certainly does cut it close, but I think the time is there. It's generally 30 days of notice we would need to get out for a supplemental. If, for instance, an ACR was accepted and then scheduled for the Prince William Sound meeting. I believe there's enough room there to do it, especially because you could put the item at the end of the meeting. I believe I'd look to Mr. Peterson to make sure that's good, even if our notice didn't cover the first day of the Prince William Sound meeting, as long as we acted on it. I believe that would work notice-wise. And we could have a draft notice kind of ready to go as we come out of the work session, kind of in anticipation of something, if that's what's likely to happen.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, discussion? Conflicts with October 29, 30? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, I'd go for that one, Madam Chair. If I think Mr. Nelson said that would work out with the Prince William Sound meeting. I'll make a motion to that effect, 29th, 30th in Anchorage.
Okay.
Second.
Any opposition or additional discussion? Hearing and seeing none, so moved. Okay, which brings us to Prince William Sound, Upper Copper, Susitna River finfish, shellfish, except for shrimp. Right now, the proposed dates by the department are December 3 through 9, 2024. We're looking at 7 days. There is a potential overlap with the council meetings on both the proposed and one of the backup dates. The second backup is December 10 through 16, and third is 16 through 22. I'll just put on the record up front that the 22nd is getting mighty close to holiday, an important holiday. So if we could avoid that, that would be my preference, but I'll open it up for discussion at this time for dates and location for Prince William Sound. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nothing new to the old members, but when we held a meeting down in Cordova, I put some comments I had on the record. We got down there, there was nothing within walking distance of where we were staying to eat. There was one place where you could drive out. I don't know how many miles it was, but it would take a vehicle to get out there. I am not inclined to go back to Cordova unless I can get some kind of assurances that the facilities are going to be there to feed and house us, so that we can stay within a walkable distance. Where the meeting is actually held is great. It was right across from the Reluctant Fisherman. That wasn't an issue. And I've talked to Tom a little bit about this, and I understand you're making some gestures as well. But if Cordova can't do it, I'd like to know what Valdez has to offer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Understand the concerns that you raised. Talked to you yesterday. I believe I talked to Madam Chairman about some similar issues. Obviously, I'm a little biased, and of course, I would like to have the meeting in Cordova if possible, but understand that small towns in the winter tend to be a little bit more difficult to hold meetings such as this, but I know the community is very receptive to the idea. The participation level is very high when you have it in Cordova. I've been to many meetings in Valdez where it just seems like there's a little bit more of a disconnect between the community and the meeting as a whole. I think about the only, obviously cannot give you any guarantees or any members of the board guarantees that the accommodations will be completely satisfactory, but what I can tell you is if the board was willing to tentatively schedule something today, that I would do my very best to make sure that the proper channels were looked at and could work with Mr. Nelson to make sure, and that if I felt that that wasn't going to work out, that I could, the board know at an appropriate time and we could make a change. But that's really about the only thing I can add at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate, Madam Chairman, if I might. Perhaps Art could follow up with that with you, Tom. And if we just get a commitment out of the new owners of the Reluctant Fishermen to open up their facility, that would address just about 99.9% of the problems right there.
One question for Art, and maybe we need to pause just a second, but I know that there's criteria for setting where the meetings will occur. And I just want to make sure that the options before us, which right now I'm hearing is sort of Valdez and Cordova, still meet the criteria. And looks like we've got whether the community has commercial jet or turbine service, cellular service, high-speed internet. Okay, I'm just looking through. It looks like they meet, both would meet the criteria. And do you want to table this one and have a conversation? Come back to it?
We're not going to get an answer here today, Madam Chairman. I'd like to go along with what Tom suggested. Let's tentatively schedule it for Cordova. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's tentatively schedule it for Cordova, and if Art and Tom do the investigation and they can get that kind of commitment that there'll be dependable food service, I'm all on board.
Madam Chair, I kind of view all these as tentative. Once we get back and start getting into booking and stuff like that, there could be conflicts that we come back to you, but we would go with, the preferred date that you guys, that the board selects and the location, and we would do everything we could to try to make it happen and come back to you if we have issues. So.
Okay, so not etched in stone yet, but we're outlining it. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Normally, we go back and forth between Cordova and Valdez, but the last time in Valdez was quite a bummer for everybody. And nobody, we weren't even, they didn't even know we were there in the town, basically. So I was pretty disappointed myself with the reception and stuff, and then the amount of people. Cordova always has a lot of people that come to the meetings. I do like Cordova, but I didn't like some of the things like Mr. Woods mentioned. I think it'd be good to look into it and have Mr. Nelson and Mr. Carpenter see if they can get some assurances that, I was happy at Cordova last time. I didn't have any trouble, but I know a lot of others did. The weather didn't cooperate very well, but we can't do anything about that. And my preferred time would be the 10th to the 16th. And I'm pretty sure the council meeting will probably be in the same area as it was this year, or it was going to be this year, and that's the 5th to the, whatever, the 5th to the 11th or 12th. So it might create an overlap, but I'm not privy to the way they schedule their meetings as much as I am for this one. So, and like you said, 16th to the 22nd is just, that's way too close to the holidays. So that's what I got, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any other comment? Mr. Carpenter?
Madam Chair, I would move that we tentatively schedule the Prince William Sound Finfish meeting for December 10th through 16th, 2024, and would ask unanimous consent.
In Cordova?
In Cordova.
Okay. Second?
Second, that's unanimous consent.
A second, and is there any opposition? Hearing none, so moved. Southeastern Yakutat Finfish and Shellfish. The proposed date, this is in January 2025. The meeting is approximated at 13 days. The proposed dates right now are January 28th through February 29th, 2025. Backup is January 5th through 17th. Just on the front end, that's a little close for holiday travel for folks on the 5th, but certainly we'll open it up for discussion at this time. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a little clarification between the proposed and the backup date. The proposed date is one that we believe will work. There is currently a scheduling conflict with a group that has the Ted Ferry Civic Center booked tentatively, but I believe they are amenable to switching dates with us. We currently, for the Board of Fish, are penciled in for the 5th through the 17th at the Ted Ferry Center. However, that conflicts with meetings of the Pacific Salmon Commission, and so we entered into some heated negotiations, but I believe we've got resolution and we can make the dates work, and that, I believe, avoids all conflicts with the Pacific Salmon Commission if we can go with the January 28th through February 9 dates.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll just make the comment that I think that we're targeting Ketchikan because they missed out on last year for a variety of different reasons, primarily COVID-related, and unfortunately, the meeting was moved to Anchorage, so it would be my preference to move that meeting or hold that meeting in Ketchikan since they didn't have the opportunity to host us this last year. So those are my comments, and we'll open it up. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that concerns me on the 28th to February 9th one is February 9th is pushing pretty close to the opening of the Tanner crab season, and some of the fishermen might be pretty busy. But we could do like we did in the last meeting. We could have a crab segment right at the start of the meeting and work it that way. And it'd probably work out fine for everyone. So if that were to happen, I'd agree on the 28th to February 9th one. And yeah, I agree we should try Ketchikan again.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to urge you to be flexible in how you schedule things, like crab there, but the second week of February is usually when the commission schedules its meeting to start on salmon negotiations, and you will be missing a whole bunch of salmon fishermen that are involved with the Salmon Commission. And that was a problem at the last cycle that we had. So as long as we can have some flexibility in adjusting the schedule, so when we deal with salmon, so that we can do it between the January meeting and the February meeting, you'll have a lot more engagement.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner, you think the 28th to the 9th would work best for the Salmon Commission?
Yeah, the 9th might overlap a little bit. I haven't looked at a 25 calendar, but that would be much better than the January 5th through the 17th.
Yeah, and I'm sure we can manipulate the meeting to do salmon and, so it works out for us, like we did before.
Well, I have a vote on that one, so I'll try to adjust it to accommodate our schedule here.
You can change the Civic Salmon meeting? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate that input, though, and I think that we can try and be mindful of how the roadmap is set to try and accommodate the most amount of stakeholders, similar to what we did with some of the roadmap adjustments at the last Southeast meeting in March. Okay. Do I have a motion?
So move, Madam Chair, that we have the meeting on the 28th to the 9th of February in Ketchikan for 2025 Southeast Alaska Finfish.
Second, as unanimous consent.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no objection, so moved. That brings us to all remaining statewide shellfish and Prince William Sound shrimp and any supplemental issues. Looking at March 2025, 6 days. The proposed date is March 4th through March 9th, 2025. The backup date is March 11th through 16. Typically, these meetings have occurred in Anchorage. So I would just kind of open it up. And I don't know if that is that at the back end of Ferrandi?
If anything, that would, in early March is the biggest concern is the start of Iditarod and all the other events that usually book up but that is in 2025. Iditarod is the first Saturday in March, and that is actually March 1st in 2025. So
March 1st, so this would be Wednesday. So Ferrandi usually goes.
Ferrandi is before the
Yeah.
That's that last weekend is the last weekend, okay.
Yeah.
All right, just checking to make sure that there wasn't any conflicts with Ferrandi, because this would be a real busy spot otherwise. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that discussion, I'd suggest the March 11th, the 16th in Anchorage.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
That'd be the motion.
Yes.
Second, as unanimous consent.
So I have a motion for March 11th through 16th in Anchorage. I have a second with unanimous consent. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, so moved.
So, Madam Chair, I just have to, February 9th is the Super Bowl, and you and I will probably be watching the Packers on February 9th, so we'll have to end that meeting earlier.
I am now motivated, and we'll work with the chair to make sure that we don't schedule a board meeting on Super Bowl. You might need to put a back end Monday, just in case. Seriously. All right, does that, thanks for that, Commissioner, that's very important stuff. Are there any, Mr. Nelson, is there anything else related to setting the meeting dates or locations for the 2024-2025 cycle that the board needs to take up at this time?
Madam Chair, no, that's everything I have under that item.
Great. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, review of 2022-2023 cycle workload. So relatively recently, I engaged with some discussion with staff. We talked about how the board adapted for COVID times and how we changed some of our processes or procedures, I should say, particularly with respect to RCs in order to accommodate, reduce COVID potential, I guess, at some of these in-person meetings. One of the things that has come out of that is whether or not the board is interested in allowing for electronic submission of RCs at our meeting. So typically, that's not something that the board has done. They have required you to be in person. They have required the members of the public to submit, I forget if it was 30-some-odd copies, to the record keeper, and whether or not it made more sense or there was efficiencies or there was benefits to being able to submit record copies electronically through an online portal. And I had some concerns about that. One of the initial concerns that I had was whether or not the board would be spammed or that there could be, abuses of that ability by folks doing form emails, et cetera, and really bogging down the process. RCs, as everyone around this table likely knows or will find out soon enough, can be prolific at some meetings. And so I want to make sure that we have that discussion and that we're not making any procedural changes that the public, that would change the process for how the public engages with the board. That isn't fully transparent and open for discussion. So I've asked board support to consider some of these risks, I would say, and they've come up, I think, with some pretty interesting solutions that I would ask the board to consider, only for electronic submission of record copies. Are there any questions? Mr. Wood?
I apologize. I didn't see that in stuff that we've been presented. So then somebody that wanted to submit an RC could do so electronically. They couldn't testify electronically, though. Is that correct?
That's correct. Public testimony would still be required in person.
Okay.
But for record copies, one of the things that we allowed was folks could email in RCs or additional materials to board support. One of the things that came out of my discussion with staff was that email was a little clunky, kind of problematic. You didn't always have good names, or there was attachments that were awkward or not, that staff had a lot of time sort of to fix or monkey with, that was time consuming and administratively burdensome. So one of the ways that they've sort of, I think, really creatively come up with is a portal that would help to relieve some of those administrative issues. Just for the board consideration, we can always go, we can, still continue to accept RCs if we had done prior to COVID. But this is just an option that I wanted the board to take a look at and discuss.
So if indeed an electronic RC came in, the staff would then make a printed copy we'd have here at the desk, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But we've got Annie before us, and hopefully Annie or any of the directors, either Ms. Tibbles or Mr. Nelson, can speak to this. I know that they've been working with staff on this and looking at ways to make the whole process more efficient for board members and also for the public and for staff. And just wanted to open this up for the board's consideration and discussion before any changes are made, if any at all.
I would very much favor, as long as it's restricted to RCs, I would very much oppose if it went beyond that and started getting into testimony. I've been negotiating labor contracts for the last 2 years through electronics, and it doesn't work, folks, and I don't want to go that route.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the discussion for the board to consider here are some are trade-offs. The submission portal that we've actually used so far this cycle for the public comments, PCs coming in 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks prior to a meeting, now utilizes this portal. It's much more efficient for staff. Annie will walk us through it here in a second, but it's much more efficient for staff. It allows them to develop the index of comments that I think board members refer to regularly. It's much easier for staff to compile that. It's not, it cannot be automated like a process could be to spam an email address for submitting comments to the board. And it also requires that it allows us to gather all the information about the submitter that we need to gather in case we need to do follow-ups. The downside, of course, for the board's consideration is that This makes it easier for the public to submit RCs to the board and can significantly increase the volume of paper that comes to the board. And as a former board member, I can tell you there are definitely some meetings where it feels like you are drowning in paper. So it's something to consider. There are efficiencies, but there are some potential setbacks with it. Annie, would you like to demonstrate the portal?
Certainly. So we use this program called ArcGIS to accept our comments, or in this case, record copies. Record copies are comments submitted after the meeting has begun. In the past, people have came to the table over there with their 25 copies in hand. Each comment gets stamped with an RC number and then scanned in and made available online. This would be hosted on our website. Right now, it's hosted on the main page. And you would enter, of course, your first name, last name, organization name, or affiliation. That's optional because we want, of course, to know if it's the public or someone representing a group. We ask for folks' email address and phone number in case something comes up where we need to clarify it with, say, the Department of Law, or make sure there isn't any information that is sensitive. They have to upload their record copy as a document or a PDF. Just like you would hand in a paper document that you printed out, they would upload it there. And then it also has this really nice topic description. So instead of board support staff guessing what your letter's about or comments about, you can define it there, and we use that to put it on the website. Last year when we were accepting them via email, sometimes we'd get comments that didn't have people's names. They wouldn't describe what proposal they were talking about. So this really helps it so that you board members can be informed on exactly what they're trying to get across to you. Another feature of this submission portal is it allows staff who are remote to help out. So let's say we had a meeting where there were a lot of people turning in paper copies and a lot of people submitting it through the portal. Any publication specialist in Juneau with a Board of GAM could step in and help process these remotely and be contributing to that work. So we may get more submissions, but we may also have help from lots of different places, getting these processed, putting them online so that your staff and your stakeholders and board members can read that information hopefully faster.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, one of the scourges of a public process is, in this day and age, they'll send out an email list of 15,000 people saying, here's an issue that's really near and dear to you. Click above and send it on forward. And what prevents us from being inundated by Philadelphia or California has no idea what the dickens is going on up here?
Well, if they really motivated their base, they could write a document. They could copy and paste it into a document, save the document, or save it as a PDF, and then upload it. But they'd still have to input all this information. So you wouldn't get mass emailed the way that a lot of those things, you fill out the survey online and they automatically fire off an email. That wouldn't work. You would have to take the time to write a letter, save it as a document or save it as a PDF, go to this page, fill it out. And so I assume you're only going to attract folks who are really interested in being part of this process.
Okay, that's just a concern I have.
Oh, yeah, we're also very concerned about it at board support. You know, we have limited resources. We want to get you guys the best information possible and the best format possible. And that's the reason why we chose to only accept documents or PDFs. It's not like someone can dump a big PowerPoint presentation on us or an Excel document. If they want to do that, they have to convert it into a PDF. And it's limited by the number of pages that you would have those constraints when you turn in something here.
Mr. Carpenter and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd have to think about this one for just a little bit longer. But, I mean, obviously, trying to bring the most the most public participation to this format is, critically important to the success. I mean, it might work on the Board of Fisheries. I would be very cautious if I was a Board of Game member in regards to a controversial subject that was being discussed, but, and obviously the younger, the generation of people, you were trying to get them to engage in this process, and obviously electronic participation is becoming more and more the norm. Obviously, we've learned that dramatically over COVID. I just think that the staff could be really overwhelmed with the amount of paper, especially if board members are still wanting paper copies. And I guess I'm just a little bit, I don't think I'm really there yet.
That's exactly why we're having the discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tentatively support it, but I want to know if we had the ability, if we started it and it wasn't going to work, if we could stop it and not use it anymore. I'm just like Mr. Carpenter, I'm a little bit nervous about it.
Thank you. I had similar concerns when we talked about it with staff, and that's why I wanted to kind of have this discussion openly and transparently on the record, and so that if the board did decide, we're okay, well, let's try this, but we reserve the right to pull it or stop it or change it if it's getting abused or if it's getting just unmanageable for staff and for board members in terms of the volume of RCs or whatnot that are coming in. If we made those, put those sideboards on the record and perhaps even formalized it up front so that if we're in the middle of a meeting and we start just getting dumped with paper, we can change it without, causing a lot of issues or consternation with members of the public, because I could see that could be problematic. It was definitely a concern of mine. But just looking at ways to make more efficient and ease the ability of the public to provide us with information. But I agree with a lot of the comments that have been shared. Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New information, I always try to bring in new information. We had a situation, I believe, with the wolves, with the Federal Subsistence Management Program. We were crushed. We had ended up with 20 people. It took a week to go through what showed up in a few days, and it actually shut our email servers down. And for the federal government, that's substantial. But it's not like this. It was a different situation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just give you an example.
So Annie, can you explain the difference between emailing and the portal that you guys have built, please?
Yeah, so with email, you could come up with, like, let's say you start with a Word or a mail merge kind of thing. So you might have a spreadsheet that has all the names of your mailing list. And then you come up with a program that puts their name in it. So it says, Dear Board of Fisheries, I care about this issue. These are the reasons why I care about it. Sign, and then it would also input their name and their email address. So it looks like it's coming from an individual, but it's a duplicate email. And that can shut down an email. And that's one of the reasons why we want a program like this, because it slows down people, because they physically have to put in each input here, their name, their email address, and then they have to upload it. So if people were submitting comments or RCs by email, there is the potential for that, but we are not accepting comments via email. That's not on the table right now. You guys are mentioning getting buried in paperwork, but you could also get physically buried in paperwork. If you had record copies that you wanted to see, if there were 200 documents coming to that table that all had to be scanned by one person operating the record copy table, that would take a lot of time as well. So by opening it up to people from anywhere, you are opening yourself to a risk of lots of folks submitting RCs. But there's also our fax number, that folks could bury you in faxes. So if there's a group of people who are determined to hijack this process, there are many ways that they could do it. And I think it's just hoping for the respect that's all we can do is set some guardrails, like you said. And this is much different from an email. I mean, how long would it take you to get through this form and upload it? You're not going to get thousands and thousands of submissions in the way that an email program could do it in that fast amount of time.
Okay. Well, I think I appreciate the introduction to that, and perhaps we can have more discussion under miscellaneous business tomorrow, give members a little bit of chance to think about it and, work through it in their minds. And perhaps what we do is sort of a pilot program associated with the next couple of meetings or this meeting cycle and see if it works. And if it doesn't, the chair can reserve the right to go back to how we've traditionally done RCs, which means being physically present and doing copies. But I did find some benefit in just the amount of time that, or how quickly you were able to get RCs up to the website. We could reference them electronically. I know the public could as well, and those listening in remotely could see the RCs just as fast as we did. So I thought that there was some benefit to that, but I wanted to tickle the conversation, get it started. I'd ask board members to think about it, and maybe what we do is consider it a pilot program to see how it works. And if things fall apart, then the chair will put an end to it. We'll see. All right, to be continued for discussion tomorrow. I really appreciate the work that staff has done into building the portal and thinking creatively and constructively about how to increase interaction with the board and vice versa. All right. Let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back, or let's come back on the record at 3:30, and we'll start with some agenda change requests. All right, see you at 3:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. Good to go, Henry? All right, thank you. We are back on the record. It is 3:40 PM, and we're going to go ahead and begin with agenda change requests. We've got 20 agenda change requests before us at this meeting, and before we get into it too much, I will just turn it over to Mr. Nelson for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention, there's one more item at the back of the miscellaneous tab in your RC1 binder, and this is a copy of 3 agenda change requests that were submitted, but were not included in the agenda change request package. 2 of the ACRs were in-cycle issues for this year, essentially making them late proposals, and our website for submission of agenda change requests clearly says that in-cycle ACRs will not be accepted. The third, or the middle one in the package, is a non-regulatory, out-of-your-authority issue speaking to refunding permit fees. So those 3 were not included and just included as a FYI for the board.
Thank you. All right, ACRs. First ACR before us, ACR number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Mark Stickert. I work for the Commercial Fisheries Division in Kodiak. ACR 1 concerns the North Alaska Peninsula District Commercial Dungeness Crab Fishery, and it seeks to establish a 500 pot per vessel limit for the fishery, as well as implement a total fishery pot limit cap of 10,000 pots, Madam Chair.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Thank you. So presently, the North Peninsula District Dungeness crab fishery is an open access fishery. There are few other restrictions that govern this fishery. There are no pot limits. There are no vessel length restrictions. The department doesn't conduct any assessment, and we don't set a GHL or any other harvest limit for this fishery. And we rely on 3S management. That's size, sex, and season, where harvesters can keep male crab that are at least 6.5 inches or greater in size during the open season, which is May through mid-October, October 18th. Historically, this is a low-density fishery. Tend to only have a handful of boats that fish during most years. It's not uncommon that we have 0 participation in this fishery, except beginning last year, we saw a pretty stark increase in influx of new boats into the fishery. And then this year, we have 16 boats that fished, and total catch, which just closed last week, was over 2.8 million pounds. So we've seen a very dramatic spike in effort and catch in this fishery. With respect to the staff assessment of the ACR criteria, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? We've replied possibly. As I mentioned, the department does not conduct any sort of stock assessment process for this fishery, and so it's unknown whether this recent large harvest is sustainable in the long run if it continues, or if it poses a conservation concern at this point. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? We identified no. And does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? And we've identified, we think it does, yes. During prior board cycles, when the board could have or has addressed this fishery, as I mentioned, it was a really low-density fishery, and I don't think anyone foresaw this level of effort and harvest in this fishery. And so I think this is a relatively new and an acute topic to discuss. Just quickly, additional information. From 2012 to 22, so the last 10 years, we had an average of 3 boats that annually fished in the fishery. Again, not uncommon to have 0 effort. The amount of gear registered for this fishery averaged about 823 pots per vessel and ranged between 500 and 1,800 pots per season. So on average, about 50% of participating vessels operated more than the prescribed 500 pots under consideration here. So this proposal, at least based on past participation, would have an impact if you chose to adopt it moving down the road. And I'll note that even despite this really big spike in effort this year, total pots registered this year was about 8,500 pots, and so that was below the proposed 10,000 pot limit. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Jensen and Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Stickert. Could you describe the area that you're referring to in the North Peninsula District? Is this all the way from Kodiak all the way up around?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair. So no, this is a fairly small area. So this really occurs in the Bering Sea side of the Alaska Peninsula. And in practice, where the fishery occurs, it's just north of Unimak Island. You might have heard people refer to it as the slime banks. So from Unimak Island to the east, going to False Pass, we're really talking about a fairly small amount of real estate, 50 or 60 miles of coastline. So it's a very, the district's much larger, but where the fishery occurs, it's very compressed.
Follow-up.
I got a follow-up for you, Mark. So this particular little area you're talking about has had 17 vessels and 8,500 pots. It seems like, and it varies from 3 to how many, 17? Is that, on the average, it's about 3 boats?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair, yes. So, historically, it's the last 10 or 15 years, there's a couple boats typically based out of Dutch Harbor that will fish. On occasion, we'll see some boats from King Cove or False Pass that come up and will fish. But, it is an exposed area, right? I mean, it's in the Bering Sea, and so it's not an easy fishery to fish in. And so typically, it's just a handful of local boats that have really specialized in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the increase in participation in harvest, do you intend to begin survey or assessing this stock?
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair. So short answer is no. I think Dungeness crab in general lend themselves well to 3S management. They're a fairly cryptic species of crab. They occupy a wide range of depths and substrates. They're challenging to assess, and oftentimes, so in many ways, people are chasing last year's fish. And so this year's run-up was likely a response to an increase in catch last year. It's unknown whether or not we see this catch maintain in the future, because as you can see, you have 1,000 pots. It takes a lot of capital to be in these fisheries, and if you are not catching enough crab to justify running that much gear, those boats generally go to a different fishery or go somewhere else. And so it's a long-winded answer, but no, we don't. And we have a similar situation really in Kodiak, Jignik, and Alaska Peninsula, the south side too. And so we don't have a program, and I don't see us developing one in the near future.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a comment rather than a question, if you want me to hold off until I'll go forward, okay? When I first got on the board and was first exposed to questions on regulatory schemes for different crab fisheries, I was looking through the documentation and saw that it had been 30 years where that particular one had last been open. I told staff it's got to be a typographical. No, it wasn't. They had been indeed closed for 30 years, and there was no real likelihood it was going to reopen anytime in the foreseeable future. And it happened more than once. And every time I asked why we got ourselves in that situation, the answer was it was not properly managed back then. We know better now, okay? This kind of situation that we're looking at with this ACR alarms me when you got a 5-fold increase in harvesters out there than what has been done historically, even though we don't have the studies to document and don't have any realistic belief that it's going to happen anytime in the future. I'm going to err in the side of conservation and support sending this ACR forward for consideration. I don't know how they came up with the 500 pot limit, how that would actually be implemented as far as being effective or ineffective in reducing the amount of harvest out there. But we can address that when it comes up for consideration in a regulatory cycle. But I'd ask staff to address whether the 500 pot limit is reasonable or something else should be put in its place.
Mr. Wood, through the chair, that's a difficult question to answer, and it's probably better answered by folks at participate in this fishery when the time comes. Pot limits are challenging. I would expect, certain vessels, large, high-capacity vessels that fish 1,800 pots, right? It's likely that those boats would move to a different fishery because operating 500 pots from a large boat probably is not going to be profitable. And so in that sense, you could be excluding some of the larger or higher capacity boats. There are instances where you fish 250 pots and I fish 750 pots. I'm now 250 over my limit and you have 250 to go. I sell my pots to you and we both fish the same number of pots. And the same number of pots are in the water. So, there's a lot of different scenarios where this plays out. This board last year adopted pot limits for 2 other fisheries in the westward region, Kodiak and Alaska Peninsula. Those will be implemented for the first time next year. So we don't have any examples from neighboring fisheries that would provide any context to you, but I think during some years it would likely reduce the amount of gear and other years not.
Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, Mark, I was under the impression that in ages past that the fishery up by Eisenbeck and Moffett out to Emac Island had been pretty productive, but listening to you, it sounds like it's really pretty much shifted down to the slime banks down there. Is the abundance really much greater out to the west, or are they more exposed up at Eisenbeck Moffett, or how does that go?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, I don't have that fine-grained information in terms of where the catch came from. It's likely the same crowd of crab that are probably moving up and down that coastline, and so I'm not sure there are discrete pockets. There's likely not any sort of structure within that population, and they're sort of moving based on whatever they're choosing to move on. This year, with all this extra added effort, we have seen the fishery shift to the east because there's just simply not enough room. So we're not limited by, the state of Alaska has jurisdiction in all the way up to 200 miles for Dungeness, and so this isn't restricted to 3 miles, but it is a near-shore fishery. I would say most of it's happening within, 5 or 8 miles of shore at most. You don't see boats going very far afield. And so I think historically, the boats that have fished in recent years were home ported out of Dutch Harbor, and if they could find decent fishing on the slime banks closer to home, that's where they're going to fish.
Mark, quick question for you, and I don't know if you know the answer, but given what has happened with the state fishery, the king crab fishery last year, and then this year with the closure of the snow crab fishery as well, is it reasonable to anticipate that there could be additional pressure because of those closures in Dungeness?
Madam Chair, I would say there's a big distinction between boats that fish this type of small-scale Dungeness fishery compared to those that fish in the rationalized crab fisheries. However, I will say we had many phone calls from boats looking for other opportunity, understanding these closures were likely coming, and because there are no size limits on the boats and no length limits on the vessel, it's really up to them on whether or not they want to spend the money to capitalize on that fishery. So I don't know that we had anyone enter the fishery. We certainly had interest. It would not be unreasonable to see, traditionally rationalized Bering Sea crab boat to enter this fishery potentially.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While I tend to agree with Mr. Wood that erring on the side of conservation is usually a good idea, I think this is kind of a unique fishery where over the course of time there's been very low levels of participation. And one of the effects that I can see is obviously when you have these small fisheries that are being utilized by, on average, a very few number of people, taking what the historical pot average is for those 2 or 3 boats to make that fishery cost-effective and be able to justify continuing to do it, I think that this pot limit could potentially hamper some of those people. I also think that, these small fisheries, the Dungeness populations fluctuate up and down, and these larger vessels, when the CPE is really high, they can come in there and they can make a go of it. But typically speaking, it doesn't sound to me like that is the historical norms. I guess I'm a little bit cautious about it because under the idea of conservation, I didn't hear a really strong, astounding yes from the department that there was a conservation concern, because I just don't think that that information is well known. So right now, I'm tending to err on the side of not suggesting that this meets the criteria.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
Madam Chair, on ACR 1, the motion to accept, Carpenter.
No.
Weiss. Yes. Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion carries 5 in favor, 2 against.
All right, ACR number 2.
Madam Chair, for the record, Troy Tinas, Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'm the Area Management Coordinator for Southeast Alaska. ACR 2 is to reduce the harvest thresholds in southeastern Alaska Area Dense Crab Fisheries Management Plan found in 5 AAC 32.146.
Move to accept ACR 2.
Second.
Thank you. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this ACR seeks to reduce the harvest thresholds used to determine the commercial Dungeness crab summer and fall season lengths by 40%. The Southeastern Alaska Dungeness Crab Fisheries Management Plan allows the department flexibility to determine an appropriate season length based on estimated full season harvest in relation to regulatory thresholds. When the harvest is above 2.25 million pounds, or I should say the projected harvest is above 2.25 million pounds, the seasons will proceed as normal, being both the summer and fall seasons. And when the projected harvest is less than 1.5 million pounds, there will be a reduction in season length for both the summer and fall seasons. And when it's between 1.5 and 2.25 million pounds, the department makes determines when appropriate reduction in the number of days of the summer season is shortened, and then again the fall season. The staff's assessment of this ACR is that there's not a conservation concern. It does not correct an error in regulation, and there's no unforeseen effect of the regulation when the regulation was first established. Since implementation of this management plan in 2000, effort in harvest has been relatively stable, with record high harvest occurring 2002-2003 season with 7.3 million pounds, 2007-2008 with 5.4 million pounds, 2014 and 2015 with 5.1 million pounds, 2019 and 2020 with 5.3 million pounds, and the 2021 season with 6.7 million pounds. Overall, the full season harvest estimate produced by the department has proven to be accurate since its inception, where the effort has been relatively constant and harvest has been at high levels in recent seasons regardless of change in area available to harvest, with only 3 seasons, the 2013 and 14 season, the 2017-18 season, and this most recent season in 2022 and 23 being shortened due to estimated falling below thresholds in the management plan. Furthermore, reduction in commercial regulatory thresholds would subsequently increase harvest rates on the stock and potentially remove safeguards in place to protect the stock from overharvest through season length reductions. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion? Was this something that was discussed in this last board cycle, to your recollection?
Madam Chair,
I don't believe there's any proposals addressing this direct management plan in this most recent board cycle, but it has been taken up by past boards, most recently in the 2018 as well as the 2015. And no action was taken, or no action taken to change the management plan.
Any additional board discussion, questions? Mr. Wood?
No, it's just a request that when you have information, something that's been previously in front of the board, please put that in your staff comments when you're responding to these things, so it's in front of us. Thank you.
One other question I have with respect to this is whether or not, I don't know, how is the department assessing productivity, or are you doing surveys in these areas? I mean, if you don't have a fishery, to use catch or using boats to sort of determine whether or not there's crab there, I mean, how is this being assessed?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. As similar to, well, the same as Alaska Peninsula, the department uses the size, sex, and season, the 3 S's, to manage the Dungeness fishery. There's also port sampling that takes place where the department assesses the condition of the crab. And that's part of what goes into determining whether the harvest is predicted to meet threshold, is actually looking at the percent of soft shell crab that shows up in the harvest.
Any additional comments, questions? Oh, thank you for the reminder. I will note that Member Jensen did leave the table at the beginning of this ACR, just for the record. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood?
Move question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson? Question has been called and recognized. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
On the motion to accept ACR 2, Mitchell.
No.
Jensen abstain. Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Weiss. No. Your microphone, please, just so the record gets it.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Heimbach.
No.
Motion fails 0-6 with 1 abstention.
Actually, it's not an abstention because he didn't abstain. It's just 0-6.
Okay. Pardon me.
Okay, moving on. ACR number 3.
Madam Chair, ACR 3 is to reduce the legal length for king salmon in districts 12 and 13 during the spring troll fishery. And this is in effect of Regulation 5AC 29.140, Madam Chair.
Move to accept ACR 3.
Second.
And a second from Mr. Carpenter. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this ACR would reduce the commercial troll king salmon current size restriction of 28 inches from tip to snout to tip of tail in its natural open position, or 23 inches from midpoint of the clethral arch to the tip of tail in the districts 12 and 13 spring troll fisheries, to 26.5 inches from tip to snout, or 21.5 inches from midpoint of the clethral arch to the fork of the tail. Again, the department found there's no conservation concern with this ACR, that it doesn't correct an error in regulation, and there was no unforeseen effects when this regulation was adopted. The 28-inch minimum size limit for king salmon was established for the commercial troll and sport fishery in 1977. This minimum size was established to reduce the harvest of king salmon with 2 years or less of ocean growth. This was intended to reduce the harvest of immature king salmon and maximize the growth potential and subsequent value to the fisheries in following years. The rationale behind the size limit by and large still stands today, even with decreasing size and age based on age, sex, and length data obtained from the various Southeast Alaska escapement projects. The net benefit to the troll fishery, if this were to be adopted, would be negligible and potentially negative. King salmon taken under this proposed regulatory change documented as Alaska hatchery origin would not count against the annual commercial troll king salmon catch. Conversely, any additional harvested treaty king salmon could result in less king salmon available for the more lucrative summer fishery. With the recent 10-year average Alaska hatchery contribution of 26% An estimated 74% of the District 13 spring troll harvest are non-Alaska hatchery origin stocks. However, without any historical retention of king salmon under 28 inches in the commercial spring troll fishery, the stock composition proportions of currently sublegal fish in the troll fishery are currently unknown. In addition, there could be enforcement issues created by boats that move between areas with different size limits, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board comments or questions? Mr. Heimbach? Oh, is your mic just on? Oh, there you go. All right, quick question. Are there any other regulations that reference a 28-inch size?
Madam Chair, yes, they are. I cannot recite them at the top of my head right now, but if we look through the regulation book, obviously there's the minimum size limit in the sport fishery, which is 28 inches. And then within the troll fishery, there's another pertinent regulation that gives the department under EO authority in hatchery terminal harvest areas to reduce the size limit to 26 inches. The department has taken that management action once or twice in past years. Those are the two off the top of my head that reference the 28-inch size limit. There's also there's another one coming to mind in the net seine fisheries that also reference the 28-inch size limit.
So it's a number that's frequently found in reg with relation to Southeast Kings. And then my other question, I lost. Any other discussion? Oh, I guess my other question or comment is that you said that there has been some EO to lower the size restriction to 26, so there is some flexibility in the reg, is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Madam Chair, that is correct. In hatchery terminal harvest areas for targeting hatchery fish, when the department determines that there's overwhelmingly the composition of the harvest is going to be hatchery fish, the department can make that adjustment in the size down to 26 inches by EO authority, Madam Chair.
Just so that I'm clear, is this referencing the terminal harvest areas in this request?
Madam Chair, no, it is not. It is referencing the spring troll fisheries, which are designed to target Alaska hatchery fish, but they're outside the hatchery terminal harvest areas.
Got it, thank you. Any additional board discussion? I will just note that in the ACR that the proposer noted that during the last Southeast Shellfish Finfish meeting that was held this past March in Anchorage, the Sitka AC recommended that the change be taken up as an amendment. However, the board didn't take any action. I don't know on the suggested amendment, so there was ample opportunity to bring this up and to have it addressed in cycle. And I think for that reason, and given that there doesn't seem to be any conservation or unanticipated regulatory issues, I will not be voting to support this. Any additional board discussion? Seeing and hearing none.
Move question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
Madam Chair, on ACR 3, the motion to accept. Wise.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails, 0-6.
Thank you. We'll be welcoming Mr. Jensen back to the board table here. And we will take up ACR number 4. Jan, whenever you're ready.
For the record, my name is Jan Rumball. I'm the Area Management Biologist for Commercial Fisheries for Prince William Sound and Cook Inlet, groundfish and shellfish fisheries. Madam Chair, ACR 4 would extend the Prince William Sound State Waters sablefish fishing season, 5A AC 28.210.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this ACR seeks to change the Prince William Sound area sablefish fishery closing date from August 31st to October 31st. The Prince William Sound sablefish fishery currently opens on April 15th and closes on August 31st. The fishery is limited entry with a shared quota. Due to COVID concerns, the department extended the season closing date to December 31st in 2020 and 21, and to September 30th in 2022. Many fishers who own permits in this fishery fish aboard other permit holder vessels or charter non-permit holder vessels to harvest their quota, which has been problematic during the pandemic. So is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? And we believe it does. Many of the permit holders in the fishery, like I said, fish aboard other people's vessels, and it just became problematic with COVID-19. The season dates for Prince William Sound sablefish fishery have changed over the years, and most of the season date changes were actually focused on reducing whale depredation on sablefish caught with longline gear. And with the new use of these slinky pots, this has reduced whale depredation in this fishery, and conservation is not an issue because, as I said, it's limited entry. So for these reasons, yes, we would. We don't have any problem with changing the date at this point. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Jan. Any additional or any board discussion or questions? I mean, do we anticipate this continuing to be an issue, as the globe sort of moves past some of the COVID issues that we've experienced in the last 2 years?
Madam Chair, I think that people will continue to lease or charter with people if the permit holders will get aboard other people's boats who are maybe more, successful, especially with the slinky pots. They're trying to figure out how they work, and we support the use of slinky pots because of this bycatch reduction and because whale depredation is as much of an issue. People get to catch the fish that they catch in the pots. So I think there's always going to be health concerns getting on a boat with a bunch of other people, but it's been reduced in the last couple years. The real bonus is the slinky pots, and why we support this is because of those and because whale depredation is just not as much of an issue. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Was the date changed in the last Prince William Sound meeting that we had last year or year before last?
Madam Chair, the date was not changed.
Okay. Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, just one question. There are no other stakeholders disenfranchised by this simply because EO has accomplished everything you needed to do?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, because it's a limited entry shared quota system, there's, each different permit gets allotted a quota. And so there's just not really, if they want to go out and fish it, they can. So that it's not disenfranchising anybody. Those permits can be sold, if people wanted to get out of the fishery and bought by other people. And that's happened a bunch during the fishery recently because of COVID and because of people just realizing that maybe maybe it's time to sell. Sablefish stocks are kind of on the uptick. We have a bunch of recruit classes that are pretty solid that are being seen, as we all know. So the fishery has changed a bit, but I don't think that anybody has been disenfranchised. Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rumble. Is this sablefish fishery in Prince William Sound considered a local fishery, or is it filled in by out in the ocean? Do they go back and forth? The sablefish, are they one separate stock genetically?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I understand what you're saying. From our tagging studies, we kind of accept that there's flow in and out of the sound between sablefish outside and sablefish in Prince William Sound. We use the federal assessment to adjust our guideline harvest levels annually. So when I'm part of the groundfish plan team, and when we go down there and we decide what the levels are for the different areas, we adjust our level in Prince William Sound to reflect those changes from the federal assessment because we don't have a state assessment ourselves.
Okay, thank you. And I remember at one time when this was first made it into a limited entry fishery, there was a lot of concern about the season dates because of other fish processing going on, but obviously that's been taken care of, and so these dates are okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I think that for a small town like Cordova, trying to get a processor to stay open a longer part of the year is always an issue. And so this would actually provide a little more opportunity into the fall season for the processors to stay open and maybe, boost the economy a little bit in Cordova.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be in support of this one. I believe it meets criteria number C, and also it's not predominantly allocative, so I'll be supporting this agenda change request.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to clarify on the record that the department believes under C that it addresses an effect of a regulation on a fishery that's unforeseen when the regulation was adopted. Our position on the proposal, if you take it up, will be presented at the time when you deliberate it. We're not going to tell you whether or not we support it or not support it this time, but this is the time where we're having a discussion of whether the ACR is actually being met.
Thank you. And that was to my comments. I think I sort of align with that to some extent. I think has merit. I don't think it's a bad proposal. I'm unconvinced that it meets the ACR criteria since it's based. The argument is based in COVID, which we've got a host of things to sort of mitigate some of those issues now that we're unavailable. And given that the regulation didn't change, so a regulatory change didn't compound the COVID issue, in my mind, I'm not sure that it meets the criteria for an agenda change request. So not that it's a bad idea or a bad thing, I'm just not sure that it meets the criteria, in my opinion, and so I probably won't be supporting. Any other comments? Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. I tend to be in agreement with the chairwoman on her view on this, and I don't see that it meets the agenda change request criteria number C either, in that it's rooted in COVID, and I also see that is mitigated and that this would revert back maybe to pre-COVID. So I won't be in support of this.
Other discussion, Mr. Jensen.
Question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll?
Madam Chair, on ACR 4, motion to accept. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Weiss.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion fails, 3 in favor, 4 against.
ACR number 5.
Madam Chair, ACR 5, this would repeal prohibition on retaining sablefish caught in the federal fishery while participating in the Prince William Sound sablefish fishery during the same trip. This ACR would allow the retention of sablefish from the Prince William Sound area and from federal waters IFQ sablefish fishery on the same trip. Is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. This is what the department, and let me say that, can I just say that I have never done ACRs, so I'm fumbling through this a bit, but I'm doing my best, so.
Hey, Jan, can I ask you to pause for just a second
Yes.
so I can get a motion on the table?
Yes.
Thanks.
Move to accept.
Second.
Have at her.
Thank you. So does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? No. The state and federal sablefish fisheries are managed by separate government agencies and regulations, and harvest occurs in either state or federal waters respectively. A vessel that fishes in both federal and state waters on the same trip when retaining sablefish at any point during the trip, regardless of where they fish first, would be in violation of a statewide regulation 28.070C2. The regulation that this proposes to repeal was actually adopted by the Board of Fisheries last year in the November meeting, and it was to provide clarity to an already, a regulation that was already on the books with a statewide regulation. So you passed the proposal to go into regulation to provide clarity, but it was really already a regulation. In addition, in 2019, the Board of Fisheries passed the same proposal, but for the Cook Inlet area. So I just wanted to provide those comments. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
A little off topic, but I would like to request that either Art or you, Madam Chair, review the ACR process on the record as we continue with this.
Okay, Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Call the board's attention to RC 11. This is more for the new members trying to keep up with RCs as it's submitted. I don't know that it changes anything. There are no new arguments, no issues as brought forward by the proposer. I will not be voting in favor of ACR 5, and would just point out that not only did we take action in December of 21, it was upon the department's own proposal that we took action. And I don't see where anything has changed. I'm not inclined, in fact, I won't be supporting the particular ACR going forward.
Mr. Heimbach.
If I understand this right, the federal side doesn't really have any problem with this because everything's regulated under strict quota. So if they happen to harvest something inside state waters, delivery under the federal permit is not a problem. I can see the complications of this, but I think one of the major downfalls of this is the possibility that when you know you've exceeded your federal waters black cod quota, if you, on your boat, start putting them in your GHL or whatever you call the state waters part, it sets up a pretty bad deal. Whether or not that can be solved, I don't know, but it certainly would take a lot more, I think, thinking, critical analysis than we would do here, so I won't be supporting this ACR at this time either.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The question has been called. Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll?
On ACR 5, motion to accept. Carpenter.
No.
Weiss.
No.
Heimbach. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails, 0-7.
Thank you. And at Member Mitchell's request, I'll just go ahead and quickly review the policy for changing Board of Fisheries agenda items, our agenda change requests, and evaluating them. It's located at 5 AAC 39.999. The policy for changing the board agenda. The Board of Fisheries will, in its discretion, change its schedule for consideration of a proposed regulatory change in response to an agenda change request submitted on a form provided by the board in accordance with the following guidelines. The board will accept an agenda change request only, A, for a fisheries conservation purpose or reason, to correct an error in regulation, or to correct an effect on a fishery that was unforeseen when a regulation was adopted, which is hence the questions that the requester is asked to specifically address, and that the department also provides specific comment on. Secondly, the board will not accept an agenda change request that is predominantly allocative in nature in the absence of new information found by the board to be compelling. Third, the board will consider an ACR only in its first meeting in the fall, which is this one right now. The request must be sent to the executive director at least 60 days before the first meeting. The board will, at its discretion, change its schedule for consideration of any proposed regulatory changes as reasonably necessary for coordination of state regulatory actions with federal fisheries, programs, or laws. And lastly, if the board accepts an ACR under this section, the executive director shall notify the public and the department of the change of the board's schedule and when the board will consider the proposed regulatory change requested. So we've already, I think, accepted an ACR. We'll talk about when that will be scheduled under miscellaneous business when we get to that agenda item. And I appreciate the reminder to go through the ACR criteria in which we should be evaluating all these through. And I will just ask if there are any member questions before we move on. Okay. Ready? ACR number 6. Thank you.
Madam Chair, ACR 6 would change the gear type allocations in the Prince William Sound Pacific Cod Management Plan and repeal provisions allowing the mechanical jig, hand troll, and pot gear allocation to step up, step down annually for the state water season.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this ACR seeks to reduce the mechanical jigging machine hand troll gear allocation from 15% to 5% of the annual GHL and increase the pot allocation from 15 to 47.5% of the annual GHL, decrease the long line gear allocation from 85% to 47.5% of the annual GHL, and repeal provisions of the Prince William Sound Pacific Cod Management Plan, allowing the mechanical jig, hand troll, and pot gear allocation to step up, step down annually. Staff assessment of the agenda change request. Is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Madam Chair, the use of slinky pots is something that that many people are interested in, and you'll see an ACR coming down the pipe here in a minute. It seems like maybe this one could have come after it, or it doesn't really matter, but I think that that's the impetus for this, that if the agenda change request to long-line slinky pots goes through, that it would kind of change the what the gear looks like and what the predominant gear might look like in this fishery. So I think that's what the impetus is for this ACR. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I look at the criteria, this is extremely allocative. I agree with the department's assessment that none of the 3 criteria have been met. The other thing to consider is that trying to reallocate this particular fishery to another, the 15% of the jig and pod fishery in Prince William Sound, I'm not sure if it's ever been harvested, but I just really think that this one, irregardless of what we do on the next proposal with slinky pots, because that could potentially have merit, I just don't feel that this is reasonable at this time.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo Tom's comments. It's not, it doesn't meet any of the 3 criteria, and it's primarily allocative, so I won't be supporting it, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
I, too, agree with the department's assessment of this, and my fellow board members, I will be voting no.
Any additional comments?
Question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
On ACR 6, motion to accept. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Weiss.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Motion fails. 0-7, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ACR number 7.
Madam Chair, ACR 7 would increase the pot limit in Prince William Sound area State Waters Pacific Cod fishery.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments?
This ACR would increase the pot limit in Prince William Sound area Pacific Cod fishery from 60 to 300 pots. The staff assessment of the agenda change request was, is there a conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Additional information includes that when the State Waters Pacific Cod seasons were established in 1997, the board intent was to create an opportunity for smaller vessels in local fleets, and the 60-pot limit in Prince William Sound, Cook Inlet, Kodiak, Chignik, and the South Alaska Peninsula registration areas is still in effect to this day. Additionally, there is a provision in the Prince William Sound Pacific Cod Management Plan that allows for the removal of groundfish pot limit after October 30th if the department determines that the guideline harvest level may not be achieved by December 31st. Increasing the pot limit could have allocative ramifications because of vessel size limitations. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe this meets any of the three criteria, and it could be primarily allocative. And it's an awful large jump in the pot limit. I won't be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo my comments from ACR number 6 that this does not meet the criteria.
I agree, and frankly, I'm not real happy with the suite of agenda change requests with, an area that was just in cycle. So it seems these suite of proposals are allocative in nature in many instances, and we just went through Prince William Sound and had robust discussion about all of that, and so I will just put that on the record, and I hope that the public considers that as they are submitting ACR requests. So, any additional board discussion?
Question.
Mr. Jensen, question has been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
On ACR 7, motion to accept. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Nope.
Weiss.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails, 0-7.
Thank you. Moving on to ACR 8.
Madam Chair, ACR 8. This would allow groundfish pot gear to be long-lined in Prince William Sound area.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this ACR would allow groundfish pot gear to be long-lined in all Prince William Sound area groundfish fisheries where pot gear is a legal gear type. Currently, groundfish pot gear may be longline in the Prince William Sound Pacific Cod fishery, although pot gear may be longline in the Prince William Sound Sable fishery. Groundfish pot gear may not be longline in the Pacific Cod fishery, but it can be longline in the Prince William Sound Sable fish fishery. The staff assessment of the agenda change request, is there a conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? Yes. Traditional pot gear used to target Pacific cod are heavy, converted crab pots that are fished single pot fashion with a buoy attached to each individual pot. The slinky or cylindrical pots, which have now become increasingly more popular in the groundfish fisheries, are too light to fish in this single pot fashion and must be longlined to avoid gear loss. The use of slinky pots was unforeseen when the prohibition on longlining Pacific cod pots in Prince William Sound was adopted. And just to talk about the benefits of slinky pots, as we talked about earlier, they reduce bycatch, which is a positive. Anyway, that's the biggest positive. It's also safer because they're lighter and they can be handled on deck without much effort. So those two things are positive as well. Madam Chair.
Mr. Heimbach.
Seems to me the unforeseen emergence of slinky pots was not a byproduct of a board decision, which would seem to be one of the criteria for the unforeseen circumstances. The other question that I have is there's a lot of things that emerge with the use of slinky pots that are identical to stuff used in the sablefish fishery, should a person decide to fish them concurrently. It would be very hard to monitor, and I don't even know what the department's ability to monitor a 60-pot limit with those slinky pots would be, since we just turned down an ACR to raise the pot limit.
Was there a question in there or just a comment?
Therefore, I will not be supporting this ACR.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Additional board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I tend to agree with your last assessment of proposals that that could have been brought before this body. I do think that there's some merit to this, and I do think that, I personally think that a fishery conservation, not necessarily for the targeted species of Pacific cod, but the slinky pots are a very discriminate, they fish in a very discriminate way where the bycatch of rockfish versus a longline fishery, this is a very effective way to reduce some of that. So I'm kind of torn right now. I tend to want to justify my position based on my last statement, and so I think that is kind of where I'm going to move forward with.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is in no way allocative, especially if there's already one fishery that can use longline pots. Slinky pots are relatively new. They've been around for a couple, 3 years. It's starting to be considered the way to go, especially, and I agree with Tom, that there is a conservation component to this in the way of bycatch for rockfish and other fish that you don't want to catch in the fishery. So I think this is worth looking at based on the that one fishery already has it and this fishery doesn't, and this is I would say it's conservative. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Mr. Wood?
I'm not so sure where Tom ended up with his final conclusion on a yes or no, but if it was a yes, then I'm on board with Tom's comments and we'll be voting in support.
Jan, do you recall when we met in Prince William Sound last December, if there was discussion about, the use of slinky pots and how that may or may not supplant the pot cod or the pots that have been traditionally used, the heavy pots? I seem to recall some discussion around that, and I'm just wondering if you recall anything, if the board had discussed this issue specifically.
Madam Chair, I do not recall you discussing it. I'm sure the proposer was there and active in that meeting. And I do think that the timing of accepting ACRs or anything was, I'm not sure about the timing for that meeting. I think at one point there was just no new proposals were actually accepted. And so, this is fairly recent, just the predominance of these slinky pots. So I don't, to answer your question, on the record, I don't remember there being a lot of talk about slinky pots. I think that Mr. Jones might have mentioned it in some of his public testimony.
Thank you. Any additional board discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll?
On ACR 8, motion to accept. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Wise.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion passes, 5 in favor, 2 against.
All right, moving on to ACR 9.
Madam Chair, ACR 9 would adopt gear marking requirements for longline pot gear in Prince William Sound area.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This ACR would add provisions to mark groundfish pot gear that is longlined with a cluster of 4 or more marker buoys, a flag mounted on a pole, and a radar reflector. In addition, one hard buoy in the cluster must be marked with capital letters LP and the ADF&G vessel registration number. In the Prince William Sound sablefish fishery, a groundfish pot may be attached to a line connected to another groundfish pot if the end of the buoy is legibly marked with the permanent ADF&G vessel license plate number of the vessel operating the gear. The number must be placed at the top 1/3 of the buoy. Staff assessment of the agenda change request. Is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? Yes. The increasing prevalence of longline sleeky or cylindrical pots in the groundfish fisheries, as you know, they're legal, it's legal to longline them in the sablefish fishery, was unforeseen when the current gear specifications were adopted. Marking gear to indicate longline pots aids in enforcement and reduces potential for gear conflicts. And so just an added piece of information, and Trooper Frenzel can fill you in with some details that I may forget, but we do have there's a Pacific cod marking requirement that's going to be coming up in this meeting that you'll have on Thursday and Friday. And trying to get something together that is standardized throughout our different regions is something that we're interested in. And so we've been talking about what that could potentially look like as a regulation. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe it meets C in the criteria as a department assessment. I know we need, if all this does go through, and we need to have ways to identify the longline pot gear that's in the water. And without getting into deliberations, I think this is the way to go, and I'll be supporting it. Madam Chair.
So it sounds like we could be having a slicky pot session at some point this year. So my question to you is, what's the timing of the season that we need to be concerned about this with? I mean, as is noted in the additional information the department entered in its ACR 9 comments, is that the wildlife troopers submitted a proposal 153 for statewide finfish and supplemental issues, which is happening in March, coming up, to mark gear, to indicate longline pot aids, enforcement, reducing potential for gear conflicts for cylindrical pots in the groundfish fisheries, including slinky pots. So I'm just wondering, is there a conflict with the timing of when the board might hear that? Is that something that can be, addressed regulatorily through the proposal that's in cycle?
Madam Chair, I believe that if you're talking about the timing, for the Pacific, we would have to get the ACR would go and be considered, right, for the long-lining slinky pots. And then hopefully in tandem, if this was put forward, this could be vetted and, maybe with some substitute language or, so having them together I think would be the most beneficial.
Together instead of, could.
Madam Chair, at the same meeting, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Captain Frenzel, do you have any comment on what you're anticipating or what, any enforcement issues that need to be addressed, and whether or not the issues presented in this ACR could be addressed within Proposal 153?
Madam Chair, for the record, Aaron Frenzel, Alaska Wildlife Troopers. So ACR 9, all that is doing, as far as I read, is adding 3 extra buoys, so cluster of 4, a flag, a radar reflector, and the letters LP on a buoy. Currently, the reg is each end of a longline buoy or longline pot gear must have at least 1 buoy on each end with ADF&G number on the top half, I think. So with that, for us, both ends are marked, and that's what it is in a lot of areas. So this other stuff, the add-on, I think is good. We have other longline fisheries out west that have marking requirements, one being GFL. My concern is having a different letter for each area. Let's just have GFL statewide if that's what we're going to do.
Thank you. There's merit to this agenda change request, I think, but my preference, I think, would be to deal with it in the proposal that we have a vehicle in cycle where we can kind of just address it on a statewide level. That would definitely be my preference, and for that reason, I think I will be not supporting the ACR, but I'm open to hearing additional board discussion on that. Mr. Carpenter.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I tend to agree with you. I think it can be combined. I think it would give the department and enforcement the ability to maybe come with a refined product that we can deal with appropriately. And I don't really necessarily think, I think there's some things in this aspect that aren't necessary, and I think it would be better if we did it that way.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think that if the proposer, was at that statewide meeting and was working with us, or at least in contact with board members with respect to substitute language that addresses his issue and make sure that it's captured in, what the board will be considering, that would be ideal. Any additional board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
I'm just going to be in support of it, just simply because I do feel that it meets agenda change request criteria number C.
Captain Frenzel.
Yes, Madam Chair. So for clarification, we'll try to change 153 into escape mechanisms for slinky pots and add on gear marking requirements for long line pot gear. All right.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Question.
Question's been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
On ACR 9, motion to accept. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Weiss.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion carries 5 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you much. Moving on to ACR number 10.
Madam Chair, ACR 10 would reduce waters closed to commercial fishing for ground fish with pot gear in Prince William Sound area.
Move to accept.
Second.
Staff comments?
Madam Chair, this ACR seeks to open waters in the Prince William Sound area currently closed to ground fish pot fishing and defined in 5 AAC 28.250A. Staff assessment of the agenda change request. Is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Additional information includes that, as some of you know from participating in the Prince William Sound meeting last year in December, the stock status of Prince William Sound tanner crab is considered to be at low levels, and the Board of Fisheries adopted a new harvest strategy in December of 2021. We've also had a survey since then, in September, about a month ago, and in the Northeast District, which encompasses some of this, the abundance estimates were very low. Abundance estimates in the other districts are also, from previous surveys, are also low, so low that we can't prosecute fisheries under the new management plan. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Jan. Board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe this meets any of the 3 criteria, and I won't be supporting it.
Any additional board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
I agree with the department's assessment, and I agree with Member Jensen's. I will not be supporting this proposal.
Mr. Jensen, question's been called. Mr. Nelson, please call the roll on ACR 10.
ACR 10, motion to accept. Weiss.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails, 0-7.
All right. So it is just about 10 to 5, and I think this is a good pausing point, and we will pick back up tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and begin with the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Agenda Change Request, beginning with ACR number 11. So we are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.